The highest bounty 91-130. Chapter 91, Escaping Death. Seeing the super weapon being activated, everyone was taken aback as nobody had thought that the super weapon would be started. Grandma clenched her fists tightly. She had not thought that the other party would deceive her and that their true goal was to fly away with the super weapon. She was the first person to launch an attack at the super weapon. Although the blade and kitchen knife in her hands did not look like much, when she wielded them, her aura did not lose to Sharp's at all. Upon seeing Grandma attack, the others launched their attacks as well, wanting to stop the super weapon's rising motion. However, even after all their attacks had landed on the surface of the super weapon, they were unable to dent it, not even make it shake. Yuding, who had been a little worried about the super weapon's defense capabilities, felt relieved after seeing that everybody's attacks did no damage. Just as Yuding thought it was safe, Sharp's actions made him jump. Sharp leapt up high, intending to jump onto the body of the ship. Support our web novel Go.com. Seeing this, Robert pressed a button. Then, a cannon from the super weapon aimed at Sharp before opening fire. Facing the super weapon's attack, Sharp did not dare dally. He hastily wielded his blade and used the counter force to adjust his position, barely avoiding the attack. The cannon's blast struck the ground, and everything turned into powder. Close to 10 kilometers of the neighboring area looked as if it had been struck by a meteorite. On the other hand, everyone on the battlefield had leapt up, avoiding the terrifying attack. After seeing such a destructive level of cannon fire, nobody dared move recklessly. If Sharp had taken the shot earlier, even if he did not die, he definitely would have been heavily wounded. According to Neptune's calculations, Robert continued to raise the super weapon's position until Neptune called for him to stop. When he stopped, the super weapon stopped moving as well. Seeing the super weapon stop midair, everybody had a bad feeling about it. They guessed that the other party had stopped because they found the best angle to attack and kill everyone present all at once. On the other hand, Yuding and the other two each squirmed into their own escape capsules. According to Robert's commands, the super weapon ejected the 3 escape capsules. Everybody below the super weapon saw the escape capsules shoot out. Nevertheless, the escape capsules were at a height that exceeded everyone's attack range. Not to mention, the capsules rose above the clouds very quickly before they sped toward the port. Not less than a minute later, the escape capsules landed at the edge of the desert where nobody was. The trio exited the escape capsules. After Robert had programmed the escape capsules to self-destruct, they headed for the port on foot. Not more than 5 minutes later, the trio reached the port. After Neptune had once again distracted the 2 monitors, the trio slipped aboard a ship. At the same time, the super weapon in the desert began counting down its self-destruct sequence as it made a warning sound that had been set beforehand by Robert. Self-destruct countdown, 20 minutes. Self-destruct countdown, 19 minutes. Hearing the sound from the super weapon, quite a few people finally realized what those 3 little thieves had done. Grandma also finally understood that those 3 people who escaped in the escape capsules had not gone back on their word. She turned on the intelligent ring on her hand and said to Van Arab, "Let's go. Somebody has helped us with our mission this time." Sharp did not feel like attacking either. The power of the super weapon's cannon he had faced earlier was more than appalling. He did not know what its self-destruction would result in. Looking at the super weapon that had been dug out, he shook his head helplessly. Nobody had a large enough inventory to keep the super weapon. He could only wait and see if the ship was still in good condition after the other 2 super weapons had self-destructed. He gave out orders to retreat right away. "Everybody, evacuate this desert." The masked man that was in a black robe also twisted his way out of the battlefield. The strength he displayed did not lose to Wendell's at all. Wendell spat out hatefully, "I don't care what cosmic nation you're from. Once we discover your identity, we'll report your shameless behavior to the federal government." The masked man did not respond to Wendell's threat and instead vanished into the distance with just a few leaps. "Muscle Man, the thing's about to blow. Should we stay back and film it?" Ulrich suggested. "If you want to court death, go ahead and stay then. It just so happens that I've found someone more suitable to become the vice captain." Upon saying this, Lex made a mad dash in the direction of the port. "Muscle Man, dream on. The position of vice captain is mine." Ulrich immediately chased after him. "Someday, The captain's position will be mine too. The people in the desert began to scatter like wild birds. On the other hand, Gilding and the two had returned to their ship. "Let's go, Neptune." Only after returning to the grey-faced buzzard did Gilding's emotions finally settle. Their encounter on Kunstlik had been simply too dangerous. A single misstep could have resulted in their annihilation. "Tell me your next destination," Neptune said. As Gilding rubbed his chin in thought, Liliath noticed something odd about Robert. Robert's body was beginning to liquefy, slowly becoming the metal ball Gilding first saw him as. "What's happening to Robert?" Liliath asked upon seeing it. "His reaction is probably due to the energy crystals being depleted. If it had been a complete energy crystal, he would have been able to operate normally with light energy flow. However, since both of you only got energy crystal fragments for him previously, his light energy flow was not completed. The energy and those energy crystal fragments have probably been depleted," Neptune explained. "Where can we find more energy crystals?" Gilding hastily asked. "I don't know." Neptune's tone seemed a little down. "Based on my database records, their tribe moved out all their energy crystals during the Great Migration in the Middle Ages. All the known mining sites were completely emptied during the war. Are there none on Kunstlik? There were energy crystal pieces when Robert was dug out back then. So, other places could have them too, right?" Gilding asked with furrowed brows. "I conversed with Robert before. He's the only remaining mechanical tribesman left. Those energy crystal fragments were remnants of the energy crystals in his body before they were broken," Neptune answered. "Besides, we can't stay on this planet any longer. If we don't leave now, once the army people get to the port, we might not be able to leave even if want to. Let's leave this planet first and then think of a way," Liliath suggested. Chapter 92. The remaining super weapon. The grey-faced buzzard left Kunstlik's port very quickly. What Gilding did not know was that after the people from the army had retreated from the desert, various other forces also left the desert where the super weapons were buried. Most of the forces ran straight for the port, wanting to leave the planet at once because they knew that there was a chance the army's mission would be called a fiasco. The army people would probably take action the moment the explosion was over, tidying up the remaining other forces to make it look as if they had not failed their mission so badly. The army people would then give the federal government an explanation. The other forces did not want to be tidied up by the army, so escape was their best choice. Gilding's 3 escape capsules were very quickly discovered by the army people at the edges of the desert. Nevertheless, the escape capsules had already been destroyed. Even after an investigation was carried out, the army people could not find any information regarding the trio's identities. Their fingerprints and hairs had all been destroyed in the self-destruction sequence. The other party worked as a trio. Look for all the trios and teams with more than 3 members on Kunstlik. We'll slowly rule them out. Sharp looked at the 3 unrecognizable escape capsules that had been destroyed, eyebrows furrowed together. "And bring these 3 escape capsules back. Conduct a thorough check and see if we can find anything. Support our web novel Go.com." The port's platform canopy failure was clearly because someone had tampered with it. Furthermore, even after we had deployed the signal shield over the entire planet, information concerning the super weapons as well as army personnel was still leaked. It was clearly the work of a peak hacker. Check if any hackers visited Kunstlik during this time too. Perhaps the powering up of the super weapon is also related to the same hacker. Wendell provided his view on the matter. Even the army's information on the 3 super weapons is extremely limited. The other party obviously knows much more than we do. Aside from being able to successfully enter the super weapon, they were able to use it normally and start its self-destruction sequence. Could it be someone from the Liberty Alliance? A colonel general standing by the side made his guess. Van Arab arrived on this planet pretty much at the same time we did. It probably means that the time they received the news was not much different from ours. Moreover, their goal was never to get the super weapons. Self-destruction was probably the result they wanted to see. To be able to so smoothly enter the super weapon and operate it without any difficulties, I think it's probably a survivor of the mechanical tribes from the Middle Ages. Only they can enter super weapons without any obstructions and operate them adeptly. Another colonel general voiced out a bold conception. The cannon that was fired at me earlier was indeed quite adept. It seemed like the moment I leapt up, the other party had already aimed the cannon at me. Its power was not too weak or strong. It was just strong enough to heavily injure me and instill fear in others. Hearing the Colonel General's suggestion, Sharp vaguely felt that it made sense. It was as if it wasn't their first time controlling a super weapon. The probability of the guess isn't high though. There's no way we wouldn't have known if Kunstlik had 3 survivors from the mechanical tribe. Even if they avoided going through registration, other people who would have had seen them on this planet. Nevertheless, even after thousands of years, nobody has heard of any news regarding survivors of the mechanical tribe on this planet. Wendell negated the guess. Moreover, if they really are survivors of the mechanical tribe, they probably would have known about the existence of the 3 super weapons before we dug one of them out. Why didn't they destroy the super weapons beforehand and instead wait for us to discover them before making a move? Such behavior only increases their risk. Once this matter is over, we'll go back and discuss it in detail. The main problem now is the level of destruction. The super weapon that has already been dug out will suffer after the other 2 super weapons self-destruct. Whether or not we'll be able to use it as it is or if we have enough information to create replicas. Sharp stood at the edge of the desert as he looked at the center of it where the super weapons were buried from a distance. On the other hand, Lex and the Bloodsack pirates had already fled to the port. Did you challenge Sharp? One ship member asked. The other members looked at Lex. I challenged him but was blocked by an old man from the Liberty Alliance. Lex rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly. Muscle man, just admit it. You're no match for Sharp, Ulrich said hurtfully beside him without an ounce of mercy. Who says? If it weren't for that old man from the Liberty Alliance who stopped me, you can't say who would have lost or won. Lex immediately retorted weakly. If it weren't for that Liberty Alliance's old man, you would have died long ago, wouldn't you? As Ulrich said this, he projected the video he had recorded earlier. Everybody first saw Lex coolly challenging Sharp move before the latter executed an earth-shattering move. Muscle man, you sure you can take a blow like that? Having watched the recorded video, Ulrich then noticed Lex's horrified expression. Ulrich paused the video at once, and his tone carried some mockery as he spoke. Ahem. Sharp is a federal general after all. Boss, you'll definitely beat him in a few years. Their military advisor Alcha smoothed out the matter at that moment. In the middle of the desert, the self-destruction countdown timers of the super weapons finally hit 0. At that instant, 2 rays of blindingly white light shot into the sky and deafening roars sounded. Even those who were at the spaceship port and far away from it could clearly hear the 2 explosions. The sound of the explosions kept going on for close to half an hour. Sandstorms flew over the desert and only calmed under Wendell's control. Army people stood at the edge of the desert with their heads lifted as they watched the 2 rays of blinding light and quietly waited for the explosion to end. The moment the flames dissipated, Sharp made a move. He flew toward the middle of the desert while other army powerhouses followed him from behind. The army people once again appeared at the excavation site of the super weapons. Having been self-destructed, the 2 super weapons had been blown into scraps. The only thing that remained were metal pieces all over the place. As for the super weapon that had already been dug out, half of it was damaged. A large portion of the main control room had been destroyed. However, it was fortunately not completely destroyed. Just then, the Liberty Alliance's Van Arab and Grandma appeared yet again. Are you guys here to fight for it or are you just here to take a look? Sharp's expression was heavy. The 2 were extremely hard to fight, and there was no inevitable conflict between the Liberty Alliance and the federal government. No need. You guys can take the remaining half of the super weapon. From the way it looks, it's definitely useless. Not to mention, half of the main control room has been destroyed. It's hard to say if replicas can be made. Upon seeing the super weapon, Grandma was very pleased. Making the super weapon self-destruct was your people's doing? Although Sharp was not too certain that the other party would admit it, there was no harm in asking. I'll give you a very clear answer, no. Thinking of the 3 people she had detected underground before, Grandma beamed sunnily. We're leaving now. You geese continue. Your Excellency. A Colonel General could not help but say as he watched the 2 of them leave gleefully. However, he was stopped by Sharp. We can't make them stay. Besides, they said it wasn't the doing of the Liberty Alliance. Hence, it wasn't the Liberty Alliance's doing. Bring the transportation spaceship over here. We'll bring back the remains. Chapter 93, I didn't do anything. As the grey-faced buzzard slowly made its way along a new route after leaving planet Constluk, Gilding and his crew had yet set where their new destination was. Moreover, the matter of Robert needing energy crystals was still under discussion. Neptune, can't we use an alternative energy source if we aren't able to find the energy crystals that Robert needs? Gilding felt that it was easier to find an alternative rather than pinning their hopes on energy crystals that they had no clue about. Theoretically, it's feasible. That's because intelligent life forms like them should have an intelligent energy conversion system in their body. It's just that it's been a long time since the Middle Ages and the present time. Most types of energy ores we have now are completely different from the ones of that era. Therefore, I'm not sure if his body's energy conversion system is compatible with them. Neptune thought that the idea was feasible. We can find more energy ores to try it out. Liliath also thought that it was the best they could do. If one type doesn't work, we'll just find another type. If the second type doesn't work, we'll just get a third type. We won't stop until we find one he can use. Alright, Neptune, let's go to the closest area with the most abundant resources. Since they had decided on the solution, Gilding immediately set their next destination. Along our new route, there's a star sector called the Mare Sector at the edge of the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. That star sector has the most ore deposits out of the entire Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Neptune quickly found the place that had the most ore deposits. Let's go to the Mare Sector. Gilding grinned. Support our web novel Go.com. While Gilding propulsed along their next route, the federal government published a list of suspects from the planet Constluk incident. When the incident broke out, there were 32 crews that were still on planet Constluk. Out of the 32, 30 of them had at least 3 crew members, and 23 of them were composed of interstellar pirates. Out of the 32 crews, 25 of them have eyewitness testimonies. They were either seen by us during the war, seen by the guards that we had sent, or seen by the surveillance cameras. It's safe to say that none of them got to the super weapon. Tell me about the remaining 7 crews, ordered a middle-aged man that had a steady composure. The man was in the pilot's seat. Out of the remaining 7 crews, Gilding and Liliath are both new pirates. According to our information, they have yet recruited a third person. Not to mention, they also had a small conflict with one of our guards who confirmed the number of members in their crew. Therefore, we've excluded them from the super weapon self-destructing incident. However, we suspect that the starport platform canopy failure and the leakage of information regarding the super weapons were related to them. We've checked the records of those 2 newcomers. Gilding appears to have invaded the Skyriver sector's prison system before this. The malfunctioning of the 72 armor-piercing cannon as well as the failure of the starport platform canopy system was probably his doing, although we don't have definitive evidence that it was him. The 2 incidents seem too similar to be merely coincidences. It would also mean that the newcomers' hacking skill level is quite high. When they were on planet Constluk, Gilding made prank calls disguised as the family members of our guards to distract them. At that time, the 2 guards momentarily forgot about the planet's signal shield. When they tried to call back, they realized that the signal shield had been breached. After the signal shield was breached, the starport canopy control system was also hacked. Out of the 32 crews, it seems like he's the most likely to do such things. On the other hand, we're still not sure how he got the mission name list. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it's still very bizarre. That's because when your lordship tasked Wendell and me to complete the mission, I didn't know who Wendell had selected and Wendell didn't know who I had selected. This is before we moved out for the mission. Moreover, we replaced that day's surveillance with a new memory chip, and I destroyed the original memory chip. There's no way they could have gotten hold of the surveillance video. That means you don't understand the full potential of those 2 kids. The middle-aged man looked at the projection that showed Gilding and Liliath's bounty. He stared at the projection for half a second before he said, "Double their bounties." Out of the remaining 6 crews, which crew is the most suspectable? The most suspectable crew at the moment is the Fated Ones. The crew captain is Destiny. The most suspicious thing about them is that they added an unknown intelligent robot to their crew a few months ago. There's a chance the robot is from the mechanical tribe of the Middle Ages. Furthermore, the robot was only seen at the starport on the first day. As for the remaining 2 days, the robot was never seen, and they left right after the explosion. Sounds suspicious indeed. The middle-aged man nodded after listening. "Try your best to catch them and make sure they're alive. Perhaps we may even get some information about the super weapons from them." "Captain, the federal government has issued a new bounty order," a muddle-headed robot shouted excitedly on a paw-shaped black prograde spaceship. "Everyone, come and see," called a short and stout man to everyone. "Wanted offender, Gyuding. Sex, male. Age, 15. Gene level, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Bounty, 160 million star credits. Criminal offense 1, heavy destruction of Koila's natural ecological environment, the Grey Star Sector, damaged the planet's supply system and destroyed large amounts of scientific research data. Criminal offense 2, bombing of the Onassis family mansion on Feniyuan. Criminal offense 3, destruction of Planet Construct's starport platform canopy system and distribution of information regarding the federal government's confidential missions and name list. Wanted offender, Lilioth. Sex, female. Age, 14. Gene level, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Other abilities, gunner. Bounty, 120 million star credits. Criminal offense 1. Those two newcomers are so arrogant. The one called Gyuding has a bounty that surpasses mine. Destiny was dissatisfied when he saw the bounty for Gyuding and Lilioth. "Boss, I think your name is at the bottom," someone shouted with excitement. Destiny curiously opened the latest bounty order. Wanted offender, Destiny. Sex, male. Age, 35. Gene level, level 6. Special ability, unknown. Bounty, 1.5 billion star credits. Latest criminal offense, suspected to be the leader of the explosion on planet Kunstlik. "My bounty has increased by tenfold. But I didn't do anything. I just fixed a spaceship, and all of us drank and slept for 2 days." Destiny murmured softly as he scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 94, Cheers to Gyuding. As soon as the federal government's latest bounty order had been issued, everyone rushed to check it out. Of course, the two groups that cared the most about the bounties were the Interstellar Pirates and the Interstellar Hunters. Each Interstellar Pirates hoped that their bounties had increased, while the Interstellar Hunters began searching for new targets. Both Gyuding and Lilioth were also prompted by Neptune almost immediately to check the latest bounty order. When Gyuding saw that both Lilioth's and his bounties had increased, he was a little surprised. However, he quickly noticed the note about his latest criminal offenses: destruction of Planet Kunstlik's starport platform canopy system and distribution of information regarding the federal government's confidential missions and name list. To be honest, Gyuding was a little surprised that the federal government had convicted him of those crimes because it showed that they were very certain that he had done them. Nevertheless, Gyuding found it strange that the people in the federal government could guess that those incidents were his doing, but not the incident of the super weapon self-destructing. Instead, another crew of pirates was suspected of causing the super weapon's self-destructions. The Fated Ones? Gyuding could not wrap his head around how the federal government had connected the poor pirate crew to the Kunstlik explosion. "It looks like someone took the blame for us." When Lilioth saw the note that said Destiny was suspected to be the leader of the explosion on planet Kunstlik, she could not help but giggle with her hand over her mouth. Support our web novel Go.com. It's a good thing. We'll be in big trouble if the federal government finds out that we were the ones who did it. On the other hand, Neptune felt relieved. "Your current bounties have far exceeded your strengths. It'll take us at least 20 days to arrive in Mare Sector. You should take this time to improve your strengths as soon as possible." "Gyuding, can you refine a bottle of E-grade gene enhancer for me? I bought a lot of medicinal materials back in Feniyuan, and I want to take this time to level up to become a level 3 gene body." Lilioth had seen Gyuding refine medicine in Feniyuan, so she was sure that Gyuding could refine an E-grade gene enhancer. "Sure, I've got nothing better to do anyway," Gyuding agreed immediately. However, he raised a question after a short while. "But Lili, are you sure you want to use an E-grade gene enhancer? As far as I know, an F-grade gene enhancer should be enough to level up gene bodies below level 3. My genes are a bit special, so F-grade ones are useless on me. In fact, back when I leveled up from level 1 to level 2, I actually used D-grade gene enhancers," Lilioth explained. "If that's the case, it would be better for you to use an A-grade one. It's just that gene bodies lower than level 3 can't really withstand the energy impact of an E-grade gene enhancer." Gilding nodded after hearing Lilioth's explanation. He had only raised the question because he was afraid Lilioth would not be able to withstand it. It's nice having a pharmacologist around. Lilioth happily took out medicinal materials she had prepared earlier. I have 20 sets of materials here that you can refine. You can refine all of them together and I'll use the one with the best quality. Then, we can sell off the rest of them. Alright. Although Gilding had not expected Lilioth to ask him to make 20 sets of enhancers in one go, he accepted the task with pleasure. The first enhancer that was refined was of perfect quality, and Lilioth looked at the color of the medicine in Gilding's hands with wide eyes. It was of authentic grass green color and had no traces of imperfection. It was the color of an E-grade gene enhancer of the best quality. Soon after, the second and third bottles of enhancers were refined, both of which were of perfect quality. Naturally, Lilioth was really excited because it seemed like she was witnessing history in the making. However, her eagerness soon diminished because while Gilding was refining the fourth bottle of medicine, the spaceship encountered a small group of meteorites. Even though Neptune had calculated a route to avoid any collisions, they were still hit by two small meteorites which caused the spaceship to shake slightly. As a result, Gilding's fourth bottle of medicine was only of good quality. After they had passed the meteorites, Gilding's performance became steady again, and he managed to refine another 16 enhancers of perfect quality consecutively. Although it's too bad that a bottle wasn't perfect, the results are still pretty good. Gilding was satisfied with the results of his refining. He pushed the bottles of medicine toward Lilioth. Here, you can keep them for the time being. When the time comes, we'll sell them. Didn't we agree that you'd take care of such things until we find a partner who's good at financial management? Lilioth pouted and reached out to take an enhancer of perfect quality. Alright, Neptune, I'll pass them to you. Gilding chucked the remaining 19 bottles of medicine into the inventory. I've decided to entrust you with all our future financial matters. Why do I suddenly have another responsibility? Don't you know that this kind of behavior is considered child labor and child abuse? I'm clearly underage. Neptune protested. Among the few of us, you're the best at calculation. The moment we find another crew member that has better calculation skills than you, we'll definitely agree to hand over your extra responsibility to them. Gilding grinned. You know that's impossible unless you get a mature Skynet to join our crew. Neptune knew clearly that he would never be able to give up his extra responsibility. Speaking of that, when are you going to evolve into your maturity, Neptune? Gilding was suddenly reminded of Neptune's growth. It depends on time and opportunities as well as your gene level. I'll be able to sense it in advance if I'm about to start evolving. Currently, I don't feel anything yet, Neptune explained. We'll wait until Lily breaks through to level 3 gene body. Then, we'll get her to implant an energy crystal inside of you after she stabilizes. You'll perhaps be able to break through level 3 gene body, and my limitations might improve a little. Back then when I broke through to level 2 gene body, did your restrictions improved? I never heard anything about it from you. Gilding could not help but ask when he heard the topic about restrictions. There wasn't a substantial restriction upgrade, but my database improved a little. Perhaps it'll be a better upgrade this time. Neptune was not satisfied with the last restriction upgrade because it only unlocked some information on secret events that happened during the ancient civilizations. He did not get access to even the slightest bit of confidential information. While Gilding and Neptune discussed among themselves, Lilioth returned to her room. Lilioth found a comfortable spot on the bed for herself and proceeded to drink the bottle of medicine. In the few hours that followed, she fell into a state of threshold consciousness where she was half asleep and half awake. On the flip side, in Gilding's hometown, Sarul, the Rose Tavern was having a grand celebration unbeknownst to him. Gilding's bounty portrait was hung high on the wall behind the bar counter. The bounty showed his striking pearly teeth, and a huge print underneath it read 160 million. All drinks are on the house today. Auntie Roast Beef, who fashioned a black tie leather outfit, raised her glass high. Cheers to Gilding. Chapter 95. Gilding's new abilities. Gilding sat in a lotus position in the corridor in front of Lilioth's room. Although a gene enhancer of perfect quality had a success rate of 90% and above, there was still a chance of less than 1% that the person would end up with long-term side effects. Although Gilding did not think Lilioth would fall under that 1%, He thought that Lili would feel more at ease with him by her side. On the other hand, Neptune monitored Lilioth's physical condition through her intelligent wristwatch. The 2-hour wait was a long one, and when Gilding heard Neptune's words that Lili had evolved successfully, the former's tension was finally released. Lilioth exited her room and found Gilding standing up. She happily announced, "I've successfully evolved into a level 4 gene body." What? Gilding was stunned when he heard her. Level 4? Weren't you supposed to evolve into a level 3? Nope, not level 3, I got to level 4. Lilioth said proudly, "I managed to skip through level 3. Support our web novel Go.com. Have your abilities improved as well?" Gilding had not expected his self-refined medicine to be so effective. "Yup, my pupillary abilities have become stronger, and I got a powerful move. My body also feels stronger. I'm probably able to use bigger and stronger firearms now as a gunner." Lilioth nodded with a smile. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "Do you need me to implant an energy crystal in you? I heard Neptune mention about your special genes, and E-grade gene enhancers are probably too weak for you to use to evolve, right?" "Yeah, my physique isn't suitable for conventional leveling up." Gilding thought of his gene locks and remembered that Neptune had told him people born with gene locks had to break them each time they leveled up. That was why conventional medicine used for leveling up did not do much for him. Every time Gilding wanted to level up, he had to use a huge amount of energy to break his gene locks. The energy crystal of a level 4 genobeast only allowed Gilding to evolve from a level 1 gene body to a level 2 gene body. That itself was enough to tell how much energy was needed for Gilding to level up. Even though we previously got a lot of loot from the virus-infected bodies, we only acquired 2 level 5 genobeast energy crystals. Neptune checked their inventory and reported the number of energy crystals they had left. "Let's implant them together." "I'm afraid that one won't be enough." Gilding thought that it was safer to implant the 2 of them together in order to ensure that there was enough energy for him to break his gene locks. "Will there be a problem?" "After all, they're level 5 genobeast energy crystals." Lilioth asked Neptune. "It shouldn't be a big problem." Neptune was still unsure what the strange virus Gilding had was. Nevertheless, Neptune had no doubt in its ability to engulf things. Lilioth felt better after hearing Neptune's approval. She took the 2 energy crystals from Gilding and disinfected her hands before starting the implantation process. It did not take long before Lilioth completed the implantation. Just like before, she managed to cleanly implant the crystals without leaving any scars on Gilding's neck. Nevertheless, it was a hard task for Gilding to get a scar because of his high-speed regeneration physique. At the sight of the wound, Neptune saw the virus emerge and madly engulf the 2 energy crystals. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 energy crystals were swallowed up, and the gene locks in Gilding's body started to crack. At a speed that was visible to the naked eye, the locks were crushed and Gilding officially evolved into a level 3 gene body. However, that was not the end of it. A strand of Gilding's gene chain began to change subtly. Once everything had settled down, Neptune checked Gilding's body stats. Name, Gilding. Sex, male. Age, 15. Gene level, level 3. Special ability 1, level 2 rage attack, evolvable. Ability description, continuous attack power, defense power, speed, recovery ability tripled for 10 minutes. Side effects, 10 hours into prostration, combat power is halved. Special ability 2, level 1 high-speed regeneration, evolvable. Ability description, cell regeneration ability is increased tenfold, permanent. Special ability 3, level 3 damage stacking, curse stream ability, evolvable. Ability description, causes a cursed effect on the target whereby damage can be stacked. The second blow will be stacked onto the first blow, while the third blow will be stacked onto the first and second blow. Cell index, 300. Spirit index, 298. Battle prowess, B+. Mental cognition, A. Neptune projected Gilding's latest stats. He felt that Gilding's latest ability was a bit too much. "It seems like you got damage stacking from the curse stream. I can't believe you actually got such an unbelievable ability. You hit 300 points for your cell index." Lilioth admired another stats of his. "Even though I'm a level 4 gene body, my cell index is only 300 points. A 300-point cell index is more than achievable for level 4 gene bodies at their peak." But you're only a level 3 gene body. You guys already know that my physique isn't like an ordinary person's, so why are you guys surprised? Anyway, this damage stacking should be pretty strong, right? It's not pretty strong, it's unbelievably strong. Yes, your cell index is at 300 points. Regardless of other additional stats, assuming that the damage you cause with your first blow is 300 points, your second blow will inflict 600 points of damage, and your third blow will hit for 1200 points. Not to mention, that's before activating your ultimate arts, without rage attack, and without combat armor. Furthermore, such stacking abilities are evolvable in the later stages. As long as you don't encounter people with anti-curse abilities, you'll be pretty much invincible, Neptune explained in detail. After hearing Neptune's explanation, Gilding was quite satisfied with his new ability. Neptune, did your restrictions improve after I leveled up my gene body? Have you unlocked any new restrictions? The restriction I have has been unlocked until the intermediate level. I'm now able to lift some energy-type seal locks and bands. Other than that, my detection range has increased tenfold from a radius of 100 meters to 1000 meters. It was evident that Neptune's abilities had been upgraded as well. Hold on, I have some good news. Gilding, both Lilith and you are famous now. We're what? Gilding asked curiously as Lilith moved her head closer. The Rising Newcomers ranking in the dark web for this year's Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation Rising Newcomers is out. Gilding, you're ranked 3rd and Lilith's ranked 5th, Neptune said as he projected the rankings. Chapter 96, Darius's Brief Interlude. On the 13th day of Grey-Faced Buzzard's voyage, Gilding and Lilith once again landed their spaceship on a planet with many human inhabitants. That was their 3rd stop during their whole trip. The reason they made a pit stop was that Gilding's cooking was mostly inedible except for his egg-fried rice. In fact, the two of them had already made their first pit stop by the 3rd day. At that time, the two got carried away eating happily that they forgot to grab some for the remainder of the trip. Because of this, the two of them were forced to eat egg-fried rice for 5 days straight before they finally came across a planet with human inhabitants. This time around, they made sure to pack enough food for 5 days during their second pit stop and stored it in the fridge on the spaceship. Coincidentally, the food lasted until their 3rd stop. It was better to get fresh food since the stored food would not last too long regardless of being refrigerated. Planet Darius was an unknown little planet. The most famous thing that came out of it was an interstellar pirate with a 380 million star credits bounty. However, said interstellar pirate was locked up in the federal prison more than 20 years ago and he was just a cook in his pirate crew. Even so, such a character had a big impact on Darius, which influenced a lot of youngsters in Darius to get a career in cooking. As for why they did not choose to be an interstellar pirate, it was mostly because they did not want to end up in federal prison like the guy. Gilding liked listening to tavern anecdotes as it was something he grew up with. Ever since he could remember, he would hang around in the Rose Tavern with Dad, and every time someone told a new story in the tavern, Dad would listen quietly while he sipped his binks. He never questioned the legitimacy of the story, and he would never gang up with the others to ask the storytellers to shut it. He had always been a good listener, with a slight grin in his mouth and a twinkle in his eyes. Whenever he went to the Rose Tavern, Gilding's favorite stories were the tales of interstellar pirate adventures. Now that he had become an interstellar pirate, his new favorite thing was listening to legendary folklore of every planet he visits. Gilding and Lilith chose a tavern near the starport that seemed to be bustling with customers. Support our web novel Go.com. The moment they sat down at a table and a large shadow loomed over them, like dark clouds that block the sunlight. Good day to these two guests. I will be your waiter for the day. What would you like to order? Gilding and Lilith looked up at the waiter and simultaneously blinked in confusion. He was a giant man who was nearly 3 meters tall, covered in muscles from head to toe, and had a giant beard on his face. As scary as he looked, he had the sincerest smile on his face. Uncle, can you wait a moment? We'll be ready to order soon. Gilding and Lilith were a little surprised. After all, a waiter of this size was the first they had ever seen. Even so, the two of them did not think too much of it because they had seen their fair share of abnormal humans and non-humans. When the two of them had finished ordering, they passed it back to the buff waiter. When the buff man glanced at their order, he asked, Are you sure the two of you want this much? I don't think the two of you can finish all of this. We ordered portions for 3 days to pack and take away. We'll be eating the rest of it here. Gyuding explained with a grin. Oh, I'll get the kitchen to prepare the dishes you plan on eating here before the others. The buff man nodded and turned away with the menu. At that moment, Gyuding heard someone snickering at a nearby table and said, "Did the boss of this tavern intentionally hire this kind of waiter so people will be too scared to dine and dash? Right? Look at him, that's probably not even his final form." Another person continued. When Gyuding heard what they said, he frowned slightly. But no one noticed the buff man squeezing his fist when he was almost at the kitchen door. "Hey, Biggie, why are you taking orders so slowly today? Did you skip breakfast?" Someone scolded from the kitchen. "I'm sorry, the two guests ordered quite a bit of stuff, so I had to wait a while." The buff man bowed his head and apologized. "What's that look on your face? Are you unhappy with me?" The cook snatched the order list and shot a look at Biggie impatiently. "No, Biggie shook his head and denied. "Let me tell you something. If I see that look on your face again, pack up and leave my tavern. If you can't even do your job as a waiter, don't even think about being a cook." The cook berated loudly. With Gyuding and Lilioth's listening abilities, they were able to hear the words clearly. They did not expect the waiter that looked so powerful to behave so timidly. After a while, the dish was ready and Biggie served the dish to them with the same sincere smile. "Please enjoy your meal." "Thank you." Gyuding nodded with a smile. When Biggie heard the words "thank you," he looked stunned for a moment before showing an even brighter smile. Suddenly, he remembered, "Oh no, I got so caught up just now that I forgot to tell my boss that your other orders are for taking away." He quickly ran to the kitchen window and said, "Boss, the remaining dishes of the two guests are to go." "You idiot, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The cook stopped what he was doing and rushed to yell at Biggie because he had already plated 2 of the dishes. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you." Biggie lowered his head and apologized again. "I'll pack up those 2 dishes." "Do you think apologizing does anything? Do you know how much of my time you've wasted? Do you know how much money I could have made by repacking those 2 dishes?" The cook scolded him mercilessly. The tall Biggie just took everything with his head hung low, not saying a word. "This boss has really ruined my appetite. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Lilioth took the napkin and wiped her mouth. "If we leave now, we'll give more trouble to Uncle over there." Gyuding shook his head. "I didn't mean that we'll leave without paying." Lilioth pouted. "You saw how that boss reacted just now. Even if we paid for the food, he'll probably still get mad. And you know he won't get angry at the customer. He'll release his frustration on Uncle." Gyuding could have guessed what type of person they were by their brief conversation. "Then we'll just have to finish everything before we leave." Lilioth thought that Gyuding was too kind for his own good sometimes. When they finished up everything on their plates, Lilioth nodded and said, "Even though the boss has a bad temper, I have to admit, his food is pretty good." It was already late in the afternoon and the tavern was almost empty. The other 2 waiters had started to clean up, but Biggie was still stood by the kitchen window, being scolded by his boss while he waited for Gyuding and Lilioth's takeout. Gyuding and Lilioth only had to wait for a bit before Biggie walked toward them with their takeout. Suddenly, he slipped and fell hard onto the ground. Not only were the packed meals scattered across the floor, but a nearby table and 2 chairs were crushed by Biggie's huge body. Biggie was not hurt but he got up quickly and apologized to Gyuding and Lilioth. "I'm so sorry, I slipped and—" "Your takeouts." "Biggie, I'm telling you right now, you're fired." The boss shouted from the kitchen when he popped his head out to see everything sprawled out on the floor. Immediately, he knew what happened. "And to compensate for the tavern's losses, I'm cutting your salary for this month." "Boss, give me another chance, I promise I'll do better." Biggie seemed to need the job very much. "Get out of my tavern," the boss shouted while he pointed at the door. After a moment of silence, Biggie walked out looking distraught with his head hung low. Chapter 97. Biggie's Past. Biggie gloomily sat on a bench under a street lamp beside the starport. His job lasted less than a month. Although he was scolded every day, it was still a job that allowed him to keep a roof over his head and fed him. Now that he lost his job, he felt lost. His body type was different from everyone else and he had to consume way more food than a regular person. That was why he cherished every job he got. Most of the time, when his bosses felt he ate more than his money's worth, he would be fired. Biggie turned his head and spotted the two guests from the tavern. He smiled kindly and said, "I'm fine." "Your boss was being unreasonable. It's not your fault you tripped." They had just finished cleaning and the floor was slippery and wet. Gilding complained on behalf of Biggie. "Yeah, those tables and chairs weren't even worth a penny. The owner was obviously swindling you." Although Lilith admitted that the food was rather good, she disapproved of his character. Support our web novel Go.com. "It's alright, I'll just find another job." Biggie scratched his head shyly after hearing them standing up for him. "Whoa, that cargo spaceship is filled with food." Lilith suddenly saw dozens of cargo ships docking nearby unloading their cargo, which mostly consisted of food. "Tomorrow's Derisis Food Festival and there'll be a carnival party that runs from dusk to dawn. It's the liveliest time of year in Derisis." Biggie tried to keep his eyes off the ingredients, but his belly betrayed him, rumbling loudly in protest. "Uncle, haven't you had lunch yet?" Gilding grinned his pearly teeth. "It'll be our treat." Biggie was too shy and wanted to decline the offer, but Gilding grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. "If you refuse, Gilding will be really sad." Lilith lowered her voice and secretly whispered to Biggie. Only then did Biggie follow the two to the entrance of a high-end restaurant. When he saw the signboard, Biggie shook his head because he felt out of place. "It's alright, I think it'll be better if I stayed outside." "Gilding, how about we treat Uncle over here to your signature egg fried rice?" Lilith suddenly proposed. "He won't be so shy if it's so." "Alright, Uncle, come and be our guest on our spaceship." Gilding nodded and invited him warmly. Biggie was not used to refusing other people, and when he saw how enthusiastic Gilding was, he had no choice but to agree. "This is your spaceship?" When he saw the gray-faced buzzard, Biggie's jaw dropped. It had been a long time since Planet Derisis saw that sort of spaceship, and many of the locals around the starport took pictures of it as a result of this. "Isn't it cool?" Gilding grinned as he brought Biggie up onto the spaceship. When they entered the spaceship, Biggie started to find himself admiring Gilding and Lilith's lives. Their spaceship had a homey feel and it was big enough, even for Biggie. The thing he loved most about the spaceship was the spacious open kitchen, and at that very moment, he suddenly had a strong urge. He wanted to stay. However, he soon felt ashamed of his thoughts. His head told him that he did not have any valuable skills and all he would do was eat up their food supply, which would mean nothing but trouble for them. Gilding quickly got busy in the kitchen while Lilith served Biggie a drink. "Make yourself at home. Here's a drink to get your blood sugar up first. Gilding will be done in a jiffy." Lilith turned on the video projection so Biggie would feel more at ease while Neptune switched it to the local frequency band. They were showing information about the food festival on the screen. Biggie, who felt a little restrained at first, soon relaxed a little because most of his attention was diverted toward the projected program. With Lilith's unique observational skills, she quickly noticed that when the cook appeared in the show, Biggie would stare at the cook's movements. She sneaked into the kitchen and told Gilding about her discovery. "Lily, are you saying that we should ask Uncle to be our cook?" Gilding raised his eyebrows. After he gave it a thought, he decided that it was a good idea and said, "All right. Now it only depends whether Uncle agrees to it or not." The egg fried rice was served quickly. When Gilding considered Biggie's body size, he guessed that he was a big eater, so he prepared a full pot's worth of food. When Biggie smelled the aroma of the food, he almost drooled. After he thanked the two of them profusely, he began wolfing the whole thing down. The entire pot of egg fried rice was emptied in under 2 minutes. Not a single grain of rice was left. That was really delicious. Biggie gave Gilding a thumbs up as he licked his lips. "Uncle, would you consider staying as our cook?" Gilding suddenly offered the position. "Your cook?" The offer took Biggie by surprise. "But I don't have any qualifications to be a cook. Furthermore, I've only been to a kitchen once all my life, only to be kicked out right after." "But your dream is to be a cook, right?" Gilding's question struck an emotional chord. Biggie fell quiet. At that moment, Lilith placed the rice paddle onto Biggie's hand. "Why don't you give it a try? If you really think you can't, we won't force it onto you." Gilding nodded in agreement. Biggie looked at the large open kitchen a few feet away, then turned to look down at the rice paddle in his hand. "Well, I'll give it a try. All of the ingredients are in the fridge. Use whatever you want." Gilding shouted at him with his thumbs up as Biggie walked toward the kitchen. Biggie racked through his brain for any dishes he had secretly picked up over the years as he rummaged through their refrigerator to find the ingredients for them. There was a variety of ingredients in the refrigerator as prepared by Lilith, and that gave Biggie a lot of choices to choose from. Soon after, he picked out 3 dishes to try his hand at. The moment he clenched the kitchen knife in his hands, he was filled with energy. When Gilding and Lilith heard the speed of the chopping sound created from the kitchen knife colliding with the chopping board, they were surprised, to say the least. They were surprised because Biggie's chopping sounded professional. Neptune, what do you think of him? I looked up his information. He's an orphan and was sent to a youth detention center previously for stealing food when he was 7 years old. During his time in juvie, he had his first fight which awakened his first ability, Knife Heart. After his ability was awakened, he disappeared for 3 years. 3 years later, he reappeared in Derisis. All his memories of those 3 years have been erased. The only thing that changed was his body shape. Even though Neptune investigated in detail, he could not find data on where Biggie had gone in those 3 years. His body size? What do you mean by his body size changed? The statement intrigued Lilith. He was thin and tiny before this, around the same size as Gilding. After going missing for 3 years, he grew more than 2 meters, becoming the muscular man that you see today. His change wasn't caused by his special ability. In fact, it can only be achieved through long-term exercising and regular medicine shots. Neptune explained. What kind of ability is Knife Heart? Is it related to knives? Gilding was interested in Biggie's special ability. He can tell everything about a knife in an instant, which is an ability admired by countless people in martial arts. He had managed to master the realm where he is one with the knife at just 7 years old. Neptune's explanation made Gilding and Lilith's jaws drop as they listened in awe. However, I suspect that his super ability may have been seized. Chapter 98. Actually, I'm only 17. Seizing someone's abilities? I've never heard of that. Is it really possible? I always thought it was something made up ages ago. Gilding recalled reading a paragraph on the dark history of the Middle Ages, where it shed light on the witch tribe of that time. It was said that the powerhouses of the witch tribe possessed the ability, but he had always thought it was just fiction. The dark era of the Middle Ages couldn't be truer. Plenty or powerful people were captured by the witch tribe and had their abilities seized. Neptune confirmed the existence of that part of history. Aren't the people who do that sort of thing virtually invincible? Someone with just a natural stream ability would be capable of ungodly havoc. If they had more than one natural stream abilities combined, who knows what the limits of their power will be. Just the thought alone sent shivers down Gilding's spine. Even though the seizing ability existed, the risk of seizing one's ability was extremely high and the success rate was also very low, Neptune explained. First of all, the seizer must have a micro-level of the psychokinesis ability in order to detect the gene chain in the other party's body. Secondly, the seizer must know the position of the gene chain for the corresponding ability in the other party's body. These 2 conditions alone were enough to deter people from trying. Thirdly, the seizer must understand the corresponding secret method for them. These secret methods weren't passed down during the Middle Ages due to secrecy. That's why I'd never guessed that it'd be in the hands of someone in this day and age. Fourthly, the stronger the seizing ability, the greater the price to pay. Abilities like Knife Heart could probably require the seizer's own life in order for the seizing to be successful. Support our web novel Go.com. The 5th point is, even if it is successfully seized, there is a high probability of a conflict between the ability and the body of the new host. If the conflicts were serious, it may cause a large area of the gene chain to break, leading to the death of the host. After Neptune's thorough description, both Gilding and Lilith felt that the success rate of the seizing ability sounded unreliable. If the risks are that great, why did so many people from the witch tribe try it during the Middle Ages? That group of people chose to risk it all for the sake of strength. Since the first person succeeded, countless individuals started imitating the first person, thinking that they will also be lucky enough. This is why humans have always been inferior since ancient times. Humans act on impulse and don't think things through. Neptune took the opportunity to express his views on humans. Why do you think Uncle's ability got taken away? Did you find out how he lost that ability? Gilding asked curiously. After disappearing when he was 7, The civilian watch on his hand also disappeared. Since then, he's never worn another intelligent wristwatch. That's why I couldn't check his body stats. Neptune was not sure if that was the actual reason. I only guessed that because his disappearance is similar to several cases during the Middle Ages where everyone who disappeared was kids who had their abilities awakened for less than 3 days. The group of people planted psychokinesis seeds in the kids who just had their abilities awakened and made them go through combats and killing so that the corresponding genes in the kids' bodies would evolve. The entire process took between a few years to a decade. When the ability matures, they would remove the gene chain that was wrapped with the psychokinesis seed and kill the child. Of course, there were 1 or 2 children who escaped and they managed to expose the practice. That's why I think Biggie's case is no different from the incidents in the Middle Ages. At that moment, Biggie's voice came from the kitchen. I've made 3 dishes. Even though they're rather simple, I'd like for you guys to try it out. They could see that the 3 dishes were beautifully made, especially evident in the meticulous knife work. Even though Gilding and Lilith were not hungry, seeing that got their appetite going again. Lily, remember this? This is the one we had in the afternoon that we liked. Gilding pointed at the middle dish. Each of them picked up a pair of chopsticks. Even though Gilding felt that it was slightly different from the ones they had in the tavern, it still tasted decent. While he was trying to find the words to describe it, Lilith spoke up. A little more than half an hour ago, we had this dish in the tavern. There's some difference between them in which the dish at the tavern used more seasonings so there was more oomph and had a heavier aroma. On the other hand, since there wasn't as much seasoning, the dish was lighter, and you can taste more of the ingredients' original flavor. Personally, I like the one you made more. Biggie stared nervously at Gilding in anticipation of his opinion. I can taste the difference between your food and the ones we had at the tavern. However, my taste buds aren't as good as Lily's, so I only categorize food into 2 groups, good and bad. And I think that the dish you made definitely falls under the good food category. Gilding showed his pearly whites with a grin. Immediately, the 2 of them tasted the remaining 2 dishes and it turned out that Biggie was indeed incredibly talented in cooking. Even though it was his first time cooking after so many years, he was able to make them by secretly learning through the cooks from different taverns. The place he lived at did not have a kitchen. Furthermore, he never had the money to get kitchenware for practice since all the money he made went toward food, even when it was not enough during most days. As for the kitchens in the taverns, the shop owners never granted him entry in fear that he would steal food as a result of his past. So, it's decided. Uncle, I'm officially inviting you to join our crew as our head chef. I'll be your sous chef who does the egg fried rice. Gilding grinned as he cheerfully offered. There's one thing. Biggie suddenly hummed and hawed. Actually, I'm only 17 years old. 17. Gilding and Lilith were both stunned. No matter how they looked at him, Biggie looked like he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. I just look old. Biggie scratched his head shyly. All right. Gilding and Lilith accepted the fact as it was. Even though it was embarrassing that they addressed him as uncle the whole time, they decided to just change the way they addressed him. Biggie, tell us about the food festival. It sounds like a lot of fun. Gilding also noticed that every time they talked about the food festival, Biggie had this yearning look on his face, so they guessed that he would want to go. Every year, Darius's food festival is held in a place with abundant food ingredients because there's a challenge that requires the competitor to catch and cook a live ingredient. To win the competition, each competitor will have to present their special skills and try their best to utilize the highest gene level ingredient. This year, it'll be held at Lake Laka, where it is said to be inhabited by a level 7 gene body giant golden alligator. However, I'm guessing that nobody will be able to catch that guy. Biggie laughed naively. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Biggie, are you going to participate in the competition? It sounds interesting. Gilding encouraged him because he could tell that Biggie really wanted to participate. The people who join are proper cooks. Biggie hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. When Gilding saw how Biggie shook his head, Gilding did not want to push on, so he just grinned. Let's go and freeload on food together tomorrow. Chapter 99. The best ingredients in honor of my bestest friends. Lake Laka was the largest lake on planet Darius, shaped like a broadleaf. It span over 800,000 square kilometers. The annual food festival always chose places with an abundance of resources and large spaces for the audience. Therefore, Lake Laka was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Gyuding and his gang arrived early at the food festival site. The entrance ticket price was steep and cost 300 star credits per person. Biggie, I don't think Lily and I can eat our 300 star credits worth of food, so it'll be more worth it if you ate some of our share. Gyuding looked at Lilith, who was eating her ice cream slowly as he shook his head. At that moment, a beautiful lady in a bikini walked toward the three of them and her eyes landed on the ice cream machine behind them. Lilith looked at her chest that jiggled with every step. She pouted and tilted her head with contempt. What's the use of having such big ones? You can't even use it as a pillow. That's a nice size, don't you think? Gyuding said with full honesty when his attention went to the beautiful lady's chest after he heard what Lilith said. Support our web novel go.com. Lilith rolled her eyes at Gyuding. Get away from me and don't eavesdrop. Did I say something wrong? Gyuding looked at Biggie beside him. Biggie shook his head. I've always heard people in the tavern saying that a woman's mind is hard to read. Perhaps this is one of those times. Biggie, let's have some steak. Those big steaks are at least 20 star credits apiece. You could get your money's worth if you ate 15 of them. Gyuding grinned and pointed at the basin-sized steak on display at a nearby stall. When Biggie saw the crystal-clear grease ooze out of the grilled steak above the charcoal fire, he nearly drooled because it had been a long time since he last ate such a meal. Yo, isn't this our Biggie? A discordant voice came from behind. Gyuding could tell that the voice belonged to the shopkeeper of the tavern that they visited. It's only been a day, right? I almost couldn't recognize you with that suit on. At that time, Biggie wore a black suit and had a dark blue boatie on. That outfit was chosen by Lilith because a black suit was subtle, not overly eye-catching, but formal enough. Moreover, wearing black had a slimming effect so Biggie's tummy looked smaller. As for the dark blue boatie, Lilith wanted to add a little embellishment because Biggie looked too serious with his suit on. After Lilith's constant pestering, Biggie shaved his entire face clean. He looked cleaner and well-groomed without his beard, too. From the 40-year-old look, he could finally pass as a 30-something, with a rugged yet handsome look. Don't forget that he's not your employee anymore. Gyuding turned around and stared at the shopkeeper coldly. Are you the customer from yesterday? The shop owner had previously seen Gyuding and Lilith from the kitchen window, so he remembered their faces. Young man, I advise you not to take him in just because he looks pitiful. He's nothing more than a lazy slacker who eats more than he works. It's all right, you'll find out in a few days. But by then, it'll be too late to kick him out. Gyuding silent stepped and appeared in front of the shop owner. Instantly, with an intimidating look in his eyes, he said, let me give you a warning. Stop slandering my partner or I'll beat you up. The store owner was scared for a while. Although he was a level 5 gene body, he could not tell how Gyuding moved so quickly. He sneered coldly and turned away. Biggie, you don't need to be polite to these kinds of people. The more polite you are, the more arrogant he'll be. When Gyuding turned back, he patted Biggie's thigh. At their current height difference, he could only pat Biggie's thigh. Hee. Biggie giggled. When Gyuding defended him, Biggie was touched. However, he was a little worried on the inside. It was not about burdening the two of them by the amount he ate, it was something else. Gyuding, I have something to tell you. Gyuding was about to grab a piece of meat cutlet before Biggie pulled him to the corner. Oh. It was the first time Gyuding saw Biggie being that serious. He guessed that there was something heavy that Biggie wanted to talk about. Despite my physique, I can't really face humans in battle. But when it's a beast, I have been able to easily knock down a level 7 gene body since I was 10 years old. However, I can't do anything to humans. Biggie told Gyuding about his secret. I don't know why it's so. Whenever I try to fight a human, a bloody and terrifying image appears in my mind. In the end, I end up shuddering and shaking uncontrollably. It's all right. Lilith and I've been looking for a cook for a long time. Even though my egg fried rice tastes good, we can't stand eating the same thing for many days at a time. You're a cook, so just focus on being a good cook. You can leave the rest to us. Gyuding grinned. When Biggie revealed his secrets, it was an indication of his trust in Gyuding, and Gyuding would never let anyone who trusted him down. Trust is equivalent to bearing your heart out. When others are willing to give their heart out to you, you should form an unbreakable box, pack it inside of that, and keep it safe. That sentence was told by Dad, and it had been ingrained deeply in Gyuding's heart. Gyuding, I want to prepare a dish for Lily and you during the food festival. Although I haven't figured out how I'll make it, I've decided what ingredients I plan on using. It's the best ingredients you can get from this lake." Biggie smiled. In fact, Biggie has been contemplating whether he wanted to do it before he came to the food festival. However, upon seeing how Gilding reacted when he told him his secret, he decided that he must, and he would. Otherwise, he was sure he would regret it. When Biggie said that, he squatted slightly, and then suddenly exerted force. His body sprang out at a speed that was imperceptible to Gilding's eyes. The only thing Gilding saw was Biggie squatting, followed by a sudden vigorous movement. He even noticed the strange airflow surrounding them, but once he saw it, Biggie had completely disappeared. He's a martial arts practitioner with primary power? Gilding had a sudden realization and remembered the masked man that erupted the volcano with a single bullet in Planet Kunstwerk. Although Biggie was not yet that strong, he had the same primary power as the martial arts practitioner. That's right. Neptune concurred. It's unsurprising for people with the knife heart ability to grasp the primary power. In less than a few minutes, a deafening roar that sounded like a giant beast came from the lake. However, the roar sounded like it was a cry of pain. After a while, a giant figure shot out from the water and landed on the shore. The entire scene was jaw-dropping. Oh gosh, it's the giant golden alligator. Look at the ridges on its spine, it has evolved to level 8. A bystander exclaimed. At that moment, Biggie leapt out from the water. He was soaked, but his clothes were intact as he walked toward Gilding while dragging the giant beast by its tail. I want to get the best ingredients for this food festival in honor of my best friends. Chapter 100, Bye-bye, Darius. Gilding and Lilith completely did not expect that their newly added member would have such terrifying combat power. Power that required less than 5 minutes to kill a level 8 gene body giant golden whilst underwater. At Gilding's current strength, he estimated that he would be able to face a level 7 gene body. However, if he met a level 8 gene body, the only thing he could do was run for his life. If Gilding was to meet a giant golden alligator underwater, he might just end up as dessert. After Biggie went ashore, invisible energy emanated from within him. After a while, his wet clothes were completely dried. As he dragged the giant alligator by the tail toward Gilding, he flexed his arms slightly and the giant, 30-meter-long alligator bounced up as if controlled by a strange force, landing precisely in front of the three of them. When his palm moved, an invisible blade-like force shot out from his fingers and swiftly dismembered the body of the giant alligator. Biggie cut the tail alone into more than 3,000 parts. After that, he proceeded with the limbs, then the torso, and lastly the head. A fist-sized energy crystal was finally taken out and Biggie handed it to Gilding. Support our web novel Go.com. The whole process took less than 20 minutes, and all the cooks that witnessed the entire thing were stunned. That was the level 8 gene body giant golden alligator, the creature with leather so tough that no knife could pierce it. However, that same impenetrable armor was cut through like butter at the hands of Biggie. He's good. Gilding and Lilith looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes, and they also estimated that Biggie's gene level was at least level 9. While Biggie looked at the recipes that Neptune sent to his wristwatch, he happily prepared the big feast. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect this guy to be this strong. Neptune did not think Gilding and Lilith's new recruit would be that terrifying. It did not matter to Neptune whether there was a cook or not, but he knew they were going to get one sooner or later. Besides Robert and himself, the rest of the crew needed food, so he did not raise any objections when Biggie was recruited. Neptune, do you know how primary power can be practiced? Gilding watched the movements in Biggie's hands and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, but you can't practice it yet because your cell index must be above 1000 points. Using your primary power prematurely will only damage your cells. Although Neptune said that Gilding might be able to practice, Neptune already planned out Gilding's training regimen. Gilding would have to wait until he had a cell index of at least 1000 points before Neptune would allow him to start practicing his primary power. Even though my cell index is only 300 points, I've been told that having the regenerative ability will allow my cells to repair at a rate that is equivalent to a person with a 3000 point cell index. Doesn't that mean I don't have to wait until I've reached 1000 points? Gilding rebutted. a little unwilling to accept Neptune's answer. Mostly because he did not know when his next level up would be. When he saw how strong Biggie was with his primary power, he did not want to wait a second longer. You're right. In which your recovery rate is 10 times the normal speed, but the strength of your cells is still essentially 300 points. No matter what you say, I won't teach it to you. I'll block all information about practicing primary power in both Lilith and Biggie's wristwatch, as well as all search results from the spaceship. Before your cell index reaches 1000 points, don't even think about it. Gyuding, Neptune's right. The training of primary power requires the cells in the person's body to withstand a high force. A 1000-point cell index is the minimum requirement. Lilith dissuaded Gyuding when she saw how adamant he was being. In fact, I've also wanted to practice my primary power for a long time so I wouldn't be as ineffective of a gunner. I wanted to have a larger impact with my shots, just like the masked man. Fine. Gyuding gave up after hearing what Lilith said. On the other hand, Biggie finished up his first dish, teppanyaki alligator meat. Everyone was in awe as they looked at the steamy aroma rise from the burning red iron plate. Biggie handed a tasting portion each to Gyuding and Lilith. My first dish. Tell me what you think. Wow, it's delicious. Gyuding was full of praise after only tasting a bite. Immediately, he helped himself to a full plate of meat. Lilith nodded non-stop while the chopsticks in her hands rapidly shoveled food into her mouth. The crowd around them started drooling as they watched the meat. Everyone, come and try it. Biggie beckoned the crowd to join them. The crowd immediately swarmed around them and fought to grab their tableware. After that, Biggie continued with his second dish, and then his third. In the end, Biggie had made 12 dishes altogether and all of them were incredibly loved by the crowd. By the time he took off his apron, the food was almost gone, but there was still a pile in front of Gyuding. Many people were eyeing it, but no one dared grab it away from him, mostly because someone tried to do so and was beaten up by Gyuding. Biggie, come here quickly. We saved some for you, but you need to eat it quickly. These people are crazy. Some of them are snatching food from each other's bowls. Gyuding shouted at Biggie. When Biggie saw only the bones of the alligator remained, he knew that his meal was a successful one. He sat next to the two of them and gobbled up the food that they had left for him. I'm so full. Biggie ate so much that his stomach bulged out. Lila and I are full, too. I think we've accomplished our goal for the food festival today. Gyuding grinned. I think it's time we return to the starport. The three of them stood up and walked toward the parking lot, where they parked their rented car. Hey, don't go yet. The food festival's not over. We haven't given out the prizes yet. The organizer shouted at the three of them. It's over for us. Gyuding shouted without looking back. But Biggie's the champion cook for this session's food festival. Can you guys wait a little longer? At least until we give out the trophies? The organizer shouted. When Biggie heard the words, champion cook, he was stunned. Since there's a prize, there's no harm collecting it before we leave. Gyuding suddenly stopped in his tracks because he thought Biggie would want to savor the win. Let's just go, it's nothing but an empty title. Biggie shook his head. He thought that the award was not important. This trophy commemorates the birth of our friendship here, and it shows the blessings that your hometown has given to you. Let's put it in the kitchen. Gyuding grinned at Biggie. Okay, then. Biggie nodded in agreement upon seeing Gyuding's perspective. Even though it was an award ceremony, there was only one trophy for the champion. After everyone had a taste of Biggie's cooking, nobody bothered trying the dishes made by the other cooks. After the trophy was given, the three of them returned to the spaceship. Let's go, Neptune! Gyuding shouted. The spaceship lifted off quickly, and Darius looked smaller and smaller from the window. Biggie rushed to the window and waved at the green planet. Bye-bye, Darius. At that moment, the spaceship suddenly jolted. Chapter 101, Backtracking upon Space-Time. Neptune, what happened? Normally, Neptune notifies the team in advance before the hull shakes, allowing Gyuding and Lilith to brace themselves. But when the ship shook this time, Neptune did not give an early warning and both Gyuding and Lilith nearly fell down. Instead, only Biggie stood steadily on the ground, as if there was a magnetic force between his soles and the floorboard. We seem to have experienced the legendary space-time backtracking. Neptune's tone sounded grave. What is space-time backtracking? Gilding thought it sounded a bit unpleasant. Space-time backtracking is a very rare phenomenon of disordered space-time phenomena that occurs in the universe, which makes the time and space of a certain area in the universe go back into the past. The coverage of the area may be large or small, and large ones may cover the entire star field. Small ones might only happen to a small village on a certain planet. The time backtracked also varies by large amounts. Sometimes it may be hundreds of years ago. Sometimes it may be tens of billions of years ago. This phenomenon would also cause a space loop which we can't escape, and people outside can't come in, so all we can do is wait patiently. How long will this phenomenon last? Gilding asked. Support our web novel Go.com. It's possible that it'd last for a few minutes to a few days. Generally, it isn't too long, so everyone shouldn't be nervous. Neptune himself felt a little helpless. After this phenomenon occurred, the communication network had completely failed, and he could not get any new information. He did not know what time period they had backtracked to. If we have experienced space-time backtracking, why haven't any changes happened to us? Lilith wondered. When space-time backtracking occurs, some people or things will exist as variables. They are the things that remain unchanged during space-time backtracking. Other people and things would be replaced as constants, such as Darius. Neptune's words led Gilding and his colleagues to look out the window. Isn't that planet Darius? Biggie looked incredulously out of the window where Darius was. It was replaced by another huge planet, which was at least 1,000 times the size of Darius. That should be Darius, or to be more precise, what used to be Darius billions or even tens of billions of years ago. The planet you guys just left was the meteorite left behind after the planet cracked, Neptune explained. If a significant enough event were to take place whilst we were experiencing this phenomenon, would the real timeline disappear forever? Wouldn't that make it a catastrophe every space-time backtracking occurred? Lilith considered this problem. After the present timeline is replaced, the original timeline will be squeezed into a parallel space and continue to exist in another form. They won't even know that space-time backtracking has taken place. Only those who became variables would know it had happened. Just then, the hull suddenly shook again. Everyone be seated, I must land the spaceship. Neptune's voice sounded nervous. Otherwise, we will have trouble. At this time, Lilith had seen the source of the trouble that Neptune was talking about from the window. It was a giant that was about the size of the original star of Darius. Its huge head and long tail caused it to resemble a giant blue tadpole. That's a star monster? It's a giant blue whale monster. It usually eats meteorites and often metal meteorites, so it will also attack human spaceships. Neptune explained. We must land as soon as possible. Otherwise the Grey Eagle will be eaten by it. Looking at the giant monster's mouth, a frightening burst of air shot out from its mouth, sweeping all the surrounding meteorite fragments into its mouth. Everyone's hair stood on its end. If the Grey Eagle were attacked that way, it would definitely not be able to escape. Neptune maneuvered the spacecraft and soon landed it on the nearest green planet. Green planets were usually lush with plants, which made it suitable for the sustainability of life. After the spacecraft landed, Neptune was able to pinpoint their point in time. They had traveled back 14.6 billion years. Neptune's initial suggestion was that the three of them should remain in the spaceship and wait for time to go back, but Gilding felt it was too boring. He decided to use this time to look for the veins on the planet to see if there was an energy ore that Robert could make use of. The three of them got out of the spacecraft and were in a good mood because the oxygen content here was extremely high and there were no pollutants either. Through the analysis of the soil quality, Neptune had likely guessed the types of veins on the planet. Based on the condition of the veins, it was not difficult to calculate the location of these veins. This kind of ore is called earth fire crystals, which is produced by absorbing the energy from earth fire all year round. It is a type of energy ore. Neptune explained. You can try putting it into Robert's body. Taking out the metal ball that Robert turned into, Gilding put an earth fire crystal on it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. They waited for 15 minutes without any response. It seems that this kind of ore is useless. Gilding shook his head. Let's continue to look for other ones. There is a giant monster with an 8th order gene coming in this direction. All of you please hide for a bit. Neptune's detection radius had increased to 1 kilometer. In this environment, the advantage was much larger than before. The three heard the words and sprang up into a large tree, covering their bodies with the dense foliage. A giant beast soon appeared. It was a giant cat with a body length of more than 20 meters. Its movements were frighteningly swift, a walking death sentence wrapped in a body of fur. "It's so beautiful," Lilith could not help utter in admiration. At this moment, the cat's ear flicked twice, and then its eyes fell on the tree where the three of them were hiding. It dashed over. Gilding and Lilith fled as fast as they could, but Biggie leapt into action. His speed was faster than that of the felines and immediately appeared under the big cat's throat. His left hand was like a knife and he lifted it high. Chaotic energy shot out instantly, directly cutting into the big cat's throat. The beast immediately froze. Gilding and Lilith saw this scene and they were both a little shocked. It was indeed surprising that Biggie had killed the giant golden crocodile before, but everyone had only seen the results and assumed there was a tussle. But now it was clear there was not the slightest chance that an 8th order gene monster could attack Biggie. It was a feline animal that was the strongest of the 8th order gene monsters in regard to speed and response. "Are you alright?" Biggie handed the energy crystal beads from the cat's body to Gilding. "I'm okay, but that 8th order genome, with mine and Lilith's current strength, we would not have stood a chance." Gilding shook his head. He still felt that his strength was insufficient. "Just leave it to me." Biggie smiled sincerely. "Biggie, let them handle any genetic beast of less than 8th order. Don't intervene. Let it be an opportunity for the two of them to train in actual combat." Neptune's voice suddenly sounded in all three of their ears. "I happen to think so too." Gilding nodded with a grin. Chapter 102, Encountering the Magic Race. Gilding hid in a large tree and stared closely at a canine-like animal through the dense foliage. The daunting creature, with a length of more than 10 meters and covered in black fur, was lying on the ground, ripping apart its food. The sound of bones crunching in its mouth every few seconds. Predators were the most alert when eating, and it was also the time when they were the most easily provoked. Because food was everything to them, they would even resort to killing their own kind for food. However, this time it was not the predator, but Gilding who was lurking not far away. Predators who were fully focused on eating were still not vulnerable because they instinctively stay on guard, but Gilding still waited. Then, it made a fatal mistake. It bit too big a mouth and a long bone lodged itself in its throat. Gilding sprang into action. His ultimate art of the level 7 limit exploded with full force. His body swooped down from the branch and landed steadily on the head of the giant beast. With one foot planted on the giant's neck, a huge force suddenly erupted from Gilding's foot, passing through the body of the giant beast. Support our web novel go.com. Clack. The sound of a crisp bone fracture quickly passed through Gilding's ears. The beast then lost all vitality instantly. A 300-point cell index, power 10 times the regular amount of the ultimate arts of the level 7, 2 times the increase in armaments, and 3 times the increase of the level 2 rage attack. All of these factors allowed Gilding's one phantom kick to have an attack power of 18,000 points, instantly obliterating the armor of the 7th order genetic monster. "I did very well this time. There was no need for a second attack. I killed it with one hit." Biggie nodded with satisfaction. "It's been more than half an hour and you have grown from being the hunted into the hunter. Your martial arts skills are simply perfect for hunting." The three had been wandering through the dense jungle for over half an hour. What had just been hunted by Gilding previously was the third 7th order Geno body. Based on the way things stood, his actual combat ability appeared to have made considerable progress. When he fought in the past, he used to plan out his attacks as well as how he would evade his opponents. But with Biggie's advice, Gilding adopted a new yet simple approach: how to kill his opponent in the shortest time. Of course, Gilding's fighting talent was exceptional. In just half an hour, he had basically mastered the key to real combat. The energy crystal beads were dug out of the monster's brain. Gilding then threw them into the storage space, and continued to walk into the depths of the jungle. Lilith and Biggie also followed. Enemies below level 7 were the targets for Lilith's training. There was no problem with her marksmanship, and her awareness in combat was also particularly good, but her pupillary abilities were not exerted very much, so Neptune allowed her to exercise the use of her pupillary abilities. A day of practice passed quickly. Apart from encountering an 8th order gene body on the way which Biggie took care of, the rest of the encounters were handled by Gilding and Lilith. The progress made by the two surprised Biggie. The night was getting darker and the three finally stopped moving forward, planning to rest and set up camp for the night. Upon finding an open space, the three lit a bonfire. Biggie cut the meat, set the barbed wire, and began to roast. It seems that space-time backtracking has lasted all day. Lilith looked at the surrounding environment. There was not much change. She was slightly worried. If you imagine the universe as a game, then space-time backtracking is a bug in the game. Once it is detected, it will be repaired at the very first moment. Rest assured, this phenomenon of space-time backtracking has never been heard to last more than 3 days, Neptune said comfortingly. It'll do us good if we can enjoy 2 more days of actual combat practice. After a day of actual combat, Gilding felt that his strength had improved. It was not the improvement in combat effectiveness but rather the change in combat methods that made him stronger. The presence of campfires and the overwhelming aroma of meat quickly attracted a number of carnivores. This situation was used as a means of real-life combat exercise by Gilding and Lilith. The battle between the two and the horde of creatures continued until late into the night, until a mysterious mist arose. Other creatures seemed to detect something terrible as they approached, and then fled. Within a minute, the area surrounding the campsite went dead silent. The three of them were not at all sleepy and only grew more vigilant. What exactly made those powerful beasts so scared? Lilith frowned slightly. She had turned the firearm in her hand into the most powerful nuclear reactive cannon, enough to level a small town. It's humans, they are starting to get close. Neptune soon detected the other party's movement. There are more than 30 people, wearing animal robes, presumably residents of this planet. The white mist became thicker and thicker. Gilding and Lilith felt their consciousness began to fade and only then realized that the mist was poisonous. But it was too late and the two collapsed onto the floor. Biggie also felt a little dizzy and then realized that there was something wrong with the mist. After picking up Gilding and Lilith, he attempted to run away, but it seemed that the whole forest was covered in the mist. He could not escape and soon fainted. When Gilding regained consciousness, he found that he was tied to a big tree with a special rattan. He tried to break out a few times, but the rattan remained strong. No need to struggle anymore. Even I can't even break free from it, said Biggie helplessly not far away. At this moment, Lilith finally woke up. Who the hell are those guys? Why would they catch us and tie us up? These people are a magic tribe. Neptune's voice rang in the ears of the three. The magic tribe who strengthened themselves by seizing other people's abilities back in the Middle Ages? Gilding frowned. This was definitely not good news. Yes, we are very unlucky. Even our spacecraft was discovered by them, but with their power, there is no way for them to damage our spacecraft, nor can they enter it. They could not tell whether this piece of news from Neptune was good or bad. Biggie, have you tried cutting these rattans with your primary power? Gilding asked. I don't know why but my primary power can't be used. It feels like it has left my body. Biggie was also depressed. This rattan has been used by them as a means of dampening magical powers and has the ability to block all forms of energy, including true elements and various other special abilities. This is the method of the magic tribe, which is why they're capable of capturing stronger people back in the Middle Ages. This explanation by Neptune was completely worse. If I guess right, our abilities will soon be taken away by someone and then we'll be thrown into the wilderness. Lilith pouted as if to mock herself. Don't worry, there may be room for us to turn things around. Gilding was silent for a moment but suddenly asked, Neptune, can you help me translate? No problem, I will block your voice out later, and then interpret it to them directly. As for what they say, I will also relay it to you. When the three of them were unconscious, Neptune had heard and recognized the language used by the magic tribe. It was a standard ancient language that existed in the database. Perhaps, we can try talking to them. Gilding tried to remain optimistic. Chapter 103, Two Conditions. The moment the three of them woke up, the door that had locked them in was pushed open. Then, a woman in a beast fur coat stepped through the door with a tray in her hands. The woman's face was painted with strange colored stripes, so it was hard to tell how old she was. One could tell from her eyes that she was very wary of the three of them. Her eyes were pinned on them from the moment she entered the room, all the way until she brought their food that was on the tray to them. She immediately turned to leave after she had put down the tray. It was as if she did not want to stay even a moment longer. Hey, I want to talk to your high priest. I hope that you can pass on my message for me, said Gyuding suddenly. The woman was taken aback. You can speak our language? That's right, so I hope we can talk. Gyuding was hopeful that they had a chance. There's no use. All of you will be offered as sacrifices for our great god tomorrow. So, enjoy your last meal. Upon hearing her words, Gyuding was stunned. Support our web novel Go.com. I'm a pharmacologist. I personally think that my partners and I can be of good use to your tribe. I hope you can relay my message because I think he'd be interested to meet me. Gyuding tried his best to see if he could get a chance. A pharmacologist? The woman hesitated a little when she heard his profession because it was a highly respected profession in most places. After giving it some thought, she asked, what kind of grade is the medicine you make? I mostly make E-grade medicines, but I can refine D-grade medicines as well. Gyuding lied. The grades of your medicine are too low. You won't be of any use to us, the woman said as she opened the door, ready to leave. My teacher was a very prestigious A-grade pharmacologist. He was perhaps only a few steps away from becoming an S-grade. I learned all sorts of medicinal formulas from him. You can tell that to your high priest. I'm sure he'd be interested to meet me. Gyuding shouted at the door. The woman had closed the door behind her and none of them knew whether she heard Gyuding. With the help of Neptune's translation, Lilith and Biggie were able to understand the conversation Gyuding had with the woman. From what they heard, the conversation had not ended well. What does it mean to be a sacrificial offering for their god? Lilith asked after a moment of silence. If a beast is to be sacrificed, it'll be killed on the spot. On the other hand, if a human is to be sacrificed, the person's limbs will be nailed on a high cliff with magic sealing nails until they die on their own. They usually don't sacrifice humans because once a person is sacrificed, their abilities cannot be taken. The only way they can take a person's abilities is if the person's body is fully intact. They do so as a sign of respect toward their gods. The only reason why they would sacrifice humans is that a major crisis is going on within their tribe, requiring them to pray to their gods for protection. Neptune's database did not have many records about the witch tribe. We have to find a way to escape. Biggie told Gyuding and Lilith immediately. If I manage to get out of this rattan rope, we can escape. It's useless, their high priest is a level 12 gene body. The fog that you guys had encountered previously was his doing. Our spaceship is with them, so there's no way we can leave this planet. Neptune was aware of their situation. Is waiting for our time to come to an end the only thing we can do now? Lilith asked. Their high priest is heading toward your direction. Let's see if you guys can find an opportunity, a chance to get out of this. Neptune suddenly said. The three of them immediately kept quiet and waited patiently. After a while, the door was pushed open once more and a thin old man stepped into the room. He was short and of dark complexion. His face was full of various colored stripes. In his right hand, he held a short and thin wooden cane. Young man, I heard that you wanted to talk to me? The old man's hoarse voice that was like a dried-up riverbed was unpleasant to one's ears. Yes, your reverence priest. Gyuding could not feel the high priest's breath. It was as if the latter was just a piece of lifeless wood. Hence, Gyuding was unable to tell what the high priest wanted from them and whether he was hostile or not. Tell me, what is it that you can do? The old man laid his emotionless, black-colored eyes on Gyuding. I know that your tribe doesn't normally sacrifice human beings, so I figured your tribe must be in some kind of trouble. I don't mind lending a hand. Gyuding stared right into the old man's eyes without showing a hint of fear. Since the old man had agreed to talk, it meant that his tribe was at its wits' end and possibly open to doing anything. That's very bold of you to assume that. The old man paused for a moment right after speaking. Then, the two pairs of eyes locked for half a second as if the old man was trying to find out if Gyuding had any secret intentions. Nevertheless, all the old man saw was open honesty. After a while, the old man finally said, fine. 80 bottles of D-grade purification medicine and 500 bottles of E-grade purification medicine. Each of them will have to be at least ultimate quality. This is my only offer. Will you be able to do so? As long as you have the needed materials, I should be able to do it. Gyuding did not have a single item required for purification medicine refinement on him. Materials won't be a problem. The old man said as he stood up to leave. I have two conditions. Gyuding suddenly said. The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Gyuding. After sizing him up, he said, Do I look like some kind of negotiator to you? The first condition. You have to promise that you'll allow us to take our spaceship back and leave safely without any harm once I finish refining all the medicine. Gilding ignored the old man's question and stated his first condition. If the condition cannot be met, then I'm sorry but you'll have to wait until you find another pharmacologist. Neptune did not want to translate Gilding's words as they would only anger the old man further. Nevertheless, Gilding had repeatedly stated that Neptune had to translate everything the former said. Hence, since Neptune had agreed to it in advance, he was forced to translate Gilding's remarks. I can agree to that condition, but I'm warning you, don't push your luck. The old man grinned, but a threat was hidden beneath his smile. The second condition is that I want an energy crystal from the mechanical tribe. When Gilding voiced that condition out loud, he was a little nervous. It was not because there was a chance that the old man would be angered, but more so about whether they had an energy crystal. We don't have that item. The old man had thought that Gilding would demand an exorbitant price. Little did he know that all Gilding wanted was a mere energy crystal from the mechanical tribe. All right, I just wanted to ask. I was thinking it would be great if your tribe had one. You don't, but it's fine. Gilding nodded. The high priest moved his finger, and the rattan rope that bound Gilding loosened itself. Come with me. Gilding stood up and looked at Biggie and Lilith, who were still tied up. They'll be fine, the old man said casually after noticing Gilding's gaze. Old man, can't you at least untie our hands? How are we supposed to eat if we're tied up like this? Lilith protested. Fortunately, Neptune changed her tone to sound gentler when he translated her words. The old man's finger moved once more and their tied-up hands were released. Then, he turned and walked out of the room. Just hold on for a bit more. If I'm able to refine the medicine, I'll try to get all of it done by tomorrow night. Gilding made an estimation based on his current speed of medicine refinement. The old man was a little surprised but said nothing when he heard Gilding. All the old man did was push open the door and go out with Gilding behind him. Chapter 104 The irreversibility of history. When Gilding stepped out of the room, he realized that the room they had been in was merely a tent, and everyone else lived in tents of different sizes. Gilding was a little curious as to why the old man wanted him to refine purification medicine. Nevertheless, his question was soon answered when he saw everyone of the witch tribe in a strange state. Each one of them looked like they were in pain. My name is Oldman, and I'm the high priest of this tribe. For some reason, our tribe has been cursed and everyone is now suffering from pain. The curse has also greatly shortened the longevity of our ethnic group. Level 1 gene bodies have had their lifespans shortened to 1/10 of their original lifespans, while level 2 to 5 gene bodies have had their lifespans shortened to 1/5 of their original lifespans. The curse has caused a lot of the young people in my tribe to die. Since you're able to refine degrade medicines, level 7 gene bodies and below can be saved. As for those who are level 8 and above, you don't have to worry about them, the old man explained slowly as he walked with his cane. Are you sure purification medicine is of use to treat this kind of curse? It was the first time Gilding was hearing about a curse that shortened the lifespan of humans. The curse sounded powerful and purification medicine might not be enough to cure him. Yes, although the curse sounds powerful, it was unleashed in a specific area. Hence, its power is relatively weak after being spread out to everyone. Therefore, it's something that can be purified by purification medicine. Oldman nodded. He brought Gilding to a tall, thin man. Oldman introduced the man. This is Lawton. He'll take you to a medicine refinement room where you won't be disturbed in. If you need any materials, you can just look for him. Lawton, this is our guest pharmacologist. Please assist him with everything he needs. Support our web novel Go.com. Lawton was tall, thin, had dark skin, and looked like he was in his early 20s. He looked at Gilding. But, your reverence priest, he looks. Lawton, Mr. Gilding is a genius pharmacologist. Oldman interrupted Lawton before the latter could finish his sentence. Take him to the refining room. While following Lawton, Gilding felt that something weird going on. They were in a place from 14.6 billion years ago, and their wanted orders could not have been shown to anyone there. Moreover, none of them had told anyone in the ethnic group what their names were. The question was, how did Oldman know Gilding's name? After a while, the two arrived at the medicine refinement room. It was a single separated tent that was quiet but had all the equipment needed. With the help of Neptune, Gylding hand-wrote a list of materials and handed it to Lawton. Since the words used by the tribe at that time were completely different from the ones Gylding knew, Gylding wrote down words according to what Neptune showed him despite not understanding anything. Lawton took a look at the list and did not raise a question. He turned around and left the tent. Neptune, how credible were the people of the witch tribe during the Middle Ages? Gylding wandered around the room and found no guards. You finally asked. Neptune smiled upon hearing Gylding's question. Do you think a race that slaughters humans whenever they want, uses humans as sacrifices, or comes up with various ways to eat human flesh, would actually negotiate with humans? In other words, would humans negotiate with hog beasts? But doesn't the witch tribe belong to part of the human branch? Gylding could not wrap his head around it. There are many human branches, but there are many human branches that do not consider themselves humans anymore. Some examples are the witch tribe, the giant tribe, and the Murloc tribe. Neptune said bluntly, to be honest, humans have never been a likable kind. Let's put the tropic aside for now. I already promised those guys to refine purification medicines for them. I need to get it done by tomorrow night. You should have stopped me from promising them such a thing. If I had stopped you from making a promise with them, the three of you would be nailed to the cliff and fed to the raptors tomorrow morning. With Lilith's body size, she'd probably die within an hour. For Biggie, maybe 3 hours or more. And you? Without your high-speed regeneration, you'd probably last 1.5 hours before your internal organs get torn out by those birds of prey as they enjoy their delicious meal. Although Neptune's description was gory, he spoke the truth. The only way you guys could have bought more time to live longer was by negotiating with them. Take your time refining. Once the space-time backtracking ends, all of this will be over, Neptune said. It's the only way. I doubt you can escape with a level 12 gene body around. The only thing you can do now is wait for the space-time backtracking to end. Is there really no other way? Gylding asked unwillingly because Neptune's suggestion was too passive. From what I see now, there isn't. Neptune said. Not long after their discussion ended, Lawton walked in with a boy that looked to be around 9 years old. The boy was holding a pile of medicinal materials. This is only a portion of the materials. Arthurs and I will go and get the rest of the materials in a few more rounds. In the meantime, you can start refining now. Lawton did not take Gylding too seriously. Big brother Lawton, can I stay to watch him refine? The kid seemed interested in medicine refinement. Your name is Arthurs? Gylding was startled when he heard his name. I just made a comparison with the data records. He matches the description of Arthurs, the first witch tribe god in the Dragon Saw Cosmic Nation both in time and space, Neptune whispered in Gylding's ear. That's right, I'm called Arthurs. The blonde kid answered confidently. Arthurs, don't try to slack off. Lawton reprimanded. Arthurs reluctantly followed Lawton out of the tent. Is it a coincidence that we're here? Gylding frowned slightly. Arthurs looks like he's almost 10 years old. Presently, he's only a level 1 gene body. If he's cursed, he won't live past 10 years old. Why is it that we space-time backtracked to this very moment? Right here. Do you think that space-time backtracking was created by humans? Neptune voiced Gylding's thoughts out loud. Although it makes sense, as far as I know, even gods aren't able of doing such things. Whether it's a coincidence or not, if we cure this witch tribe community, history will definitely repeat itself. Arthurs will become a god, command the entire universe, enslave humanity, and extract abilities from human powerhouses for his own sake. It would mean that I played a part in the dark part of history. Gylding found such a thing difficult to accept. It's history, it already happened. You can't change it. What if I kill Arthurs? Then the whole thing won't happen, right? Gylding asked. History that has taken place is irreversible. If you kill this Arthurs, there will be another Arthurs that will do the same thing. Even if this ethnic group goes extinct because of the curse, there will be another ethnic group with a young man named Arthurs that will make the entire thing repeat itself. Neptune's explanation was able to calm Gylding down a little. Alright, since I can't refuse to treat them, the only thing I can do now is to make them pay enough for this treatment. Gylding narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 105, The Mighty Witch Tribe. God. Under Neptune's control, several small-sized insect robots flew out of the tent where Gylding was located to search for valuable things in other tents nearby. Although Neptune was able to detect everything within a kilometer of Gylding's location, Taking things into their bag was another matter. Under his detection range, Neptune still needed a medium to touch the corresponding items in order to store it in their inventory. At that time, insect robots were their best choice. While the insect robots went off to do their job, Gilding started refining the medicine. By the time Lawton and others came back, Gilding had refined a tube of medicine. It has to be said that Gilding had already slowed down his refining speed to try his best. When Lawton saw the color of the medicine, he was a little surprised. Perfect quality. Seems like a lucky day, Gilding casually replied. His hands did not stop as Gilding continued to refine the second tube of medicine. Support our web novel go.com. Lawton and others brought more medicinal materials over to the tent. After entering and exiting the tent 4 times, the two of them finally fulfilled the list of medicinal materials that Gilding had requested. By that time, Gilding had finished refining 5 bottles of medicine, all of which were of perfect quality. Lawton was a little stunned when he saw it. "Can I stay?" Arthurs was obviously interested in medicine refinement as he looked at Lawton with wishful eyes. "It depends on whether Mr. Pharmacologist agrees to it or not. Your presence may affect his work." Lawton was not sure about leaving Arthurs there. Arthurs was a genius in the tribe even though he was just a level 1 gene body. As for the pharmacologist of unknown origin, Lawton was still wary of him. "As long as you don't disturb me. If you do, I'll kick you out," Gilding said with a blank expression. Gilding did not like Arthurs since he was going to become a god in the future. After all, Arthurs was going to cause a lot of harm to humans in the Middle Ages. "Mr. Pharmacologist, I promise to watch by the side." Arthurs looked at him with the same hopeful expression. Gilding nodded. Arthurs was still an ordinary kid, so Gilding had no intention of making it hard for him. Arthurs sat quietly in the corner of the room as he stared closely at Gilding's hands so that he would not miss a thing. Gilding ignored him and focused on refining the medicine. By the next morning, Gilding had refined more than 150 bottles of medicine. Only 2 out of all those bottles were of ultimate quality. The rest of them were of perfect quality. Gilding looked up to see where Arthurs was. Arthurs was still seated in the corner with his eyes wide open, and he was looking at Gilding with admiration. "You're so good." "Thank you." Gilding was very happy to hear Arthurs praise him. Gilding had not expected Arthurs to stay up all night to watch him refine medicine without making a sound. "Are you interested in medicine refinement?" Gilding could not help but ask. "Yep." Arthurs nodded vigorously. "Do you want to try it? E grade might be a bit difficult for you, so you can start with F grade first," Gilding said as he picked out several kinds of materials and started to refine them. Under less than 2 minutes, Gilding managed to refine a bottle of F grade cell enhancer. "Find a place and try it out yourself. Don't try to refine it here, you might cause an explosion and affect all the medicines that I've refined." Gilding threw a handful of materials toward Arthurs and sent him out of the tent. Arthurs took the materials and left the tent in great excitement. At that time, Lawton was on his way over to Gilding's tent when he saw the materials in Arthurs' hands. He frowned and said, "Arthurs, where did you get those materials from?" "Master Pharmacologist gave them to me. He even taught me how to refine an F-grade cell enhancer." Arthurs looked very happy. "You were there all night?" Lawton could not help but ask. "Yeah, Master Pharmacologist is very good at medicine refinement. He managed to refine most of the medicine to perfect quality." Arthurs praised Gilding as if he worshipped him. When Lawton heard that, he stopped asking questions and rushed into the tent. When he saw piles of perfect quality medicine laying around on the ground, he was a little stunned. It's no wonder the high priest said that he was a pharmacologist genius. "I already used up quite a lot of my spirit, so it was hard for me to focus on the last 2 bottles. I'll rest for an hour. You can wake me up when the time comes and I'll continue refining." Gilding laid down on a bench made out of rattan and slowly closed his eyes. Lawton initially wanted to refute and ask Gilding to continue his work. However, seeing the perfect quality medicines, he decided to keep his mouth shut. He turned to leave the tent and headed right for the high priest's tent. He managed to refine more than 150 bottles of medicine in one night, and almost all of them are of perfect quality. Lawton reported the matter to the high priest in his tent. "I know." The high priest did not seem surprised by Gilding's medicine refinement ability. "Just keep an eye on him. If anything happens, come straight to me." Lawton soon exited the tent. Then, the high priest's finger moved and the tent door immediately closed shut. Next, the The high priest took out a golden chalice and placed it respectfully on the ground in front of him. He proceeded to take a knife out, slashed his wrist, and allowed his crimson blood to flow into the chalice. When the blood began in the chalice began to overflow, he moved his fingers over his wound and it healed in an instant. Subsequently, he began to speak in strange tongues that could not be understood. About a few minutes later, the amount of blood in the chalice began to decrease slowly, and a black mist slowly started to condense above the chalice. The great witch god, please guide us. The high priest knelt respectfully on the ground. Regardless of whether the amount of medicine refined is enough, kill the 3 outsiders before sunset tomorrow. I can only last until then for this time-space-time backtracking. The black mist was erratic and a weird voice was heard from it. After that, the blood in the chalice dried up completely and the black mist dispersed into the air. What the high priest was unaware of was a mosquito had landed on a glass just a few steps away and witnessed the entire scene. Neptune had seen everything through the mosquito robot. He thought about it for a moment before he told Gilding about it. This space-time backtracking is man-made? Gilding was puzzled. But didn't you say that even gods aren't able of doing this kind of thing? Some gods are weak and some gods are strong. This witch god in particular seems like a very powerful existence. To be honest, I never thought a god of this caliber existed. It was completely out of Neptune's data records. That was why he had the wrong impression regarding the matter. If it were not for Robert's robots, the 3 of them would not have known what they were going to have to face before sunset tomorrow. How are we supposed to escape from a level 12 gene body? Gilding frowned. Chapter 106- The Army's Meeting. Gilding asked Neptune to notify Lilith and Biggie regarding the matter of the witch god so the 2 of them could come up with a solution as well. As for Gilding himself, all he could do was slowly refine the medicine while thinking about a countermeasure. What the 3 of them did not know was that the night they went missing, a video had gone viral like crazy on Skynet. The protagonist of the video was none other than one of Gilding's crew members, Biggie. In the video, Biggie was seen hunting a giant golden alligator down and then slicing it in half like tofu with his hands. The Federation Army had taken a look at the video and even worked overtime to examine it throughout an entire night. How did that big man do it? That was a level 8 gene body giant golden alligator, a Genebeast which defense capabilities are ranked top 2. Not to mention, he cut it like tofu. A person from the army who had seen the video could not wrap his head around it. His primary power has a special attribute which allows him to tear his enemy apart. Moreover, he has great control over his primary power. As a swordsman, Sharp could clearly tell that Biggie was a top-tier swordsman. To a certain extent, he's probably as good as me. Support our web novel Go.com. Since he's able to kill off a level 8 gene body giant golden alligator underwater, it probably means that he's at least a level 9 gene body at his peak strength, or even a level 10 gene body. However, it seems like other than his superb swordsmanship and powerful physical strength, he hasn't shown any of his other abilities. Hence, we can't determine what his true skill level is, nor can we determine his actual combat strength. From the videos posted and the surveillance cameras, we can deduce that the guy has joined Gilding's crew. Their lord had told Sharp that he did not understand Gilding enough. Hence, Sharp had started investigating the new guy. I'm sure everyone has heard of the newcomer, Gilding, a martial arts practitioner and a top-tier hacker that acts boldly regardless of the consequences. Compared to old guys whose net worths we're all familiar with, this newcomer is more dangerous because we don't know what he's capable of. Currently, he has 2 other crew members. One of them is Biggie, whom we just saw in the video, the one with amazing fighting power. The other one is Lilith, a gunner. One of our men fought with her previously, and the comment given was that she's currently the gunner with the most potential among all the other newcomer gunners in the Dragonsaur Empire. The description excludes her other abilities. In addition to that, Gilding's spaceship is a first-generation gray-faced buzzard that has 2 antimatter cannons. Sharp, are you sure you want to waste your time on this newcomer? Wendell interrupted Sharp with a blank expression. Wendell had been in a bad mood ever since he lost one of his men some time ago. I think it's more important to find out what's the whole thing with the masked man. That guy killed one of our colonel generals. Wendell, we'll talk about the masked man later. Everyone is working overtime today to discuss the big man in the video, said a slender, tall woman who had red hair. Unexpectedly, Wendell did not refute and seemed a little scared of her. Sharp, continue what you were saying. I'd like to hear more about that man, the red-haired woman said as she licked her lips. Strong men that cook are my favorite. Sharp ignored her comments and continued to talk about Gyuding. The surveillance cameras outside the starport showed that Gyuding's crew had left Planet Derises after they finished what they were doing in the food festival. However, strangely enough, according to the observation of a local, he was looking at Gyuding's spaceship through his astronomical scope when he saw it disappear into thin air. The astronomy enthusiast near the starport had taken a video of it with his telescope. In the beginning, he took interest in Gyuding's gray-faced buzzard and wanted to record down the spaceship's flight process. The contents of the video showed the gray-faced buzzard successfully lifting off into the sky. However, as the spaceship was seen leaving Derises' atmosphere, it gradually shrunk smaller and smaller before it suddenly disappeared from the screen. In search of the spaceship, the lens was then seen being moved around. Nevertheless, it was unable to catch even a glimpse of the gray-faced buzzard. It just disappeared out of thin air? The red-haired woman looked disappointed. What do you guys think happened? Sharp looked at the other people who were present. I didn't see the appearance of a wormhole, nor did I see the spaceship prepare for a hyperspace jump. A Colonel General frowned. It doesn't seem like it was hit by something either. Even if we replay this video 100 times slower, the same thing will be seen. It disappeared out of thin air, Sharp said as he replayed the video at a slower speed. Could it be that some kind of cultural relic in their vicinity was activated, and it sucked them inside? Someone guessed. That's unlikely. Other spaceships that took off at around the same time as the gray-faced buzzard didn't encounter the same thing. Sharp shook his head. He had already read all of the information about the incident beforehand. Maybe a crack in space-time coincidentally happened at that time, causing them to fall inside it. There were no signs that a space-time crack occurred. Even if a crack in space-time had occurred, it would have healed instantly and left residual space fluctuations around it. We already sent people over to investigate and no one found any fluctuations around the area. Sharp shook his head again. Could it be that they've encountered space-time backtracking? The red-haired woman voiced out her guess. Although the phenomenon is rare, it has happened before. There's a chance that they went into it. That's actually possible. Sharp fell silent for a moment as he searched his mind for all kinds of information on space-time backtracking. He thought that it was the only answer that could possibly explain the whole thing. They must be really lucky. For all we know, they could be receiving a warm welcome from ancient mankind as we speak. Think about the heritage they're going to bring back from the ancient civilization. A federal Colonel General sighed. What those people from the army did not know was that their guess about Gyuding's crew having encountered space-time backtracking was completely correct. However, their guess about what kind of situation Gyuding's crew was in was completely wrong. Not only did Gyuding and his crew not receive the hospitality of ancient humans, but they had encountered the horrible medieval witch tribe. Their lives were on the line. Gyuding continued to refine more medicine while others, who he had given medicinal materials, was in his own tent. The latter was trying to refine the cell enhancer he had learned from Gyuding. His first bottle was a failure, and it caused a small explosion that almost blew up his tent. However, he succeeded in refining a high-quality cell enhancer on his second bottle. On his third bottle, he managed to refine a bother of ultimate quality medicine. At last, he was able to refine a successful perfect quality cell enhancer on his fourth bottle. Chapter 107, A Bottle of Black Medicine. Inside one of the witch tribe's tents, a tiny mechanical insect was seen probing around without being noticed by anyone. In the primitive jungle, it was normal for all kinds of insects to be around. Hence, no one would suspect a thing since insects had never brought much trouble. Nevertheless, it was not a typical insect nor was it a typical situation. As long as Neptune managed to lock onto an item that was within his detection radius, the mechanical insect only had to land on the object and it could remotely store the item in the inventory. In under just a few hours, Neptune got those mechanical insects to steal dozens of items that he thought would be useful. After checking many of the tents, Neptune shifted his focus to targeting the treasures of the witch tribe. He did this because he had detected that there were many valuable items in the tribe earlier on. Neptune, how's it going? Gyuding asked in a whisper as he refined the medicine. Very successful, The people of the witch tribe aren't that concerned about bugs. It's probably because they're used to it. I've swept through all of their tents, including Oldman's tent. I took all of the valuable items and 2 more insect robots are infiltrating their treasure troves as we speak. Neptune brought good news. Support our web novel Go.com. Have you found anything that could improve our strength? Be it weapons, medicine, or anything? Gilding asked. He had not thought of how he would escape from the level 12 gene body. However, anything he could use to increase his strength would increase his chances of escaping. They always carry their weapons with them. As for medicine, I haven't found any yet. Even though this ethnic group has its own pharmacologists, their levels aren't very high. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed you to help them in refining purification medicine. Neptune had not yet found their medicine troves. Nonetheless, it's possible that they might have some medicine inside their treasure troves. I'll get the robots to check it out. Forget about merely checking it out. Sweep clean their treasure troves. Gilding made a bold decision. Perhaps it'll buy us a little more time. When Neptune heard Gilding's decision, he was stunned. However, he could guess why Gilding wanted him to do so. Got it. I'll start the looting process. In the witch tribe's treasure trove, 2 insects that were smaller than the size of a thumb flapped their wings as they flew around. Each time they landed on an item, the item would disappear into thin air. After a while, half of the items in the witch tribe's treasure troves were gone. At that moment, Neptune saw a tube of medicine that was black all over. Normally, black medicines were taboo. When Neptune saw the energy seal on a medicine bottle, it further confirmed his speculation. Neptune took the bottle of medicine and contacted Gilding. Black medicine, with an energy seal? Gilding immediately guessed what kind of medicine it was. It has to be taboo medicine, the kind that gives the user forbidden power. Even though one can gain forbidden power by successfully absorbing it, the mortality rate of such kinds of medicine is very high. According to historical data I have, taboo medicine has only been mentioned about 37 times dating from the olden days. Moreover, there's only one record of a user surviving after using it. 35 people were pronounced dead due to broken gene chains, and the strongest one of them was a level 14 gene body. Neptune read the data he had found pertaining to taboo medicine. I'm guessing the person who survived was merely a level 2 gene body, right? Gilding knew about the matter. Perhaps the lower one's gene level, the higher chances of surviving. The 35 people who died ranged from level 1 to level 14 gene bodies. Neptune added, there were also individual differences amongst the 35 such as luck and other factors. We can't rush to conclusions yet. Neptune, did the person who survived at that time gain energy immunity from the taboo energy? Gilding asked as he was a little uncertain. This was because it had once been a rumor. Neptune was probably the only one able to confirm the truth with his records in his database. Yes, energy immunity, the ability to be immune to damage caused by all sorts of energy. The ability is extremely terrifying, and at its matured state, the person can become immune to aging. According to my database, the person who obtained this power 4 billion years ago is still alive until now. What Neptune said gave Gilding goosebumps. The terrifying part of taboo energy is that even gods cannot resist it. That was how the name taboo energy got coined. Neptune, help me unlock the seal on that bottle of medicine. Gilding made his decision. This is perhaps the only chance we have to escape from this place. I refuse. Neptune had never denied Gilding's request before with such straightforwardness. The probability of death is too high. Don't risk it. We'll find another way. You said that the guy survived because he had luck and his body was different, right? Gilding tried to persuade Neptune. We already know that my body is very different from other people. Even though I'm only a level 3 gene body, my cell index is already comparable to that of a level 5 gene body. Not to mention, I've always been lucky. I met you, Lily, Biggie, got the grey-faced buzzard, and even got away from Planet Kunstlik right under the nose of 2 federal generals. Don't bring it up again. I will never agree to such a thing. Neptune refused. You know, we won't have a chance tomorrow. Oldman is a level 12 gene body. He can kill all 3 of us with the slightest move of his finger. He's not stupid. He won't let us escape via space-time backtracking. I mean, the whole thing was planned by them. Gilding's tone was calm. He had already run through all the possibilities in his mind. There was no way of escaping their situation because their opponent was too powerful. Just give me a little more time. Neptune fell silent for a moment before he finally said, "If I still can't think of a way by tomorrow noon, I'll open the seal for you." Neptune's voice sounded weak. He had finally found something beyond his control, and he did not know what to do. Neptune knew that Gilding was right. He had simulated every possible event based on their current situation as well. No matter how he calculated the matter, the current probability of the three of them successfully escaping was 0. Even though he did not want to give up that easily, he did not want to put all their hope on a bottle of medicine with unknown properties. "Fine. Tomorrow noon it is, then." Gilding fell silent for a moment before he clenched his fists. "Trust me, I'll definitely survive and bring everyone out of this hellhole." Chapter 108, Taboo Energy That Frighten Even the Gods. With each second and minute that passed, Neptune began to dread the inevitable more and more. The witch tribe's entire treasure trove had been looted completely. Apart from the bottle of black medicine, Neptune could not find something else that gave Gilding and the others hope to escape the place. By that time, Neptune had simulated the whole thing at least 1,000 times, and he always got the same result whereby all three of them died each time. Neptune. Gilding looked at the time displayed on his wristwatch. "It's noon." Although Neptune was reluctant, he knew that it was the only way. He retrieved the bottle of black medicine from the inventory and unlocked the seal on it. Then, the invisible energy that sealed the bottle slowly began to dissipate. Gilding held up the bottle of medicine, took a deep breath, pulled out its stopper, and then drank it in one go. Gilding did not feel any abnormalities within seconds of drinking it. However, when the medicine slowly reached his abdomen, Gilding felt as if a bomb had been placed inside his body. Energy began to surge through his entire body, and he felt a wave of shock overcome him, stunning him at his cow for a brief period of time. Then, his brain went blank for a few seconds. However, when Gilding was on the verge of death, Neptune witnessed the virus in Gilding's body appear out of nowhere. The virus soon started to devour the taboo energy. Support our web novel Go.com. The very first moment Gilding regained consciousness, he felt severe pain and every cell in his body was in agony. Nevertheless, apart from the pain, Gilding felt nothing else. Hence, Gilding persisted in keeping himself conscious and did not allow himself to pass out because he assumed that if he did not do so, he would probably never wake up again. Under such pain, each second felt like thousands of years to Gilding, and he could not tell how much time had passed. Neptune observed the virus in Gilding's body continued to engulf the taboo energy for almost half an hour before the latter completely disappeared. It was only at that time did Gilding's pain start to cease. Neptune silently took note of the changes in Gilding's body. Soon, he saw one of Gilding's gene chains beginning to mutate. The tiny gene chain began to turn black, and just like ink on a white piece of cloth, the black gene chain spread its color to nearby gene chains, staining each of them black. The energy did not seem like it was going to stop spreading any time soon. Upon seeing this, Neptune began to feel very worried. Within mere seconds, one of the two double helix gene chains in Gilding's body had 2/3 of it stained black. Nevertheless, it still did not look like it was going to slow down. What's happening? There was no other record of taboo energy in Neptune's database. After all, he still had restrictions placed over him, and there was special information that he could not access yet. When he saw the changes in Gilding's body, he started to feel anxious. Gilding laid on the ground, motionless. Gilding's body no longer felt like it was his own after all the pain he had just faced, so much so that he could not even control his blinking, let alone speak. The staining only seemed to stop after his entire gene chain had turned completely black. It was then when Neptune realized the big difference between Gilding's blackened gene chain and his original gene chain. At that moment, Gilding regained control of his body. "Neptune, can you check my body stats?" Neptune immediately projected Gilding's latest body stats. Name, Gilding. Sex, male. Age, 15. Gene level, level 3. Special ability 1. Level 2 Rage Attack, Evolvable. Ability description: attack power, defense power, speed, and regeneration are all tripled continuously for 10 minutes. Side effects: 10 hours into prostration, combat effectiveness is halved. Special ability 2, Level 1 High-Speed Regeneration, Evolvable. Ability description: the regeneration rate of cells is increased by tenfold, permanently. Special ability 3, Level 3 Damage Stacking, Curse Stream Ability, Evolvable. Ability description: causes a cursed effect on the target whereby damage is stacked. The second blow will be stacked onto the first blow, while the third blow will be stacked onto the first and second blow. Special Ability 4, Absolute Seal, Level 1 Tapu Energy, Evolvable. Ability Description: an absolute seal effect can be placed on any living body via the sense of touch. It is able to seal all energies of the opponent, including primary power, special ability, cell energy, spirit, and any other form of energy. Ability Limitation 1, Seal Duration, 10 hours. Ability Limitation 2, each use must be more than 30 days apart. Ability Limitation 3, not effective for non-living entities. Ability Limitation 4, only can be placed on a single body. Cell Index, 300. Spirit Index, 298. Battle Prowess, B+. Mental Cognition, A. When Gylding saw the new ability he had gained, he was shocked. The ability sounded like one that had the capability of frightening even gods. If Gylding managed to seal the energy of a god, they would be no different than an ordinary person. In fact, they could then even be killed by an ordinary person. The most terrifying thing about the ability was that it could be evolved. For example, the duration of the seal could become longer, its interval use time could become shorter, and it would be possible for it to become a ranged seal. Neptune was also taken aback by Gylding's new ability. As an artificial superintelligence life, he knew very well how terrible it was to seal a life form. Not only did it mean that Gylding could now seal gods, but he could probably seal non-standard super life forms like Neptune himself or Skynet. It seems like we've been saved. Gylding immediately had a new plan in mind. All we have to do is seal Oldman, and Biggie will be able to block the rest of them with his strength. There was finally a solution to Neptune's biggest concern. Other than Oldman, there's only one level 10 gene body and 2 level 9 gene bodies in the Witch tribe. Since they're under the curse, their combat strength should be half their normal state. My only concern now is whether Biggie will be able to do it. Gylding knew that Biggie played a key role in the escape plan. You know that he's completely unable of finding humans, right? That's because he has mental obstacles that prevent him from doing so. What if he doesn't fight but merely escapes with the two of you? Shouldn't he be able to do that? Upon hearing Gylding's reminder, Neptune recalled Biggie's condition from the conversation Gylding and Biggie had prior to this. I don't know. Gylding was not sure how serious Biggie's mental obstacles were. However, he was sure that Biggie was the key to success in their escape. Let me talk to him, Neptune suggested after a moment of silence. Chapter 109, You're My Hostage. Neptune had a discussion with Biggie that did not go very well. There was either miscommunication between the two or Biggie simply could not let go of his mental obstacles. When Neptune told Biggie they needed him for the escape, Biggie fell silent. Neptune explained their current situation and told him what he had to do in detail. However, all he heard in response from Biggie was silence. Neptune, are you able to lift the spell on us? Lilith suddenly asked. She had been listening in on their conversation the entire time. Yes, the forbidding spell is a type of energy seal that I'm able to remove. Neptune wondered what Lilith was up to. Should I lift the spell on the rattan ropes as well? Nope. Just the forbidding spell on me will do. You don't have to lift Biggie's spell either. Lilith explained, I have a special ability that will allow Biggie to temporarily forget about his mental obstacles. Biggie, who had been silent this entire time, turned to look at Lilith. Really? It should be possible, but I'll need your cooperation. Lilith was not too sure whether the method was feasible. I have a special ability called Black Hypnosis where I am able to force other creatures to be hypnotized and control all their actions. Neptune, you can lift the forbidding spell on me. Support our web novel Go.com. Right now? Your ability can't last that long, right? Neptune was aware that a powerful ability often had more limitations. It can only last for up to 3 hours. And I lose all combat power when I'm using the ability. After those 3 hours, my combat power will also be halved. Lilith told them about the side effects of the ability. Neptune factored in Lilith's hypnosis ability as a variable before calculating the feasibility of their plan. After a while, he said, there are still 6 hours before the space-time backtracking ends. If no one from the Witch tribe realizes that their treasure trove is empty, there will be at least 5 hours before they come and get us. That's because Gylding has yet reached the amount of purification medicine to be refined. If you hypnotize Biggie now, Biggie won't be able to fight after 3 hours, and your combat power will also be halved at that time. Since Gilding can neither escape by himself nor last until the space-time backtracking ends, all three of you will die. So Lili, wait a little longer. After 3 hours, I'll lift the forbidding spell on you. At that time, our chances of escaping will be much higher. 3 more hours? Lilith nodded after listening to Neptune's explanation. We've been waiting here for a few days. What are a few more hours? How are things over there? Did you manage to talk Biggie into it? Gilding asked after he heard Neptune end the call. Not really. He was silent the entire time. Neptune did not know how to handle Biggie's mental obstacles. But Lili came up with something. We'll launch our plan in 3 hours. Gilding nodded and continued to refine more medicine. About 2 hours later, there was a commotion outside the tent. There are people coming over. There's more than one of them, Neptune alerted Gilding in his ear. After a while, Lawton charged into the tent with 2 other witch tribe warriors. When they saw Gilding still refining medicine, he walked around the tent as if he was looking for something. If you have something to say, then say it. You're disturbing me from refining medicine. Gilding guessed that someone had probably found out that their treasure trove had been emptied. Since Biggie and Lilith were still bound with rattan ropes under forbidding spells, it made sense for them to put Gilding on top of the suspect list. Outsider, did you really think that we wouldn't notice the theft you committed right under our noses? Lawton stared at Gilding as if he was trying to find out if he was innocent or not from his subtle expressions. I haven't stepped foot out of this tent for days. If you look at the number of bottles of medicine I've refined, you'd know that it's true. I mean, is it even humanly possible to refine medicine to perfect quality while stealing? In order to refine medicine to perfect quality, it requires all of a pharmacologist's focus and energy. If a pharmacologist is distracted even slightly, they will be unable to refine medicine of perfect quality. If you doubt me, you can bring me to your high priest. Gilding was not lying since it was true that he had not stolen anything. He really had been refining medicine the entire time in that tent throughout the past few days. Good. His Reverence High Priest wants to see you too. Although Lawton was a bit suspicious, he did not dare jump to conclusions yet. I don't think you'd lie in front of him. Lead the way. Gilding was looking for an opportunity to meet the High Priest as well. Although his plan was about to start an hour earlier than expected, it did not mean that their chances of escaping were ruined. Lawton and his people took Gilding to the High Priest's tent. Your Reverence High Priest, we've brought him over. Lawton knocked on the door outside the tent. Bring him in. The High Priest's croaky voice was heard from the tent. Gilding pushed open the door and found the High Priest sitting cross-legged behind a table. The latter was staring at him with an intense gaze. How dare you? Your Reverence High Priest, I don't quite understand what you mean. If you've lost something, I can assure you, you're looking for the wrong person. Gilding did not plan to take credit for Neptune's work. Oh, really? The High Priest's face had a smile that was slightly daunting. He tapped the crystal ball on the table with the cane in his hand. The crystal ball then showed an insect landing on a staff, whereby the staff proceeded to disappear. Right after that, the insect was seen flying toward a piece of armor and landing on it before the armor proceeded to disappear as well. I'm guessing this is your special ability, right? Summoning insects to steal things for you. You probably have an interspace ability as well. All my abilities are close-range attacks. None of those bugs were summoned by me. Gilding denied the High Priest's assumptions. You've been deceitful ever since the beginning. You're the only outsider who isn't sealed by a forbidding spell. Are you saying that the thief is one of my people? The High Priest had not expected Gilding to continue denying his words under such conditions. I said, I didn't do it. Whether you believe me or not, it's up to you. Gilding continued to play along. Gilding had only played the role of the mastermind in the theft, and Neptune was the one who did all the work. Therefore, it was not Gilding's doing. Since that's the case, do you mind if I check your memories? The High Priest doubted his own judgment for a split second because Gilding did not seem to be lying. How are we going to do it? Gilding felt that it was a good opportunity for him to seal the High Priest. Are you worried that I may do something on you? The High Priest was not expecting Gilding to agree to it so easily. If you really wanted to kill me, the slightest movement of your finger would have done it. Gilding shook his head. Very well, then. Let me see what secrets you have in that little head of yours. The High Priest waved his hand, and Gilding felt some sort of strange energy beginning to wrap around his body. The energy made him unable to move. Gilding slowly floated toward the front of the high priest, and the high priest put a finger on his forehead. When the high priest's finger touched Gilding's forehead, the absolute seal in Gilding's body instantly activated. Suddenly, the high priest's finger stiffened, and the high priest felt strange, cold energy penetrate his body. The energy seemed to freeze all of his body's own energy as a strong sense of weakness overcame him. In an instant, the high priest's neck tensed, and Gilding wrapped his hands around the former's throat. I wasn't expecting it to be this easy. From now on, you're my hostage. Gilding grinned in front of him. Chapter 110, Arrogant Food. Right before Gilding entered the high priest's tent, Neptune briefed Lilioth and Biggie on the plan beforehand, as well also making sure to lift the forbidding spell on the rattan rope that bound Lilioth. Biggie, empty all the thoughts in your head. Look into my eyes and don't fight it. Lilioth began to use black hypnosis on Biggie. Biggie, who was under the forbidding spell bounded by the rattan rope and in a state of mental blockage, trusted Lilioth wholeheartedly. After a while, he was completely hypnotized by Lilioth. Even so, Lilioth was still heavily impacted by Biggie's spirit when Neptune lifted Biggie's forbidding spell and unbounded the rattan ropes. When the seal was broken, blood dripped out of her nasal cavity and she almost fainted when she felt impact akin to a heavy hammer striking her head. Are you all right? Neptune noticed her physical condition. I'm all right, it's just whiplash. I already anticipated it. Lilioth wiped the blood off her nose and shook her head. She propped herself up against the wall and tried to stabilize herself. Was it successful? Neptune was worried. Support our web novel Go.com. It's done. But Biggie is stronger than I thought. I don't think my hypnosis can last 3 hours. When Lilioth connected to Biggie, she finally understood the extent of Biggie's true strength. Under her control, Biggie started to move. He carried Lilioth on his left shoulder and frenziedly ran out of the tent, heading straight for Oldman's tent. Neptune told them where to go while Gilding waited for their arrival inside the tent. This is taboo energy. As the high priest of the witch tribe, Oldman knew exactly where Gilding got the energy from. You took the bottle of taboo medicine from our tribe's treasure trove? You got it. Gilding did not deny it. How dare you? You just swore that you didn't steal anything from our tribe. Oldman spat onto the ground in disdain. It's true that I didn't steal anything from you, but then again I never swore that we only have 3 members. Gilding's words annoyed Oldman. There are other people? Oldman realized what had just happened. Are you saying that the bug summoning ability is someone else's doing? You could say that. Gilding shrugged. Even if you seal me, you won't be able to escape. There are highly trained people in my tribe. The more powerful a taboo energy, the more limitations it'll have. At most, you'll be able to use this ability one more time. The Oldman's remarks sounded like bait to Gilding. It seemed like Oldman was trying to get Gilding to state the number of times Gilding could use his taboo energy. I'm not worried about whether I can escape since I have you, the High Priest, as my hostage. I'm sure your people won't risk having me snap your head off. Gilding changed the subject because he did not intend to let the Oldman know about his taboo energy's limitations. Moreover, we only have to wait another 4 hours or so before the space-time backtracking ends, and after that, we'll return to our original world. When the High Priest heard what Gilding said, he looked pale. He did not expect Gilding to know when the space-time backtracking would end. I won't let you guys get away. This position can be taken by anyone. Sure, I'm the High Priest now, but someone else will take my place. Biggie and Lilioth will arrive at the tent in 10 seconds. Neptune suddenly said. Gilding grabbed the High Priest's collar and rushed out of the tent to meet Biggie and Lilioth. However, the tent was surrounded by people from the witch tribe. If any one of you takes another step, I'll snap his neck. Gilding shouted at the people from the witch tribe. When they saw Gilding holding their High Priest by the neck, none of them dared move an inch. Your Reverence High Priest, forget about me. Kill them. Oldman was barely able to say that with Gilding's tight grip on his neck. We, the witch tribe, will never negotiate with anyone. Gilding squeezed his neck and stopped what the High Priest was saying. Oldman's face turned red from breathing difficulties. If you guys don't mind seeing the only level 12 gene body in your ethnic group dying like this, then go ahead and take another step. But who knows how long it'll take and how much resources your ethnic group will have to use before you guys can get another level 12 gene body. Oldman could not make a sound, but he looked like he was trying to say something. At that moment, a kid emerged from the mob. It was Uthers. He stared at Oldman's lips for a while before he announced, "His Reverence High Priest said that we should kill them." "That's an order from the Witch God. These people who have offended the Witch God's dignity and must die." As soon as Uthers said that, Gilding knew things were going to turn bad. Sure enough, many of the Witch Tribe's people started to move closer when they heard what Uthers said. "Run!" Gilding shouted at Lilioth. Under Lilioth's control, Biggie attacked frantically. One of his hands turned into a knife. The mighty blade emerged out of his body in an instant and smashed all the powerhouses in the Witch Tribe to the ground. The other hand grabbed Gilding by the wrist and ran out through the gap in the crowd where the powerhouses fell. The powerhouses of the Witch Tribe, 2 level 9, and 1 level 10 gene body, quickly recovered and chased after the trio. They refused to give up that easily. Even though Biggie's attack was strong, they did not take a lot of damage from that attack. Biggie carried Gilding and Lilioth and fled for about half an hour. Although Biggie was worryingly fast, the 3 powerhouses were still hot on their heels. "We have to fight. It's impossible to escape them." Gilding watched the 3 of them enveloping them and nodded at Lilioth. Lilioth also knew that buying time before fighting would not be favorable to them. At that time, Biggie was fighting under her hypnosis. Once her hypnosis wore off, Biggie would once again lose his ability to fight due to his mental obstacles. Their opponents were 1 level 10 gene body and 2 level 9 gene bodies. Although their strengths were only halved due to the curse, any one of them would have enough strength to kill off Gilding and Lilioth. "Biggie, the 3 guys in front of you are the leaders of man-eating ogre apes. Kill them and we'll be able to survive." Lilioth whispered in Biggie's ear and jumped off his shoulder. Biggie instantly entered a state of combat. Terrifying blades emerged out of every hair follicle in his body. In Biggie's head, Lilioth, Gilding, and himself were surrounded by 3 man-eating ogre apes. Suddenly, the 3 man-eating ogre apes provoked him by mooning him. These 3 deserve to die. Why are they acting so arrogant? They're minced meat. Biggie was completely furious. "I'll squeeze all 3 of your brains and make steamed monkey brains." "Hey, what the heck did you do to him?" Gilding looked at Lilioth in confusion when he heard what Biggie said. "It's nothing. Since he can't fight humans, I hypnotized him into thinking they're man-eating ogre apes." Right now, he's seeing the 3 of them doing provocative ogre ape stuff like digging their boojas and waving their butts at him. Chapter 111. A major crisis. Biggie was traumatized from fighting humans, but in his eyes, man-eating ogre apes were merely ingredients, the best ingredients for steamed monkey brains. However, Biggie could no longer tolerate the man-eating ogre apes' provocations. He wielded all his primary power, causing his clothes to shake violently. Invisible blades also used the primary power as a medium to spread all over the place. Suddenly, Biggie moved. Gilding and Lilioth did not even have time to catch up with him. He had already appeared in front of a rank 9 gene body Witch Tribe powerhouse. Biggie then turned his hands into sabers and inserted them into his chest. The Witch Tribe powerhouse did not expect Biggie's attack to be so swift and violent. It did not even have time to react when Biggie's right hand, just like a sharp blade, had already torn his chest apart. A brutal force exploded in his body and his heart was instantly shredded into pieces. As the first Witch Tribe powerhouse collapsed in a pool of his own blood, the other 2 finally felt the power of Biggie's strength. An unprecedented level of fear could be seen in their very eyes. They did not expect Biggie to be this strong. Just as Biggie killed the first Witch Tribe powerhouse, Gilding noticed blood dripping from Lilioth's nose. "Are you alright?" he asked. "Support our web novel go.com." Lilioth wiped off her nosebleed and shook her head. Her breathing was clearly weaker than before. "I'm fine, it's just that this hypnotic spell has some side effects." Lily's ability can cause her to suffer repulse from whoever she hypnotizes. The stronger they are, the stronger the repulse. Any increase in the fluctuations of their mental state can also strengthen the repulse. Neptune explained in Gilding's ear. "If you want her to suffer as little as possible, you'll need to help Biggie in defeating the enemies faster and let Lily remove the hypnosis." Gilding furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing Neptune's explanation. Biggie locked his eyes on the second rank 9 gene body after he took out the first Witch Tribe powerhouse. He planned on defeating the weaker ones first. With a swift dodge, Biggie disappeared once again. When he appeared, he was right behind the second Witch Tribe powerhouse. Go to hell, you yellow-furred monkeys. This time, the two Witch Tribe powerhouses learned their lesson. It was around the same time Biggie attacked that the rank 10 Gene Body also retaliated. He instantly appeared beside Biggie's waist, with sharp nails flying toward his waist. The rank 9 Gene Body powerhouse who was being attacked turned his body. Two of his fingers were headed straight for Biggie's eyes. This was a life-or-death move. Biggie tilted his head slightly to the side, avoiding the powerhouse's attack on his eyes. He turned his left hand into a saber, and with a strong force, he deflected the powerhouse's attack on his waist. Biggie jumped up in the air with his right left pulled out fiercely. A semicircular force emerged from his body and was headed straight for the rank 9 Gene Body's head. The rank 9 Gene Body powerhouse was unable to dodge his strike. He had no choice but to shield himself behind both of his arms. Intense primary power wrapped around his arms like thick chains. The invisible semicircular force instantly tore his primary power defense apart, viciously picking away at his arms. Two clicks from his bones breaking were heard, and the rank 9 Gene Body powerhouse's body flew backward like a bullet. In the forest, a loud bang rang throughout the forest. The powerhouse crashed through 12 largest trees before falling to the ground. This bastard should have lost his will to fight by now, right? Gylding asked Neptune. Both arms suffered severe fracturing. His back also suffered 3 fractures due to the impact. His internal organs have experienced mild rupturing, causing bleeding to occur. It also lost consciousness due to the immense shock experienced by his body. Besides, it has suffered many injuries. Considering the current bleeding rate, it won't survive more than an hour. Neptune was able to assess physical condition with just a brief scan from a kilometer away. That means we have one enemy left. Gylding looked at Lilith somewhat worriedly. Lilith turned away and wiped her nose with her hand. Gylding clenched his fist and said, "Biggie, hurry up." Biggie seemed to understand that the last man-eating ogre ape was not an easy foe. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he stared at the man-eating ogre ape intensely, waiting for an opening. The rank 10 Gene Body looked in the direction where his partner had fallen in the jungle earlier, and instantly retreated. Biggie instantly followed suit and saw it pick up his partner with one hand before dashing into the dense jungle. Thank goodness, he's still alive. That means evil dark energy emerged from the rank 10 Gene Body's palm and quickly enclosed his partner's body. His partner's body began to dry up at an alarming speed, whereas the rank 10 Gene Body Witch Tribe powerhouse's breathing started to improve rapidly. "You will all die here." Neptune projected the image, causing Gylding and Lilith to frown upon seeing it. That bastard wouldn't even let go of his partner. Biggie wanted to stop him, but the dark energy seemed to have a life of its own. It entangled him like a mist and was surprisingly able to drain Biggie's energy. Biggie immediately withdrew and watched from afar, waiting for him to slip up. About 5 to 6 minutes passed. The partner in the hands of the Witch Tribe powerhouse had been reduced to a dry corpse. He abandoned the partner in his hands, with a malevolent smile on his face. He explained, "This trick is called a sacrifice. The offering must be a living creature. The stronger it is, the more power I gain. Thank you for leaving a survivor behind, or I wouldn't have had the chance to perform this trick." Monkeys will always be monkeys. Even though you can speak the human language, it still won't change your fate. Biggie's face showed no signs of fear. He was a little excited. He did not expect to encounter such a powerful man-eating ogre ape. I've heard that the stronger the man-eating ogre ape, the tastier his brains. Once Biggie finished his speech, he struck once again, slashing sharp blade-like force toward the ogre ape. "Humphrey, how audacious of you." Although he could not understand what Biggie said, he somehow understood that Biggie had compared him to a monkey. The Witch Tribe powerhouse grew extremely angry. His power had increased, so he had no intention of fleeing. He attacked aggressively. His deadly sickle-like black claws collided with Biggie's karate chops. Both parties showed no signs of giving in and carried on attacking each other aggressively. The forest was a mess. Everywhere they went, the trees in that area were completely obliterated. It looked like a typhoon had touched down. The ground was littered with branches and leaves. As Gylding witnessed Lilith's body start to tremble, he got increasingly anxious. However, he could no longer see their fight with the naked eye. If he joined the fight, instead of helping Biggie, he would end up being nothing but a burden. Lil can't take it any longer. Neptune, we must find a way to help Biggie in this fight soon. One of the single-use items Robert left behind could be useful. You can try something out. Neptune was silent for a moment before throwing out a vague answer. Chapter 112. Removing the hypnosis. Neptune immediately took out the item in question and put it in Gyuding's hand. What's this? Gyuding stared at the metal button-like object in his hands with a slight look of confusion. Robert had made a lot of gadgets, but he did not have the time to explain their functions in detail. Fiber button. Neptune already had sufficient knowledge about these gadgets Robert made. You just need to lock onto someone, press the button, and it will deploy tough fibers, which will tie them up. Under normal circumstances, the fibers will be capable of trapping a rank 8 gene body for at least half an hour. In other words, it's useless against a rank 10 gene body. Gyuding was not optimistic. What can only trap a rank 8 gene body for half an hour would prove to be nothing but a toy to a rank 10 gene body. The reason why I'm letting you use this is not to trap him. He could easily break free from the fibers. Neptune spoke his mind. Though, even if it throws him off for a second, Biggie can exploit this distraction to find his weakness and break the current stalemate. After hearing Neptune's explanation, Gyuding decided it was an executable plan. He glanced over the pale Lilith and pressed down on the target key. A translucent holographic screen was projected in front of Gyuding. A while later, the red laser sight locked onto the Witch Tribe powerhouse. Gyuding pressed hard on the button. A strand of transparent silk shot out quickly and instantly wrapped itself around the target's leg. It was too late for the Witch Tribe powerhouse to notice the anomaly. The transparent fiber had already begun to climb up his leg. He grabbed the fiber that had now reached his thigh with one hand and forcefully pulled it away to prevent it from becoming a bigger nuisance. Support our web novel Go.com. Biggie, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. In under a second, he had appeared beside the powerhouse's waist. A sharp force flowed through his palms as he struck his waist, leaving behind a deep gash. Blood burst out from the Witch Tribe powerhouse wound. He immediately clutched his waist and retreated. He knew very well that if he continued fighting in this wounded state, he would be killed by his opponent. Biggie had no intention of letting him catch his breath. He was faster than the injured powerhouse and stopped him in the blink of an eye. The Witch Tribe powerhouse continued to dodge his attacks, trying his best to avoid engaging in combat. He fully understood that once he challenged Biggie, he would be forced to commit to the fight. He chose to avoid the fight, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Neptune, do you have any more of those fiber buttons? Gyuding did not plan on wasting another second. Lilith's body was on the verge of collapsing. If it was not for him, she might have fallen long ago. Her control of Biggie was also wearing off. I do. Neptune answered and took out another fiber button for Gyuding. Gyuding once again locked in on the powerhouse and pressed the launch button. A colorless fiber once again shot out of the gadget. This time, it wrapped itself around his head, blinding him in the process. When the Witch Tribe powerhouse tore the fiber away, he felt a warm sensation form on his neck and vaguely understood the situation. He reached out to touch his neck. A viscous liquid spurted out continuously. He could also feel his cervical vertebrae were exposed to the air. The rough texture made him realize that his cervical vertebrae were also severely damaged. Subsequently, his vision gradually began to blur, and his body slowly grew heavier. When the Witch Tribe powerhouse collapsed, Gyuding let out a deep breath. Lili, remove the hypnosis. But it's not over, the others will catch up soon. Lilith's body trembled, but she stubbornly shook her head. Leave the rest to me, you've done enough. Gyuding's tone was a little grim. Lilith's body was extremely exhausted. If she persisted any longer, it could cause irreversible damage to her body. Lilith looked at Gyuding and forced a smile. Then, she nodded her head and removed the hypnosis on Biggie. Her gold pupils instantly returned to its original color, and her body collapsed to the ground. Biggie, let's go. Gyuding carried Lilith on his back and shouted at Biggie, who was not far away. Biggie gazed at the dead body absent-mindedly before looking at his hands. He suddenly stood still. Seeing that Biggie was not responding to him, Gyuding went over and patted him on the shoulders. Let's just leave it be, we're running out of time. We have to get out of here at once, or more enemies will come over. Biggie then stood up, a little dazed. His body was trembling as if he was afraid of something. Seeing Biggie's reaction, Gyuding grabbed his wrist and dragged him out of the disastrous battlefield. After being on the run for nearly half an hour, Gyuding, under Neptune's instructions, found a cave abandoned by a Gene body. They could not go any further as Lilioth had passed out, and so they had to find a safe place for treatment as soon as possible. In the cave, Gyuding took out some sheets from inventory and laid it out on the floor. He then put Lilioth down and let her lie across the sheets. Thankfully, her breathing was steadying. What do we do now? This type of spirit exhaustion requires spirit medicine, but I have never bought any related medicinal material. Gyuding had no idea what to do. There are some in Lilai's inventory. Back in Feniyuan, I saw her buying materials for spirit medicine. What Neptune just said was indeed considered good news. Hold her intelligent wristwatch in your hand, I'll get the corresponding medicinal material out. Gyuding immediately proceeded. Neptune quickly took out a portion of medicinal material. Gyuding did not have the time to create the second or third medicine. Letting Lilioth drink a bottle of medicine to stabilize her body was the priority. Gyuding, who got the medicinal material, started the quick refining process. Although it was his first time refining a spirit medicine, it was a piece of cake for him. In less than 10 minutes, an E-grade spirit medicine was made, and as always, it was of perfect quality. Gyuding gently poured the medicine into Lilioth's mouth and gave her another bottle of E-grade cell repair agent. Lilioth's face then looked a lot better. Only then Gyuding looked over Biggie, who had been silent all the while. After Biggie entered the cave, he just sat quietly against the wall and looked down at the ground without saying a word. Even when Gyuding was refining the medicine, he did not look up. Gyuding was so focused on treating Lilioth that he did not notice Biggie sitting in the corner, looking distraught. After seeing Biggie in this state, Gyuding naturally became concerned. Gyuding walked over to Biggie's side. He was about to say something when he heard Neptune's warning. Those people from which tribe are catching up with us? They're probably 1 kilometer away from here. There's 3 rank 8 Gene body, 5 rank 7 Gene body, and 12 rank 6 Gene body. Biggie, I know you're not yourself right now, and there is no way you can fight. However, our enemies are approaching now. I need you to take Lilai away and hide, while I lead these people away. Once the space-time backtracking ends, I'll contact you as soon as I get the chance. Looking at Biggie's current state, Gyuding was doubtful over whether he could even do that much. Biggie raised his head and nodded vigorously. I may not be able to fight, but I'll do my best to protect Lilai. Chapter 113, A1 vs 17 Fight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gyuding lowered his body and hid in the grass, secretly observing the witch tribe hunters through the gaps in the grass. The number of fiber buttons in his possession was down to 3. This meant that he had to get rid of the 17 people who accompanied the 3 rank 8 Gene body within half an hour. After targeting the fiber button at the 3 rank 8 Gene body, Gyuding pressed hard on the launch button. 3 strands of translucent silk thread silently entangled the 3 Gene body's ankle and swiftly made their way up. By the time they noticed it, the fiber had already wrapped about a third of their body. In less than 20 seconds, a thin white cocoon had enveloped their entire body. The 3 of them struggled hard but to no avail. The rest tried to help, but there was no use. Once the fiber completely encased them, Gyuding simultaneously activated Ultimate Arts Level 7 and Rage ability. He took a silent step and appeared behind a rank 6 Gene body from the Witch tribe. After a 2-fold increase from combat armor, a 3-fold increase from Rage Level 2 and a 10-fold increase from Ultimate Arts Level 7, Gyuding's combat effectiveness was comparable to a martial arts practitioner with 80,000 points cell index. To the likes of a rank 6 Gene body who had less than 3,000 points cell index, he was like the Grim Reaper. Gyuding effortlessly broke his first opponent's neck, and he collapsed without even making a squeak. Soon after, Gyuding appeared right behind the second Gene body. In the turmoil, only after Gyuding had killed the 4th rank 6 Gene body from the Witch tribe, did the Witch tribe hunters realize they were under attack. The entire process took less than 15 seconds. Gyuding was not worried about being discovered. Back in the days, he had to try his best to contend with these rank 6 Gene body. But now they were like sheep waiting to be butchered. Even though there were several rank 7 Gene body, their cell index was less than 10,000 points. In Gyuding's eyes, they were no different from the rest. He, however, was a wolf who had sneaked its way into the sheep pen. No matter how hard they resisted, they could not escape their fate. He continued taking one silent step after another and appeared right in front of the fifth Gene body. He then fiercely pressed a terminating finger on his forehead, causing his head to explode instantly. Gyuding showed no signs of slowing down. With a death maneuver, he appeared in front of the sixth Gene body. Using the terminating finger yet again, it shattered the Gene body's head. Witnessing Gyuding's ruthless killings, the people from Witch Tribe were terrified. He was like a demon. Each time he made an attack, he took a life with no mercy. Half of the 12 rank 6 Gene body enemies were killed in less than a minute. Split up and run. A rank 7 Gene body from Witch Tribe shouted at the remaining rank 6 Gene body. Can they really escape? Gyuding's face was grim. He took another silent step and appeared like a ghost behind one of the fleeing people from Witch Tribe. He mercilessly punched a steel fist onto the center of his back and the punch instantly pierced a hole in his body. Gyuding turned around and without looking back, went after the second Gene body. 6 of them were effortlessly killed by Gyuding. None of them stood a chance. He even stacked their bodies on top of one another and looked at the remaining 5 rank 7 Gene body. Are you guys going to run or fight? 5 of them looked at each other and charged toward Gyuding. This was exactly what Gyuding wanted. Rank 7 Gene body martial arts practitioners were a lot faster than rank 6. If they ran in all directions, Gyuding reckoned he could only catch up with 3 of them at most, allowing the last 2 to escape. He intentionally piled the bodies of the rank 6 Gene body together, just to provoke them as well as suggesting that they would have a chance at surviving if they joined forces. Running in all directions would only bring them death. The 5 rank 7 Gene body powerhouses were extremely skilled in their cooperation. Their attacks were also rather aggressive, each aimed at the 5 different vital parts on Gyuding's body so that he could not avoid all of them. Gyuding twisted his body and nimbly avoided the attacks on his vital parts. He then fully activated Righteous Body to withstand the attack from the 5 powerhouses. Soon after, his steel fist hit one of the powerhouse's chest. His phantom kick also slammed into another's neck with a lightning-like force. The 2 powerhouses hit were so terribly injured that they were incapacitated. The other 3 did not plan to let go of this opportunity and continued attacking wildly. Gyuding resisted the attack with his Righteous Body and pressed a terminating finger onto one of the powerhouse's temple, while a flaming knee rammed hard onto another's crotch. Based on what Biggie had said earlier, if they were unable to incapacitate their opponents, they should just attack their most vulnerable parts so they lose their combat effectiveness. 5 of them had closed in on him but 4 were badly injured and quit the fight. The last powerhouse posed no threat to Gyuding. He punched hard on the powerhouse's nose bridge with steel fist and a lightning elbow with damage stacking was aimed at his heart. With the damage stacking ability, Gyuding was able to use the cursing ability on the 5 powerhouses. The second strike immediately got damage stacking. The attack, which was comparable to 18,000 points cell index, immediately doubled to 36,000 points. This terrifying power was undeniably a lethal blow to a rank 7 Gene body with not more than 10,000 points cell index who was already under a curse. When his combat effectiveness was only half of the usual level, the rank 7 Gene body Witch Tribe powerhouse who was hit in the heart died on the spot when his heart exploded. Gyuding turned his attention to the remaining 4. Their body was already hit with the curse caused by damage stacking. Now that they were heavily injured, they were no better than the rank 6 Gene bodies he killed earlier. Although 4 of them were no longer capable of striking back, Gyuding did not plan on keeping any of them alive. This hunt for him had led to the Witch Tribe dispatching 70% of their powerhouses. If they managed to escape, they could call for reinforcements which would lead to more rank 8 Gene body powerhouses or even rank 9 Gene body coming after him. Gyuding did not want to see this happen. He mercilessly hit the 4 powerhouses' vital parts, killing them instantly. As he lowered his head to look at the time on his wristwatch, only 11 minutes had passed. Looking at the 3 powerhouses still wrapped in fiber, Gyuding furrowed his eyebrows. What about these 3? Rank 8 Gene bodies were indeed difficult for Gyuding to deal with. That was because rank 8 Gene bodies had 4 spiral gene chain in their body, with a cell index between 10,000 and 100,000 points on average. Those people from Witch Tribe who were after him earlier were the best in their respective gene body rank. These are 3 rank 8 gene bodies. Cell index should be more than 80,000 points, There was no way Gylding could bypass their defenses. The fiber keeping them under control would probably break at the same time. Gylding would be so tired from handling one, let alone three. I've used the insect robot to scout the place. There's a place we can get rid of these three nuisances. I'll show it to you on the map, Neptune said and projected a map. It clearly displayed the directions from Gylding's current location to the target location. Looking at the three-dimensional projection, Gylding noticed the landform at the target's location. There's a cliff there? That's right, we just have to throw them off it. Even if the three of them survived, several days will have passed before they manage to climb back up, Neptune explained. However, before that, you still have to solve one problem. Someone is hiding in the grass 80 meters from here at your 1 o'clock. Chapter 114, The End of Space-Time Backtracking. Gylding glanced over the place Neptune mentioned, took a silent step, and appeared behind the person. After seeing his face, Gylding was stunned as it turned out that it was just a kid. After realizing Gylding had suddenly disappeared, Arthurs turned around stiffly and saw that Gylding was standing right behind him with a cold look about him. He had been secretly following the tribe's powerhouses since the beginning. He witnessed the entire scene where Gylding slaughtered his tribe, from the beginning until the end. He did not miss a thing. At first, he had thought that even if they were strong, his people could still win as they had strength in numbers. Naturally, he was surprised to see that Gylding could kill 17 of his tribe's powerhouses without much hassle. The remaining 3 rank 8 gene body powerhouses were immobilized by some unknown force, rendered completely useless throughout the whole ordeal. His powers were completely beyond his imagination, and from the looks of it, he was only a few years older. When he saw Gylding standing behind him, Arthur's body shuddered. He still did not understand the true meaning of death at his age, but he did recognize the gravity of it. He realized Gylding would likely not let him go so as to not leave anyone behind who could notify the rest of the tribe. His eyes showed hints of despair, tears flowing out continuously due to fear. Kill him, it won't have much impact on history. Neptune provided Gylding the best option. Support our web novel Go.com. He's just a child. Gylding shook his head slightly and struck Arthur's neck with a karate chop. Young Arthur collapsed instantly. Gylding did not kill him. He just knocked him out. It would probably be morning by the time he regained consciousness. The space-time backtracking would have ended by then, so he would not cause Gylding any trouble. After solving the issue with Arthur, Gylding followed Neptune's route and threw the 3 powerhouses wrapped in a fibrous cocoon off the cliff. After doing so, Gylding dialed Biggie's communicator. Biggie, are you guys alright? Did you encounter any enemies? It's alright. Lili and I are safe, we didn't get discovered. Biggie's voice sounded a lot better than before. After Neptune locked in on their wristwatch's position, Gylding quickly rushed toward them. When Gylding found them, they were far from the cave they were hiding in earlier. Gylding had no choice but to be impressed at Biggie's footwork. After all the trouble, there were only 2 or more hours left before dark. The cave Biggie and Liliath hid in was huge. Biggie took over it after driving away a rank 9 giant iron-armored bear. In the cave, Liliath was still fast asleep. Her breathing was stable. That was a good sign. Someone who spent a lot of spirit needed sleep the most. Biggie looked a lot better than earlier, but he was still somewhat distracted. Have you settled everything? Biggie lowered his head and looked at Gylding. Although he was half sitting on the floor, he was still taller than Gylding. Yup, everything has been settled. They shouldn't be sending any more people. Gylding nodded his head. More than 70% of the tribe's powerhouse was deployed this time. The rest should be reluctant to leave the tribe. Sorry, if it wasn't for me, Lili wouldn't have gotten so badly hurt. Biggie lowered his head to look at Liliath, who was still fast asleep, and apologized softly. Gylding shook his head. This is not your fault. When Lili, Neptune, and I recruited you, we were just looking for a good cook. I already told you back then, leave the fighting to us. Your powerful combat effectiveness was a surprise to us, but that's all. In other teams, cooks are the object of protection. This is just as true in mine. Fighting is for the main combatants to worry about. None of us wanted to see Lili hurt, but she made the right choice. She was likely aware of the consequences and decided to carry on. We must respect her choice. Fortunately, based on the current situation, her body will recover soon. As for Lili using hypnosis on you, there was really no other choice. If she didn't do it this time, the 3 of us certainly wouldn't have escaped. This won't happen again. When Lili gets better, I'll make it clear to her not to use this move ever again, especially not on any one of us. I hoped I could be of some help. Biggie shook his head after listening to Gilding's statement. I used that move with my consent, as I can only unleash my combat effectiveness and help everyone under hypnosis. If we encounter a situation like this next time, I will still make the same choice and ask Lily to use this hypnosis on me. Of course, I don't want her to overexert herself and go overboard. It will only hurt herself. I'll avoid dragging you into our fights in the future. Gilding grew a little worried as he recalled Biggie's pale face and dull expression earlier. One was to prevent Lily from getting hurt again, and the other was that this type of combats is too stimulating for your spirit state. You still look terrible. Don't worry about me, I'll get used to it. Biggie rubbed his face with his palm. I've always avoided this psychological obstacle, but running from it is not the right solution. I hope I can face this problem and overcome it. It will be good for me and the team. I do hope I can make good use of myself and contribute to all our future combats. I also hope you guys can help me to get over this psychological barrier together. One day, I will be able to unleash my full combat effectiveness without hypnosis. Alright, I respect your choice. I hope you can overcome this problem soon. After hearing Biggie's words, Gilding finally felt a little relieved. He was slightly worried that Biggie would never get over it initially, but now it seemed that he had made up his mind to overcome this psychological barrier. In the cave, Lilith was still fast asleep. Biggie was sitting on the floor deep in his thoughts while Gilding was sat on a boulder outside the cave, looking up at the star creeping above the horizon, waiting for the night to fall. 2 hours went by calmly in the blink of an eye. Just as Gilding predicted, Witch Tribe did not send any more people after them. As the sky started to darken, Gilding's surroundings suddenly changed. He knew it was the end of space-time backtracking. Biggie, we should go. Biggie looked at the changes in their surroundings. He stood up, carried Lilith on his back, and followed Gilding's lead. Chapter 115. The best newcomer. This planet that was covered in primitive jungles more than 10 billion years ago was now a desolate mess. Traces of war could be found everywhere. A planet with depleted resources like this had no value to the federal government and was not worth redeveloping. Hence, this planet was simply abandoned. Just as Neptune expected, when they found the gray-faced buzzard, it was not damaged. Whenever the spaceship falls under attack, the energy barrier activates automatically. Before night falls, Oldman, who wanted to keep the loot, did not get a timely reply from his men. Therefore, he decided to destroy the gray-faced buzzard, but it was too late. In the Witch Tribe, the only rank 12 gene body was sealed by Gilding while the only rank 10 gene body was killed by Biggie. There were only 2 rank 9 gene body who did not participate in the hunt, as they only had half of their cursing combat effectiveness left. Their attack could not penetrate the gray-faced buzzard's energy barrier at all. If they were given enough time, they could have exhausted the spaceship's energy, but they did not get near enough time to do so. Under Neptune's control, the spaceship left the abandoned planet immediately. Lilith was still in a deep slumber. Biggie was in a much better mood once he got back on the spaceship. He headed straight to the kitchen and quickly got himself busy. Only when he cooked was his mind at peace. Support our web novel Go.com. Hearing Biggie's humming in the kitchen, Gilding knew he did not have to worry about his well-being anymore. Has there been any important pieces of news over the past few days? The space-time backtracking lasted 3 days. During these 3 days, Neptune was completely isolated and could not receive any information from the outside world. Gilding also wanted to know if anything happened during these 3 days. Neptune, who got connected to the Skynet screen through multiple bits of information and immediately answered, "There are a lot of changes in the rising newcomers ranking in the underground network in the dark web this year. Some guy called Nick made a huge jump to 6th place. In just a few days, he took out 5 people who held the 6th to 10th place on the ranking. Now he explicitly said that he wants to challenge you and Lily. Nick's current bounty is 110 million. His special ability is speed. Although he's only a rank 7 gene body, he has the speed of a rank 8 gene body. Taking over someone's place by challenging them, is that appropriate?" Gilding raised his eyebrows, but he did not seem to mind this guy named Nick. Any other news? That incident in Kunstluk, didn't the Federation suspect someone called Destiny was behind it? His team managed to recruit several powerhouses with bounties of more than 500 million star credits because of that. There's even a swordsman with a bounty of more than 1 billion who joined them. You've probably heard of that swordsman. He's called Kai-Ora. The Federation government thinks that Destiny's threatening level has increased due to the joining of these people, so they've increased his bounty to 3 billion star credits. Kai-Ora, an 18-year-old kendo prodigy. Hasn't he been a lone pirate all this while? Gyuding was no stranger to this name. Although he was not from Skyriver Sector, Gyuding had heard of him when he was in Skyriver Sector. He was a kendo genius who had only just become an interstellar pirate 2 years ago. His fame had even surpassed that of Cold Blood. He had been a lone pirate because he felt there was no suitable partner. He felt that the leader of the Kunstlik explosion was the one he wanted. Neptune teased slightly when he said this. In other words, what he wants is to join our team. Gyuding was also speechless about the screw-up. We do need strong main combatants right now, but we can only leave this to fate. We'll find it. Neptune felt confident and continued, I think there's one more thing you should know. Cold Blood has entered Border River. He was then attacked by the army where he slaughtered an entire team led by a major general. Federal government has determined that he had been promoted to a rank 8 gene body and increased his bounty to 1.2 billion star credits. He's so fast, he's in Border River already. Gyuding was a little surprised at his speed. The so-called Border River was a junction between two cosmos, and because it was located at the junction, it was an utter mess. There were all kinds of people there, so it was a lot more dangerous than the usual star sectors. They've switched to a white J-Falcons after leaving Zerul, and they're taking a direct route there with no stops in between. Neptune was not surprised at their speed. It's normal to be faster than us. We'll also reach Border River once we pass through Mare Sector. Any news on energy crystal pieces from Mare Sector? Gyuding cared more about this. No news on it yet, but there's been a big auction recently. We'll be there just in time to join the auction. We can try our luck there. Neptune did not miss out on any useful information. There are no other major events. It's just that the federal government hasn't been idle when we disappeared for the past few days. Neptune then continued, they already knew about Biggie's participation. The video where Biggie killed the giant golden alligator has gone viral on Skynet. The most discussed topic was the part where he dismembered the giant golden alligator by hand. Everyone thinks Biggie's a rank 10 gene body, and almost everyone in Dragons or Cosmic Nation knows that Biggie has joined our team. However, the federal government seems to have taken their foot off the gas for now. They didn't give Biggie his bounty immediately, nor did they increase your bounty. This may also be related to our disappearance. I guess if anything happens next time, your bounty might be greatly increased. A lot of people in Dark Web have high hopes for you. Some even started a betting pool, thinking that you have a good chance at becoming Dragons or Cosmic Nation's best newcomer this year. After hearing this news, Gyuding grinned but did not express any other opinions. However, the number 1 spot is being held by someone named Bart. His bounty has already reached 380 million, and it's still growing rapidly. It'll be hard to surpass him in 1 year. Neptune was not trying to throw a wet blanket on him. He was merely stating a fact objectively. Based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Gyuding to be crowned as best newcomer. It's a lot more fun when it's challenging, isn't it? Gyuding grinned and said, Chapter 116, if you want to challenge me, then provide some reward. With the speed of a grey-faced buzzard, it would take around 1 week to get from Derisis to Mare Sector. The spaceship had been flying for 3 days, and Liliath's spirit had been fully restored. As detailed video tutorials for most recipes could be found on Skynet and any encrypted information was decoded by Neptune with relative ease, Biggie was able to learn to cook quite easily, and his cooking skills made drastic improvements daily. Each day, he tried different ways to make soup for the injured Liliath, and Gyuding was also able to eat good food because of that. Although the issue regarding food had been resolved, Gyuding and Liliath were the restless type that could not stay still for too long. Therefore, after being stuck in the spaceship for 3 days, the both of them could not take it anymore. After discussing with Neptune, they found a planet with human inhabitants rather quickly. The spaceship landed at the port smoothly. The hatch opened, and Gyuding stood at the entrance and stretched. We've finally seen land. After the 3 of them stepped off the spaceship, they realized that this was a fairly bustling planet. A few people casted sidelong glances at Biggie's huge figure, but none of them seemed too surprised about it. Support our web novel Go.com. There were also a few interstellar pirates idling near the port that recognized Gilding and his group. Biggie's figure made him too recognizable. Besides, the video of him barehandedly dismembering the giant gold alligator had several times more clicks than the video of Gilding bombarding Feniyuan. Practically every interstellar pirate from the Dragons or Cosmic Nation had seen that incredible video, and it made Gilding and his group one that should not be provoked. In the video, Biggie displayed strength that no ordinary person could achieve. It was practically at the level of a realm god, and comparable to the level of a general from the Federation Army. Even after entering the Cosmic Sea, this level of strength would be considered first-class rank. Before entering the Cosmic Sea, it would be considered the pinnacle of combat strength. Quite a few of the other interstellar pirates recognized Gilding and his group, but pretended not to, because as far as they were concerned, wherever this Gilding guy was, there would be no peace. It was as if he brought trouble to every planet that he landed on. As there was still the shock of what Biggie did, most people did not want any conflict with Gilding and his group. The longer one had been in the interstellar pirate business, the more they understood that the weak ones were the ones that would get picked on. Gilding did not plan on staying on this planet named Bostan for too long. He just wanted to find a market near the port to stroll for a bit and relieve his boredom before leaving. Neptune easily found a map of Bostan on Skynet, and zoomed in onto the area around the port before projecting it out. The map showed that one of the biggest markets on the planet was only about 2 kilometers away from the port. Just as Gilding put the map away and was about to leave, someone called out to him. "Are you Gilding?" A young boy wearing a shawl with long blonde hair, a stud earring in his left ear, and clad in black leather walked in the direction of Gilding and his group. The bright red leather boots on his feet were blinding. "And you are?" Gilding had no idea who this guy was. With the way the other was dressed, Gilding would have definitely recognized him immediately if they had met before, but it was obvious that they probably had not. "He's Nick, the interstellar pirate that wanted to challenge you and Lilith to snatch your rankings." Neptune had searched about the other's information while they were on the spaceship, and knew how the other looked like. "I'm called Nick. Looks like you're not very well informed on the news if you don't even know about my public declaration for a challenge," Nick said as he looked at the intelligent wristwatch on Gilding's hand. "I think you should replace that plain-looking wristwatch of yours." Prior to this, Neptune had camouflaged himself as a regular wristwatch for convenience's sake, but now that he was met with the other's ridicule, he could not stand it. He calmly said into Gilding's ear, "Gilding, flatten his head into an idiot." Hearing Neptune's words, Gilding's lips split into a grin. "I know about your public challenge, but why should I accept it? If you can give me a convincing reason, then I'll take you up on your challenge." "Reason?" Nick scratched his head, not saying a word for a long while. He really could not think of a suitable reason. "What reason do you need to accept a challenge?" "Let me ask you instead, what reason do you have to not accept my challenge?" Gilding shrugged his shoulders at Nick's counter-question. "The reason for me not accepting your challenge is simple. If I defeat you, I don't gain anything and you don't lose anything, but if I lose, your ranking will go up. No matter how I look at it, the only one gaining anything from this is you. Why should I accept a challenge that doesn't bring any benefit to me?" This. Nick momentarily could not find any words to refute Gilding. "If there's nothing else, then make way." "We're going for a stroll," Gilding said and got ready to leave with Lilith and Biggie. "No way, you must accept my challenge." Nick was still blocking their way out. Gilding stared at Nick for a while. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "I don't do things that don't benefit me. If you must challenge me, then provide some kind of reward for me. If I win, then I'll at least get something out of it. It'll only be fair like this. If there's no decent reward, then my answer is still no." After hearing Gilding's words, Nick went silent for a moment, before he reluctantly declared, "I have 200 million star credits. I can give you 100 million as a reward." "I don't want money." Gilding shook his head. "If you have energy crystal pieces used by the mechanical tribes from the Middle Ages though, I'll happily accept that." "Why would I have such a thing?" Nick felt that Gilding was trying to make things difficult for him, but he suddenly remembered something. "Hold on. When I got rid of a guy recently, I think I obtained a strange piece of energy crystal rock. I tried searching about it on Skynet but found nothing. so I assumed it was probably something that was left behind by an ancient civilization. Show it to me. Even though Gilding did not have too much hope, he still wanted to look at this energy crystal rock to see if it would be of any use to Robert. I'll look for it, Nick said and rummaged through his inventory. After about 5 to 6 minutes, he finally fished out a blue stone. The stone was entirely blue in color and crystal clear, like a giant square-shaped sapphire. Under the rays of the sun, the surface of the stone was like a faint white ripple on the surface of the water. Accept his challenge, Neptune shouted into Gilding's ear the moment he laid eyes on the stone. There was a sense of urgency in his voice. So pretty. Lilith was standing at the side, her eyes shining. Gilding nodded his head, his expression unchanging. Okay, this reward looks pretty good. I accept your challenge. Chapter 117, Complete Victory. Biggie and Lilith retreated to one side and observed Gilding and Nick's battle. Although Nick was a rank 7 gene body that had acceleration abilities, Biggie and Lilith did not think Gilding would lose. Gilding fully unleashed his 7th tier ultimate arts and rage ability. Even though Gilding was not afraid of Nick's rank 7 gene body, a lion still used its full force when hunting a rabbit. Similarly, Gilding did not look down on his opponent. It was within his intentions to end the battle quickly as well. The moment the two came face to face, Nick moved. Even with Gilding's eyesight, his vision was blurry. Hence, Gilding simply shut his eyes. The ultimate arts moves that had managed to withstand the tests of strength and time were very suited for blind battles without any source of light. The creator of the peculiar style had taken into consideration many different types of combat environments. Therefore, every move of the style allowed one to deal deadly blows to his or her enemy's vital points, even when one's eyes were closed. Nevertheless, it depended on the user's level of familiarity with the moves, battle prowess, as well as body reflexes. With his eyes closed, Gilding's heart was as calm as still water. Gilding had never suspended his connection to the ultimate arts even for a day. Hence, he had no problem related to his level of familiarity with the moves. Although Gilding had no way of predicting the other party's every move, to him, as long as he could grasp the time and angle of the other party's attack, he could rely on the moves from the ultimate arts to retaliate. All of a sudden, the sound of wind being blown gently came from Gilding's left side. Immediately, Gilding made a split-second deduction that the other party was about to attack his waist from the left. In response, he immediately took a step back with his left leg so that he was facing his opponent. Then, he busted out a merciless and fierce steel fist. He executed his moves in one smooth motion, as fluid as moving clouds and running water. Nick had not expected the other party to react so fast. Therefore, Gilding's moves were able to land despite the fact that he had reacted later. Nick's attack had not even reached Gilding's waist, while Gilding's fist was almost about to blast him in the chest. Before challenging Gilding, Nick had done his homework and knew that the former's attacks were fierce. If Gilding's fist were to him directly, even if he did not end up dead, it was likely he would lose his combat capabilities. Nevertheless, it was already too late for him to dodge. Hence, in that instant, after his brain had made a series of judgments, he chose to block. Nick's arms wrapped around his chest as he took Gilding's attack. Support our web novel Go.com. The moment Gilding's fist hit Nick's two arms, Nick's body flew backward. Nevertheless, Nick knew that he had made the right choice. That was because Gilding's punch had ended up breaking both his arms. If Gilding had hit his chest, he might have died a gruesome death. Nick tried hard to recompose himself about 10 meters away from Gilding as his two hands trembled slightly. The muscles in his arms were spasming erratically. Gilding's punch had given Nick a big fright. Nick took a few deep breaths and flung out his hands forcefully while he kept his gaze on Gilding. The former was worried that the latter would suddenly move during this time. Nevertheless, Gilding remained motionless in his original place with his eyes still shut tight. A slight breeze blew and it lifted the sleeves of his shirt. With that scene, Nick thought for a very brief moment that man he was facing was an unshakable mountain, spread solidly at that one place. The mountain made it so that it was impossible for others to cross over. Nick shook his head and tossed those self-disadvantageous thoughts out of his brain. By then, the soreness in his arms' muscles had taken a turn for the better, so he started to swim around Gilding. The fight between the two had managed to attract an audience of a few interstellar pirates and other personnel. Among them were a few people who recognized Gylding and Nick. Those people recorded a video of the battle. Nick circled Gylding several times. The former felt that with his attack speed, Gylding would not have enough time to retaliate if he were to attack from a blind spot like his back. Hence, Nick's body flashed and he appeared out of nowhere behind Gylding's back. His right hand tightened into a fist, and it was aimed straight for Gylding's posterior cervical spine. Gylding instantaneously detected the other party's movements, and his body reacted almost immediately. Gylding quickly twisted his body toward the right while his right hand executed a backhanded lightning elbow that collided with his opponent's head. In addition to that, his body took off from the ground, and he performed a flaming knee with his left leg that fell heavily on his opponent's chest. Nick had not expected Gylding's attacks to be so swift. The moment he was hit by the lightning elbow, his brain practically exploded. What Nick did not know was that Gylding had not yet activated his damage stacking ability. Otherwise, that one hit would have been enough to make the plasma in his brain burst out. In other words, it would have been enough for him to die on the spot. Other than that, Nick's ribs had been shattered by Gylding's flaming knee attack. As a result, the intense pain caused him to collapse in a dead faint right where he was. Opening his eyes and noticing the other party's devastating condition, Gylding secretly rejoiced that he had not used his damage stacking ability. Otherwise, there would definitely be no way for the man to be saved. Left here, he will definitely croak, right? Gylding did not have a grudge against his opponent. Moreover, the loot was still in the other party's inventory. In front of so many onlookers, Gylding was unwilling to reveal Neptune's secret. Hence, he immediately made Neptune call the local emergency number. "Hello, there's another wounded person here at the starport. He has serious injuries to his head, and all the ribs in his chest are shattered. Please get here as fast as you can, thank you." Seeing Gylding call the emergency number, the jaws of the onlooking interstellar pirates dropped. That guy is really too much. He beat up his opponent until such a state but still called emergency treatment for him. It's just blatant humiliation. They all thought that Gylding's actions were not out of kindness. Nevertheless, right after that, they saw an even more arrogant scene. Gylding took out a bottle of E-grade cell repair agent. Then, he pried open Nick's mouth and poured the bottle of medicine into it. In reality, Nick was a rank 7 gene body, so he had 3 spiral gene chains in his body. Hence, he required the use of a D-grade cell repair agent for the medicine to be effective. E-grade cell repair agents had very limited effects on him. Gylding's behavior was basically humiliation in the eyes of the other interstellar pirates. Not to mention, it was without a doubt that the entire scene had been captured on video by a bystander. Not long after, an ambulance arrived, and a group of paramedics lifted Nick into the vehicle. Gylding waved at Lilith and Biggie as he shouted loudly, "I'll follow the ambulance and make a trip to the hospital. You two look around as you please." Lilith and Biggie exchanged glances somewhat speechlessly before nodding. Only then did Gylding get into the ambulance. Gylding is an atrocious guy after all. He even wants to follow Nick along to the hospital, and it's obviously so that when the other guy wakes up, the other guy will see his victory stance. This was what all the other interstellar pirates thought in their hearts. In actual fact, Gylding was only worried about his loot. Gylding was unsure about what the blue crystal rock actually was, as he had not managed to ask about it earlier. Nevertheless, based on Neptune's previous tone, it seemed as if it was something very impressive. Sitting in the ambulance, Gylding looked at the group of paramedics on one side and typed a sentence on his wristwatch. "Neptune, what exactly is that blue rock?" Chapter 118. What are you trying to do? The mechanical civilization was originally from the Middle Ages, and it was wiped out during the same time due to war. However, as Robert said previously, a few of their tribesmen survived and emigrated to other places. As a result, a new generation was created. During the modern age, a small tribe caught the attention of the person in power at that time. The tribe had the same appearance externally as the mechanical tribes from the Middle Ages, as well the mechanical tribe's ability of creation. What was even more unbelievable was that they had a special ability similar to that of humans. The special ability they possessed was the same as some of the special abilities humans possessed. They were able to undergo evolution. Later on, the small tribe's secret was finally discovered. They were a group of survivors from the mechanical tribe of the Middle Ages. Their tribe was able to continue thriving due to them accidentally discovering an alternative energy source. The name of that type of energy source was energy prism crystals. Different colors of energy prism crystals had different elements, and they each gave the members of the mechanical tribe different abilities. In addition to that, every ability obtained from the energy prism crystals were capable of evolution. There was even a rumor that said energy prism crystals of different attributes had a certain level of influence on the user's personality. For example, the users of the flame element energy prism crystals were known to be more bad-tempered. So what you mean is that the blue rock is also an energy prism crystal? Gilding continued to type out his questions on his wristwatch. That's right. That thing looks exactly like what's found in my database. It's a water element energy prism crystal, Neptune said with full confidence. So that means Robert can use that thing as a substitute energy source? Uncertain, Gilding continued to ask. There's a huge possibility, but it's not 100%. Since such information was not recorded, we don't know how similar the energy systems of the mechanical tribe survivors from the modern age and the mechanical tribe survivors from the Middle Ages are. Not to mention, we don't know if any of them underwent changes in terms of energy compatibility. Neptune gave an answer that was not very confirmatory. He did not have any relevant data in his database to support his theory, so he did not dare give an assertion. Support our web novel Go.com. But it's worth a try, isn't it? The corner of Gilding's lips split into a grin. It did not take much time before the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Nick, whose entire body was covered in blood, was quickly pushed into the intensive care emergency room. Gilding sat on a long bench outside the ICU and waited patiently for Nick to wake up. After finding out what that blue rock was, he knew that he definitely had to obtain the loot this time around. A little over an hour later, Gilding's communicator sounded. The caller was Lilioth. Gilding, we've bought all the stuff. When are you coming back? I don't know either. That guy's in the emergency room surrounded by a team of doctors that's performing surgery. I don't know when he'll wake up. Gilding felt that he had gone overboard with his strength when he struck Nick. In fact, his third move was completely unnecessary. The other party had already lost their combat effectiveness after being hit by his elbow strike. Is there anything special about that rock? In Lilioth's eyes, Gilding was an indifferent person. To wait over an hour for one piece of loot did not seem like something within Gilding's personality. Hence, she guessed that that rock had something special about it. Neptune said that the rock is called an energy prism crystal, and there's a high possibility that Robert can use it as a substitute energy source. Upon hearing Gilding's words, Lilioth finally understood why the former would wait so patiently for it. Want us to go over? There's no need. You guys go ahead with your own business. It's enough with me over here. I'll leave once I get that energy prism crystal. Gilding shook his head. He felt that there was no need for such a thing. All right then, but with his injuries, it's probably very unlikely that he'll regain consciousness in such a short while. The position at which Lilioth and Biggie had observed the battle earlier was very close to Nick. With Lilioth's eyesight, she was able to determine the seriousness of the other party's injuries with just a glance. There's nothing we can do about that. If it ends up being impossible, I'll just let Neptune sneakily transfer that object out of his inventory. Gilding was actually unwilling to do that, as such an action would easily expose Neptune's secret. After all, nobody was capable of doing something like taking an object out of someone else's inventory. After Gilding hung up the communicator, he saw a doctor walking out of the intensive care emergency room. Gilding frantically called out to him as he asked, "Doctor, around what time will the person inside wake up?" It's hard to say. Although his constitution is very strong, and the surgery can be considered relatively successful, the injuries he suffered were really serious. Even we don't know when he'll be able to wake up. The doctor shook his head and followed up with a question. Are you a family member of the patient? No, I'm the guy who beat him up. Gilding gave the doctor an extremely frank answer. The doctor sized him up as he looked up and down, clearly doubtful of his answer. The doctor then said, the patient needs rest now, so it'd be best if you come back tomorrow or the day after. Then he turned and left. With the surgery complete, Nick was pushed out very quickly. Gilding followed Nick to his ward as the latter remained in a comatose state. Do you want my help? Neptune asked. Neptune was aware that nobody knew how long it would take for Nick to wake up. Let's wait a little longer and see, Gilding insisted. If Nick found out that something was missing from his inventory, he would definitely know that it was Gilding who had done something to him. When that time came, the federal government might find out about it as well. Then, once Neptune's secret was exposed, Gilding knew he would be in deep shit. What Gilding did not know was that the video of his fight with Nick on Boston had already been uploaded by someone to Skynet. In the video, Gilding was seen finishing Nick off in 3 moves with his eyes closed, appearing extremely formidable. The video even had a narrator who explained the details of the whole incident. With the person's narration, viewers of the video were able to notice all the details of the incident, including Gilding calling an ambulance for his opponent, as well as force-feeding his opponent some cell repair agent. Not to forget the epitome of it, Gilding lastly followed his opponent along to the hospital. The narrator had a very firm opinion that Gilding did all of it on purpose as a way to ridicule his opponent and mock him for overestimating his own capabilities. As a result, some new catchphrases appeared on Skynet. I can finish you off even with my eyes closed. Are you trying to make me call you an ambulance? Would you believe me if I said I'll feed you some cell repair agent? In one single night, Gilding had a new impression in the eyes of many people. He was arrogant. At the same time, the other interstellar pirates who were on Boston began speeding up their work progress in hopes of leaving the planet earlier and avoiding Gilding, who was a dangerous person. Nevertheless, Gilding's exposure during this period of time also attracted the attention of a few true powerhouses. Some of them had started becoming eager to try him with their own hands. Although Neptune knew about all these matters, he did not tell Gilding, as he thought that the news was just superfluous and full of useless information. Hence, there was no need for him to let Gilding waste his time by looking at such messy news. At that moment, in the ward, Nick, who had great recovery strength, began to slowly open his eyes. Upon noticing Gilding grinning at him, he had a shock. What are you trying to do? Chapter 119 The Awakened Robot. Having noticed that Nick had regained consciousness, Gilding immediately moved closer to him. You're finally awake. Seeing Gilding's face, Nick felt slightly fearful. After all, the one who had caused him his injuries was Gilding. What are you trying to do? Do you remember the reward you promised you'd give me earlier? Gilding said, grinning widely. Gilding's smile seemed somewhat savage in Nick's eyes. Reward? That blue rock? Nick only just recalled his promise. You followed me all the way to the hospital just for that rock? Of course. What other reason could there be? It's my loot. Gilding thought that it was a somewhat odd question for the other man to ask. Nick appeared slightly suspicious of the situation. Gilding coming for the rock meant that he probably knew what the rock was, and it was highly likely that it was something valuable. I can give you the rock, but can you tell me what exactly it is? Support our web novel Go.com. No. Gilding gave a negative reply. I can only tell you that it's useless to humans, so it won't serve you much use even if you keep it. After a short pause, Nick chose to relent. I can give you that rock, and I won't bother you or your team members anymore. However, there's one condition. After I give you the rock, you and your team members must not attack me. Gilding stuck out his hand. Deal. Give me the rock. Only then did Nick pull out the blue energy prism crystal and pass it to Gilding. Gilding turned and left the ward while Neptune contacted Lilith and Biggie to let them know they were to prepare for departure. Half an hour later, after leaving the hospital, Gilding arrived at their spaceship docked at the port. You got that blue rock? Neptune had not explained the details of the situation to Lilith through the communicator. He had only said that the item was in hand and Gilding was on the way back. Hence, Lilith was not too certain. Gilding nodded and pulled out the energy prism crystal. Did that guy really regain consciousness so fast? What great constitution he has. Lilith had seen with her own eyes that the other party was basically 1 foot in the grave. Nevertheless, it did not take him more than 2 hours to regain consciousness from his serious state of injury. Not only did he regain consciousness, but he was very aware of his surroundings. For the rock, he even discussed conditions with me, Gilding said, grinning. Neptune, let's go. We've dilly-dallied for quite a bit of time. Very soon, the spaceship left Boston's port. Once the spaceship stabilized itself, Gilding took out the metal sphere that Robert had turned into. Right until now, the former had kept the metal sphere in his inventory. Gilding slowly pushed the blue energy prism crystal into the metal sphere that was of similar size. Upon coming into contact with the energy prism crystal, the metal sphere began to undergo some change. As if it had been activated, it split open, and very quickly, it enveloped the entire energy prism crystal. After about a few minutes, the color of the metal sphere began to change slowly from its original silver color to blue. It only stopped once the entire metal sphere was dyed completely blue. Then, the metal sphere started to wriggle once again, and it slowly condensed into the shape of a human that was about half a meter tall. The entire process lasted for around half an hour before Robert finally returned to his original form. Other than the fact that his entire body had turned blue, in terms of appearance, he looked almost exactly the same as before. "Robert, are you alright?" Gilding could not help but ask after seeing Robert look down at his hands without saying a word. "Why have I turned blue?" Robert looked down and sized up his new body. "And why do I have one more special ability, Freeze Ray?" Gilding gave Robert an explanation about the energy prism crystal. However, based on the latter's reaction, Gilding could tell that Robert had not known about the existence of an alternative energy source like the energy prism crystal. It seems as if this type of energy source is more advanced than the ones we used previously. After having heard Gilding's explanation, Robert appeared to be very calm. Robert turned his head and saw Biggie standing not too far away. "Who's this big guy?" "Our new member, Biggie. He's also our chef." Lilith smacked Biggie's thigh. "Say hi." "Hello, my name's Biggie." Biggie smiled openly. He was aware of Robert's existence, but it was his first time meeting him. "Hello, I'm Robert." "It's so nice to meet you." Robert exchanged pleasantries with Biggie for a moment before he turned to look at Gilding again. "Captain, I'm going to work." Robert returned to his room and began to tinker with little bits and pieces. Why do I feel like Robert isn't as lively as he used to be? With her instincts as a little girl, Lilith was able to detect the subtle change in Robert. The water element prism crystal has a certain level of influence on one's personality, Neptune explained. He speculated, if fire element prism crystals can make one hot-headed, then I guess water element prism crystals are capable of making one calmer. Hence, those people would respond a little less emotionally to external affairs. Since we've found Robert an alternative energy source, are we still going to Mare Sector? Lilith asked subsequently. "Of course we are. I haven't been to an auction before." Gilding was unwilling to miss out on fresh things along the way. "Mare Sector is a place we'll definitely pass on the new route, so there's no harm in stopping there for a while," Neptune added. "Additionally, we can take the opportunity to sell off the stuff we got from the witch tribe during the auction. We should sell them off as quickly as possible and exchange them for resources that everyone can use. Otherwise, who knows when's the next time we'll get the chance to get them off our hands." The auction this time around is also going to be held on a big scale, so resources that everyone needs will probably show up. Before we enter Fey Cosmic Nation, it's important we increase our strength as fast as possible. Fey Cosmic Nation is a 5-star Cosmic Nation. There are many more powerhouses there than in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Not to mention, the strength of Fey Cosmic Nation's army is much fiercer as well. Neptune, you already took stock of all those witch tribe items, right? Are there any ones that might prove useful to us? Gilding only knew that Neptune had taken over 100 items from the witch tribe, and the former had not had the time to check exactly what those things were. Hence, it was faster for him to just ask Neptune anyway. The cultivation method practiced by the witch tribe's tribesmen is not quite the same as ours. I've already scanned through each and every one of those items, and only one item, a Jasper bracelet, can be used by Lilith. That bracelet has the ability to triple one's spirit. As for the other items, they can all be sold. As Neptune spoke, he took out the bracelet and had Gilding pass it to Lilith. "Lili, when you're doing your regular spirit cultivation, don't wear the bracelet. It can very easily cause spirit overexpenditure. The item can be considered a double-edged sword for you. That's why I never took it out all this while until now." Lilith nodded. She understood why Neptune was worried. She quite liked the bracelet, and after toying with it for a bit, she put it back in the inventory. "We'll arrive at Mare Sector in 4 days. So you guys will have to hang on for the next 4 days. Don't stop in the middle of the journey and waste your time." The space-time backtracking we encountered previously cost us 3 days, so we've fallen behind compared to others, Neptune reminded them. He was slightly worried that Gilding and Lilith would become restless in the cabin. "All right, full speed ahead to Mare Sector." Gylding was a person who was not willing to fall behind. Hence, hearing Neptune's words, he immediately drew back his lips and yelled a proclamation: "Overtake those jerks and make up for the 3 days we lost." Chapter 120, Meeting Senior again. The 4 days on the grey-faced buzzard was like a form of torture for Gylding and Liliath. With their personalities, staying idle on a spaceship was basically no different from being locked up. Robert tinkered with things throughout each day in his own room without idling for even a single moment. On the other hand, Biggie kept himself busy in the kitchen, creating new and colorful dishes for each meal, giving Gylding and Liliath great culinary satisfaction. When Biggie was not preparing dishes, he could be found looking up all sorts of recipes and spending his time incomparably productively. To kill time, Gylding had Neptune adjust his room to twice the usual force of gravity. Under such circumstances, he used the 7th tier ultimate arts to push his body's limits and strengthen his body's cells. 4 days down the line, Gylding managed to increase his cell index slightly to 320 points. On the other hand, Liliath spent her time entering the virtual arena's intermediate level stage to train her combat techniques. After the 4 days of torture finally passed, the grey-faced buzzard model safely arrived at Mare Sector's Great Divinity based on the route that had been established. The Great Divinity was the largest habitable planet in the entire Mare Sector, and it was also the most bustling planet in all of Mare Sector. The planet's population made up 1/30 of the Mare Sector's total population. It has to be said that Mare Sector had 500 or more planets that were inhabited by humans. Therefore, that was the reason why the planet had been chosen as the location of the large-scale auction. When the spaceship stopped at the port of Great Divinity, Gylding's grey-faced buzzard attracted the side eyes of several people. Such first-generation antiques were flown by very few people. Of those who had come to attend the auction this time, quite a few had discerning eyes and were very interested in Gylding's grey-faced buzzard. Support our web novel Go.com. In contrast, the interstellar pirates did not care too much about the value of the spaceship. They cared more about the fact that the arrival of that type of grey-faced buzzard model meant that Gylding and his team had arrived at Great Divinity. The moment the grey-faced buzzard stopped, Neptune rushed to tell Gylding, "There are many people from the army around us. They were probably hired to maintain public order by the lord of this star sector. Seems like quite a few valuable things will be among the auctioned items in the auction." Gylding knocked on the door that led to Robert's room. "Robert, we've reached Great Divinity. Do you want to go and walk around together?" "Hold on, I'll give you a copy of a checklist of materials I need. If you see those materials, help me buy them. I won't be going out, but you guys have fun." After a short while, Robert sent the checklist straight to Neptune. Robert had not opened the door to his room throughout the entire conversation, and Gylding did not know what exactly it was that he was busy with. Although Biggie was obsessed with the kitchen and his recipes, he knew how to enjoy the food of different districts. Hence, he followed Gylding and Liliath as they left the grey-faced buzzard. After leaving the spaceship, the constraint Gylding and Liliath had felt from being locked up for the past few days was finally erased. The arrival of the trio attracted the attention of members of the army as well as a few interstellar pirates at the port. Being the latest rising newcomer, Gylding's exposure rate was relatively high. In addition to that, with Biggie's video that had been uploaded, it was hard for people not to recognize his team. Not long after the trio had started walking, their path was blocked by someone. A big and tall male confronted them. However, this time, the person looked different compared to the last time they met him on Kunstlerk. This time, the other party was wearing an army uniform. "It has been a few days since we met, Gylding," the other party said pleasantly in a seemingly casual manner. "Your team's recent exposure rate is quite high." As the man spoke, his gaze swept over Biggie, who had a rather large build. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. "Your senior, why would you be here?" Gylding recognized the other man at first glance. Back then, he had found dealing with the person in front of him relatively difficult even when Liliath and he joined hands. "You can relax. I didn't receive a pursuit mission this time. Just a regular mission to maintain public order. I came over to say hello and give you a word of advice while I'm here. Don't cause a riot on this planet, or I'll send you to Federation prison even if it means I'll have to risk my life." After saying that, Senior turned around and prepared to leave. However, he was called back by Gylding. "Hey, wait a moment. Do you need anything?" Senior stopped in his tracks and turned his head around to look at Gyuding. A cold expression was on his face. "I want to challenge you." Gyuding's mouth broke into a grin, revealing a neat row of white teeth. Senior wrinkled his brows lightly. He glanced at Biggie, who was standing not too far behind Gyuding. "You want to go to war against the army?" "That's not what I meant. I still want to attend the auction." Gyuding shook his head. "What I meant by challenge is I want to challenge you as an individual. It has nothing to do with your status. After all, the last time we fought can be considered as my loss. My strength has increased somewhat within this period of time, and to challenge you anew isn't too extreme of a request, is it?" "You want to regain your footing?" Senior finally relaxed secretly. Gyuding speaking in such a way meant that he had no plans of letting Biggie take action. Among those who had come to maintain public order on the planet this time around, the strongest of them were only two colonel generals who were rank 8 gene bodies. If Biggie were to take action, it would be disastrous for the army. "You can put it that way. Do you accept or not?" Gyuding nodded. Senior immediately weighed the current situation in his mind. If he did not accept Gyuding's challenge, who knew what kind of trouble Gyuding would start? However, if he accepted the challenge, the chances of him winning were not great. He had seen the video of Gyuding's fight with Nick, and from what he saw, Gyuding's combat standard was above his own. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. "I can accept your challenge, but I have one condition. No matter who wins or loses, you and your team must not cause trouble on this planet." "I can only promise not to cause trouble of my own volition. If anybody takes the initiative and provokes us, it's impossible that we hold our breaths and swallow our complaints." Gyuding pinned Senior with a stare. He did not want the other party to reject his challenge. Senior lapsed into a moment of silence but nodded in the end anyway. All right. He made the decision to accept Gyuding's challenge because he had already planned to sacrifice his reputation and future to guarantee the success of his mission. In the army, there was an unspoken rule. Everybody's combat results were taken into account whenever they had an assessment for promotion. Losing to a newcomer who had not been out for even half a year would undoubtedly leave a black spot on Senior's resume, and that black spot would be a great hindrance for him to be promoted in the future. Nevertheless, to him, the threat Biggie posed to the army and its mission was too big. Only by accepting Gyuding's challenge could he minimize Biggie's threat. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Senior did not dare slack even the slightest bit. Half a month earlier, both Gyuding and Liliath together were not a match for him at all. However, in just half a month's time, the other party was capable of easily defeating an opponent whose strength was similar to his own without wasting a breath. The other party's growth was simply unbelievable. "Let's start." Having received the other party's approval, the corners of Gyuding's mouth broke into a smile yet again. Chapter 121, Gyuding vs. the Army Senior Colonel. Gyuding's decision to challenge Senior was not on a whim. Gyuding had made up his mind to beat Senior during their next meeting after he had been defeated on Kunstlag. Gyuding never thought that his opportunity would come so soon. Gyuding did not dare to slack when it came to Senior. After all, he and Lili were both subdued the last time even though they had joined forces. If Senior had not stopped back then, Gyuding might have found himself locked up in the federal prison. Gyuding activated his ultimate arts level 7 and level 2 rage attack at the same time and then performed a silent step. He instantly leapt and appeared in front of Senior before executing a steel fist with all his strength, not showing any mercy. Standing in front of Senior, who stood nearly 2 meters tall, Gyuding seemed a little thinner. However, no one dared doubt Gyuding's combat strength, and that included Senior himself. Senior had seen Gyuding's peculiar body art countless times in the video, and he knew the horror of Gyuding's punch. Defense was not the best choice in tackling such a brutal attack. Hence, Senior chose to attack and used his palm like a knife, wielding his palm that was twice the size of Gyuding's like a sharp blade. It was a fist against a palm. When Senior's palm that had turned into a blade struck Gyuding's fist, the sound of metal clashing was heard. Then, as Senior felt a colossal force coming from his palm, he immediately retreated in horror. Under normal circumstances, his special ability blade would cause damage to his opponents even if their powers exceeded his. However, when his attack collided with Gyuding earlier, He realized that Gylding's body art was capable of not only improve his attacks greatly but was capable of terrifyingly enhancing his defense. It made his body strong as if it was made of iron. The special effect had of course been caused by Righteous Body. Under the Ultimate Arts Level 7's influence, Righteous Body increased Gylding's defense by tenfold. It also had a special effect that hardened his skin. Evidently, the Ultimate Arts was a comprehensive technique without any defects in attack or defense. Support our web novel Go.com. With only a single blow from Senior, Gylding obviously did not give up pursuing victory as he still had the opportunity to do so. Gylding once again performed a silent step and, with a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Senior. In both of his attacks, Gylding had chosen to attack Senior from the front, trying to suppress him with force. On the other hand, Senior activated his level 2 defense. Then, he once again sent a karate chop toward Gylding's neck, hoping he could fight fire with fire. Senior's cell index surpassed the limit of a rank 7 gene body, which was 13,000 points, and having activated his level 2 defense, his defense had improved. Their collision earlier made him calculate Gylding's attack at about an intensity of nearly 20,000 points. It did not exceed 20,000 points, so it was not enough to threaten his level 2 defense at such short notice. Senior's an eye for an eye strategy surprised Gylding slightly, but it did not deter him. Whether it was Ultimate Arts, Rage, or Combat Armor, the increase in strength of his defense and attack was the same, based on Gylding's cell index of 320 points, factoring in the tenfold increase from Ultimate Arts, the threefold increase from Rage, and the twofold increase from Combat Armor. Gylding's defense and attack was comparable to a martial arts practitioner who had a cell index of 19,200 points. There was a certain gap between it and Senior's 26,000 points since the latter had activated his level 2 defense, but Senior's attack was unparalleled to Gylding's. Nevertheless, it has to be said that the neck is the human body's weakest part. Gylding had no intention of defending himself from the blow, but he still staggered to his feet and dodged by a hair's breadth. Due to the angle of the attack, Gylding's steel fist changed into a terminating finger as he pressed against Senior's heart that was in his left chest. Senior's moves may not have been as fluid as Gylding's, but since Gylding had dodged his blow, his karate chop landed on Gylding's left shoulder blade. Nevertheless, it only left a shallow scratch on his body. On the contrary, Gylding's terminating finger had actually hit his heart. Although he was able to withstand Gylding's attack with his defense, the impact caused to his chest made him have a cardiac arrest and feel dizzy in the head. Senior immediately retreated, worried that Gylding would attack continuously. That was because, feeling lightheaded, he might not have been able to retaliate. Gylding was a little surprised to see Senior moving freely despite having suffered a blow from his terminating finger. The terminating finger was a point-to-point attack. If the power of the attack was the same, it would be more destructive than other moves. Besides, Gylding had attacked Senior's heart earlier in order to make him lose combat effectiveness. Gylding was not expecting Senior to be so tenacious. The latter had managed to resist the blow and did not seem like he was suffering from much damage. That blow should have been almost fatal for a rank 7 gene body. Don't forget, his cell index has already surpassed the limit of a normal rank 7 gene body. He also has a level 2 defense ability that allows him to double his defense. If you don't use damage stacking, your attacks will cause limited damage to him, Neptune reminded Gylding at this time. Gylding then realized he had seen Senior's information earlier. Senior had not shown his full potential in their last battle, so Gylding ignored it. Gylding did not activate damage stacking earlier because he was worried about accidentally killing Senior. After all, an ordinary rank 7 gene body could only have a cell index of 10,000 points at most, so his attack of 20,000 points was lethal enough. If he used damage stacking, there was a strong possibility that would end up killing Senior by accident. Gylding was a little relieved after learning that Senior had a level 2 defense ability. He immediately activated damage stacking ability and chased after Senior. Gylding still chose to execute a frontal attack for his third move. He performed a violent steel fist that carried enough force to cut through the wind. Senior still had an irregular heartbeat. Hence, when he saw Gylding rushing toward him, he did not dare fight him rashly. He was not as flexible as Gylding, so he was unable to escape Gylding's attack. Therefore, He had no other option but to fold his arms and prevent Gyuding's steel fist from hurting his internal organs. As Gyuding succeeded in landing his punch, the cursed effect from damage stacking began to activate, and Senior was blown away by his punch. Nevertheless, even though Senior's arms felt numb, his body was not affected as much. With the help of anti-shock force from the punch, Senior retreated once again. He then tried to adjust his breathing, hoping that his heartbeat would return to normal as soon as possible. On the contrary, Gyuding obviously did not intend to stop there as his legs slammed hard beneath him, and the bricks under his feet shattered instantly. Gyuding leapt out like a swift cheetah and appeared once again in front of Senior in the blink of an eye. Once again, Gyuding sent another punch flying, still a steel fist, nothing fancy. It was the simplest attack, but it was also the most brutal attack. Senior, who had not yet managed to calm down, once again folded both his arms, hoping that he would be able to resist the blow, giving his irregular heartbeat more time to calm down. However, his decision was wrong this time. Having activated damage stacking, Gyuding's punch was horrifying. When it landed on Senior's arm, it crushed the bones of his arms as if they were made of glass. The peculiar colossal force then hit Senior's chest with ease and broke 8 of his ribs. Senior's internal organs felt the intense impact, and his heart once again stopped beating at that moment. Then, he spurted out bright red blood from his mouth as his body flew backward weakly before it landed heavily on the floor. Senior lost consciousness completely. The onlookers thought the fight would take longer because, based on the earlier situation, the two had no idea how to break each other's defenses and could only cause a limited amount of damage to each other. What just took place was not within the expectations of anyone except Lilith and Biggie. After checking Senior's injuries and finding out that Senior's heartbeat was extremely weak, Gyuding immediately asked Neptune to dial the emergency number. "Hello, is this the emergency center? A senior colonel from the army is deeply injured at the port. Come over as soon as possible, he can't hold on much longer." After hanging up the phone, Gyuding took out a bottle of E-grade cell repair agent, opened Senior's mouth, and then poured the medicine in. The entire scene was once again recorded on video and posted on Skynet. It was not until Senior was carried into the ambulance that Gyuding left the port with Lilith and Biggie. They rented a car to get to the auction site. Chapter 122, Double Rewards. It was no exaggeration to say that the auction site at Great Divinity was grand. The area of the venue was nearly 1 million square meters wide, and it was capable of accommodating 500,000 people. In addition to that, a tower was located in each corner of the area for free trading. Sellers were able to set up their stalls in the towers. The only thing the sellers had to do was pay rent, and payment was easily settled each day. On the other hand, buyers had free entry to the place. Besides that, all 4 corner towers were different from the main area, and they were open all year round. When the 3 of them, including Gyuding, reached the main venue, it was still closed as the auction had not yet started. Only one room was open for reception purposes. The room was crowded and noisy. Everyone in the room was a seller who was trying to sell items on consignment. There were 18 attendants who looked exactly the same. They were girls who looked 17 to 18 years, and they were each wearing the same uniform. Gyuding was stunned for a while when he saw them. However, he immediately asked, "Are those attendants robots?" "That's right. They're specially customized robots used for the appraisal of items. Their eyes are actually special sensors that are capable of detecting the production date of items. Furthermore, their palms can analyze the structure of an auction item just by touching it. They also have a lot of appraisal-related information stored in their databases." Neptune had studied a lot about the auction site before arriving in Great Divinity, so he had enough knowledge about the robot. This type of robot isn't very popular due to its high cost. Hence is they're only used in large auctions. They're different from human appraisers as they only need a few seconds to determine whether or not an item is valuable. They are very efficient. As he watched people enter and leave the room, Gyuding chose a shorter line and waited patiently. Support our web novel Go.com. Once every 10 seconds or less, Gyuding would see someone leave in despair, and only a few were taken away by an attendant each time. Nevertheless, each time they were taken away, it was not for more than a minute. The number of people in line with Gyuding began to decrease rapidly, and not one of them was taken away by an attendant. There was a beef-faced man in front of Gyuding. The man was carrying a broken axe on his back. When it was his turn, He walked up to the counter and put the axe on his back on the counter. "This is an axe that was handed down to me from my ancestors. Little girl, can you help me evaluate how much it's worth?" The good-looking appraiser robot glanced at the axe and reached out to touch it from its handle to its blade. The robot shook her head. "Sorry, your item has no value." The man slapped the table fiercely. "This robot must be broken. When I was in line, there were hundreds of people in front of me. Each and every time you appraise an item, you only come out with the same sentence. I demand to see your management and want a real appraiser reappraise my item." "Sorry, your item has no value." The appraiser robot merely gave the same reply. "Damn robot!" cursed the man. He picked up his axe from the table and swung it at the appraiser robot's head. However, the very next moment, someone caught him by the wrist. He struggled hard but found himself unable to move. "If you have a problem, you can look for the manager at the door. If you break the robot, then everyone at the back of the line will have lined up for nothing." Gilding stared at him coldly. When the man saw that the one stopping him was only a kid, he did not take him seriously. However, when he looked up and saw that a huge man was standing behind him, he immediately let go and left with his axe. "Hello, I'm glad to be of service." The appraiser robot saw Gilding walk toward the table and smiled professionally. "Please look at this for me." Gilding had a crystal ball in his hand. Neptune previously had a mechanical insect steal it from the witch tribe high priest's room. "This item of yours is a product from the Middle Ages 14.6 billion years ago. It has been well preserved." In just the blink of an eye, the appraiser robot replied, "Please come with me." After finishing her sentence, she led Gilding into another room while Lilith and Biggie followed from behind. The room was a mess with all sorts of things piled up everywhere. The three of them including Gilding were hesitant. They were a little worried that they would trample on something by mistake. "Take out whatever you guys are going to auction." A hoarse voice rang behind the square table. Gilding stood on tiptoe and raised his head to see who was speaking, but he did not see anyone. "Take out your item and put it on the table. I don't want to repeat this a second time." The voice sounded impatient. Gilding put the crystal ball on the table. This time, a head popped out in front of the table. Then, a pair of hands grasped the edges of the table, and a man climbed onto the table. Gilding then realized why he could not see anyone earlier. The man was really short, and he seemed to be 60 to 70 centimeters tall. Nevertheless, the man's hair and beard were all white, causing him to look like a mini-sized little old man. The little old man carefully observed the crystal ball with a special pair of glasses. Only after some time did he open his mouth and ask, "Where did you get this middle-age witch tribe crystal ball? How did you manage to preserve it so well?" "We encountered space-time backtracking, and we happened to land near a witch tribe community." Gilding had no intention of hiding anything from him. "How lucky are you to have survived?" the little old man said as he looked at the three of them. "Since you managed to come back alive, this shouldn't be the only item you have, right? Do you have anything else?" "Ask him how much is the crystal ball first," Neptune reminded Gilding as he did not want to reveal his cards to the man so soon. Although he had been hired by the auction, Neptune felt that it was not wrong to be a little cautious. "How much is this crystal ball?" Gilding asked. "The crystal ball is one of the witch tribe's special items. It can't be used by other races. Although legend has it that there are remnants of the witch tribe, no one knows where they're hiding. Even if someone were to buy it, it can only serve as decor. It won't cost more than 2 billion star credits," the little old man explained seriously. "Now, can you take out the other items?" Gilding proceeded to take out the items one by one and had them appraised by the little old man. Gilding spent about an hour in the auction site, while the video of him fighting Senior began to go viral on Skynet. Calling ambulances for his opponents and feeding them cell repair agents had become Gilding's signature. It was not the first time he pulled such a thing off. People in the army also saw the video, but they did not think that Gilding's behavior was out of arrogance. Nevertheless, no matter what they said, news about Gilding's victory over a senior colonel from the army could not help but spread like wildfire. It was clearly a slap in the face for the army. Senior was not weak. He was one of the top senior colonels in the army who had one of the highest capture awards that was as high as 710 million star credits. In other words, it meant that Gilding's bounty of 160 no longer matched his current combat effectiveness. After some discussion, Gilding's bounty was finally doubled to 320 million star credits in the underground network on the dark web. His newcomer's ranking also jumped to second place. Chapter 123, Half a Sacred Object. In the appraisal room, the little old man who was an appraiser began feeling a little numb in his nerves. Besides that, his buttocks were also a little numb from sitting on the hard appraisal table. He stood up with a serious expression on his face and rubbed his buttocks without a hint of embarrassment. Even though he was standing on the table, his height was still shorter than Liliath. This was without a doubt a little funny. Gilding took out hundreds of items for the little old man, and the latter appraised them one by one. All of them were genuine products from 14.6 billion years ago, and none of them were fake. When Gilding took out a gilded witch-tribe staff from his inventory, the little old man was completely taken aback. After swallowing hard, he cautiously took the staff from Gilding and examined it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, he took a deep breath. If my guess is correct, this witch-tribe staff is something that was used by witch-tribe spirits. It's basically a half-sacred object. If we were in a 5-star cosmic nation, half of the nation's demi-powerhouses would be fighting over it. The auction on Great Divinity is grand in comparison to the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation's auction. No one can afford to bid for your item here. Try auctioning it again after you've entered Fey Cosmic Nation. You've opened my eyes today. I'll keep the existence of this thing a secret. I won't tell a single soul. Gilding put away the staff. Old man, approximately how much can I sell it for? I can only provide you with a reference price. At least tens of billions of star credits. No need to take action if it's any lower. The little old man pondered for a while as he stroked his white beard. Thank you, uncle. Gilding grinned. Support our web novel Go.com. Please forgive me for asking one question. The little old man who was an appraiser was curious about the source of Gilding's items. You didn't rob the witch tribe's treasure vault, did you? I didn't rob them, I stole from them. Gilding grinned and showed his pearly white teeth. All right. The little old man was not expecting Gilding to be so honest. Except for the staff. Sell everything else. I estimate that the things you have are worth about 1.9 billion star credits in total. That amount of fortune should be enough to make some lords of cosmic nations turn green with envy. Young man, an old man like me would like to give you a piece of advice. Don't show your fortune. Okay. Gilding nodded vigorously and asked in return, Uncle, would you like to join our pirate crew? When Gilding asked this, Liliath and Biggie were both taken aback. Even Neptune fell silent. No. Little old man rejected Gilding without hesitation. Why? Gilding was not expecting him to reject his proposal right away. Only a kid would become an interstellar pirate. It's not something for my age. The little old man projected a page in front of them. Register whatever you're going to put up for auction and leave those items here. The auction officially starts the day after tomorrow. Information on each seller is hidden, so you don't have to worry about information leakage. Gilding connected his wristwatch and got Neptune to register everything that they were going to sell. After they completed the registration, the little old man went through their items once again. Having made sure that they were consistent with the details they had put in the registration form, he waved his hand at Gilding and his friends as if they were flies. You can leave now. After they left the appraisal room, Neptune asked Gilding, why did you want to recruit the old man just now? We don't need an appraiser. If you have anything you want to appraise, hit me up. Don't you think he's interesting? Gilding grinned. Can't you recruit someone normal like me in the future? Liliath could not help but protest. Biggie, who was on the side, scratched his head. He had a smirk on his face, but he did not express his thoughts. Let's go shopping in the towers. Robert gave us an extremely long list. Let's see what we can buy. Gilding changed the subject and began walking toward the tower on their left. Liliath and the others stopped talking and followed Gilding into the tower. This tower, located at the corner of the auction site, had 7 floors. Each floor had items that were of different categories. There was a description of each category at the gate outside the tower. Gilding took a look at them. Most of the items Robert wanted were metal materials, and they were located on the 6th floor. I'm going to the 6th floor to run some errands for Robert. Do you guys want to tag along? I'm going to the 3rd floor. Liliath saw that the 3rd floor had been categorized for clothes and accessories. How about you, Biggie? Gilding was a little worried about him shopping alone. I'll follow Lili. Biggie smiled. After going through the 3rd floor, We'll head to the food section on the 5th floor. Lilith was glad that she had company and thought that Biggie would want to visit the 5th floor more. Okay. Biggie nodded. Alright then, contact me if you run into anything, Gilding said as he hurried into the tower, leaving before them. Lilith and Biggie seemed more relaxed as they slowly waited for the elevator. When Gilding got to the 6th floor, he asked Neptune to quickly find the items on Robert's list. Looking at the list that contained more than 70 different materials, Gilding knew that he would need more time to complete the task. After going around the 6th floor once, Gilding was able to purchase more than 20 items on the list with help of Neptune. Gilding dialed Lilith's communicator. What's up? I've finished purchasing the items in this tower. We're still shopping. I tried on a lot of clothes but none of them looked good on me. Lilith's voice sounded excited as she spoke. The 7th floor seems to sell weapons and armor. You can go take a look, maybe you'll find something useful. After hanging up the call, Gilding headed towards the 7th floor as it was still early. Once he arrived on the 7th floor, a dazzling array of weapons and armor piqued Gilding's interest. He had no interest in the metal materials Robert wanted, he just wanted to complete the task quickly with a shopping spree. Hence, he had Neptune scan the surrounding materials and compare them with the list he had, purchasing them right away if they were something on the list. On the other hand, once Gilding got to the 7th floor, he looked at the stalls one by one, not willing to let any of them slip past him. There were all sorts of armor, uniquely shaped chendos, and cool firearms that raised Gilding's interest. Standing in front of a set of black armor, Gilding almost had drool coming out from his mouth. This is so cool. I want to buy it so much. Hey, don't forget that your combat armor has stronger defense than this. Neptune could not help but remind Gilding from making impulse purchases. Gilding looked away reluctantly. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in a stall not too far away. The person coincidentally happened to look in Gilding's direction. It's you. Chapter 124, An Axe for 10 billion universe credits. The man in the next stall was the beef-faced man who queued in line in front of Gilding earlier at the reception. He recognized Gilding instantly. Gilding lowered his head to look at his stall. It turned out that the axe was quoted as no value by the appraiser robot at the reception earlier. Did he really think he was going to get a decent sum of money for his axe? Gilding did not understand. He had the impression that the man was deliberately there to cause trouble. However, he had set up a stall in the tower and the tower charged a stall fee daily. Hey, young man, don't leave. Gilding stopped in front of his stall for a moment before turning around for the next stall, but the man yelled at him. What's the matter? Gilding turned his head round, feeling confused. I just wanted to ask whether your item was also deemed as worthless. There was no problem with my appraisal. Gilding shook his head. He actually wanted to tell him that it was not an issue with the appraiser robot but rather with his axe, but he held back. Support our web novel Go.com. How can that be? The man looked at his axe in disbelief. It was inherited from my ancestors. How could it be worthless? Neptune. The appraiser robot can't be wrong in this, right? Have you seen his axe? Gilding could not resist asking. I've briefly scanned his axe and couldn't find anything special about it. I can see the materials of each part clearly, including the structural alignment of each material. Additionally, the workmanship of this axe is average. Neptune's evaluation was not very satisfactory. His elders probably have him fooled since he was a child, and he's still in the dark about it. Grandpa clearly said one of our ancestors slaughtered a dragon with the axe. Neptune heard the man's mutterings clearly. Gilding was about to leave but Neptune yelled, Gilding, hold on. Pick up the axe so I can scan it better. Gilding was a little confused, but he turned around and asked the man, can I take a look at it? Do you want to buy it? The man stopped muttering and looked at Gilding in surprise as he had seemed visibly uninterested up to this point. I just want to take a look at it. Gilding felt that even if Neptune scanned for a second time, the result would still be the same. However, he still went with Neptune's request and picked up the axe. It was heavy but Gilding felt nothing else. He carefully examined the axe in his hands. The handle was made of ferrous metal and the blade was rusty. The rust made Gilding furrow his eyebrows. Noticing Gilding's expression, the man quickly explained, I can't get rid of the rust stains. I've tried a lot of cleaning agents, but to no avail. A moment later, Gilding heard Neptune's panicked voice. Gilding, Buy it. I couldn't have been more wrong about it. We have something good on our hands. Gilding calmly reached over to touch at the rust stains. None of it fell off. How much are you selling this axe for? 10 billion universe credits. Gilding was speechless when the man quoted the price. When he heard 10 billion, he thought he was for sure pulling his leg. He never thought he would ask for 10 billion universe credits. However, by the looks of it, he was not joking. What surprised Gilding was that Neptune remained silent when he heard about the price. Since you've put it at this price, you must be reluctant on selling it, right? Gilding squinted at him. I have no say in this. Before my grandpa passed away, he told me that if I ever lost the family fortune and had no choice but to sell the axe, that I should sell it for at least 10 billion universe credits. He even made me sign some sort of spiritual contract. If I sold it for less than 10 billion universe credits, I'll be cursed with 100 years of bad luck. After hearing this, Gilding chose to bite his tongue and wait for Neptune's reply. This worth more than that witch tribe staff of yours? It'd be considered cheap at 10 billion universe credits. After being silent for a while, Neptune's reply surprised Gilding. The curse he mentioned appears to be true. I've scanned his body and found traces of cursing. Special curses that bring you bad luck do exist. I don't think you can get it sold at that price. What Gilding said was also directed at Neptune. When the auction is over, there should be fewer buyers here. You can talk to me again if you haven't sold it. When Gilding finished, he turned around and walked away. He was no longer in the mood to shop and immediately left the tower. Once they were out of the tower, Gilding asked, what exactly is that axe? The owner of the axe should be a spirit. Unlike the witch tribe staff, this axe is a close combat weapon and is stained in dragon blood. The axe itself is under a seal, and the remaining dragon blood concealed its traces. That's why I wasn't able to notice the abnormality in the axe earlier. The rust spots you saw were traces of the dragon's blood. Neptune's explanation caught Gilding by surprise. Did dragons really exist? I thought they were mythological creatures. Gilding could not help asking. Dragons were one of the earliest intelligent creatures to exist in Cosmic Sea. Not only did they possess intelligence that was comparable to modern-day humans, they were also born with great powers. Once a true dragon reaches maturity, they'll attain powers comparable to the spirits. They were the most active in the ancient age, almost dominating the whole era. The entire Cosmic Sea was their kingdom, but they failed to escape the catastrophe brought by the changing times. The entire race was almost wiped out with only a few that survived. Gilding was slightly distracted as he heard Neptune's story. He could hardly imagine the extinction of such a powerful species. The main reason why I asked you to buy the axe was not because of the axe itself, but rather the dragon blood. Through the remaining bloodstains, I should be able to study the characteristics of the dragon's gene chain. It will be helpful for your future evolution. If there is enough genetic information, I might even be able to clone a dragon. Of course, there's no way to achieve this in a short window of time. As for the axe, once you're strong enough, you can erase the original owner's remaining will to battle and refine it. It's significantly more valuable than the witch tribe staff. Neptune had calculated everything. However, Gilding thought of a practical problem. I think if the curse the man mentioned was real, he'd probably be unwilling to reduce the price. Therefore, the biggest problem right now is that we don't have enough money for it. Neptune was silent for a while after hearing Gilding's query. He then came up with an idea. What if we sold the witch tribe staff? It's useless anyway. Chapter 125, Raging in the Storm. It did not come as a surprise to the little old man when Gilding returned to the appraisal room. All he did was climb onto the desk, sitting atop it with his legs crossed. He folded his arms in front of his chest and directed his words at Gilding. Only two types of people come looking for me. One are those who are looking to add onto their existing list of auctioned items. The other are those who are trying to cancel a trade they made with me. I'm guessing you would be the former. How do you know I'm not here to cancel my trade with you? Gilding did not immediately reveal his reason for being there and asked this question instead. Simple. Because these things from the witch tribe are of no use to you. Selling them would be the wisest choice. Besides, you were pretty satisfied with the estimated price I reported. This further suggests that you won't be canceling this trade anytime soon. The little old man answered with full confidence. Fine. Register this for me as well. Gilding brought out a witch tribe staff. Are you sure you want to sell this? The little old man frowned slightly at the staff. He had informed Gilding previously that it would not be worth it to auction this item here. I'm sure of it. Gilding had discussed this over with Neptune before. The staff was of no use to him and his crew. The best option they had was trading it for the tax. You should be aware that no one else will be able to offer a higher estimation than me if you auction this here. The little old man wanted to make it absolutely clear. Support our web novel Go.com. I understand. Gilding nodded. There was a vast difference between a 2-star Cosmic Nation and a 5-star Cosmic Nation. Even if they were on par in terms of power, there was still a huge wealth gap between the two. That staff would have gotten a minimum price of 10 billion universe credits in a 5-star Cosmic Nation. However, in a 2-star Cosmic Nation, it might be a challenge to even get a final price of more than 10 billion universe credits at the auction. Why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to sell this so urgently? The little old man felt that Dingu must have stumbled upon new information which prompted him to make this decision. I suddenly realized that I don't have enough money with me, so I decided to try to get this sold as soon as possible. Gilding was not planning to tell anyone about the axe. If someone found out about it, it might jeopardize his chances of obtaining the axe. This answer seemed legitimate enough to the little old man and he did not continue with his questioning. If the other party were unwilling to share much, it would be pointless for him to probe any further. He immediately registered the staff for auction on behalf of Gilding and took the staff out of Gilding's hands. Unlike his other auction items that were set aside all over the place, the little old man carefully placed the staff into a box and kept it in his storage room. After leaving the appraisal room, Gilding made a call to Lilai and found out that she was still shopping for clothes with Biggie. Gilding decided to head toward the second tower instead. It took less than an hour for him to work his way through the entire 6th floor of the 4th tower. He had bought nearly everything on Robert's list. There were only 3 items that he was unable to find. It had been a good haul for Gilding. He returned to the grey-faced buzzard earlier than expected and handed all the ingredients over to Robert. Gilding called Lilai again on the communicator. Lilai, I'm back in the spaceship. That's quick. Did you manage to get everything Robert wanted? If you haven't, I can get them after I'm done shopping with Biggie. Lilai had lost track of time because she was too engrossed with shopping. I've bought everything except for 3 items. But I don't think Neptune would leave anything out. You geese shouldn't waste any more time looking for them. Just come back with your food and clothes after you're done shopping. Okay, I'll speed things up. There are so many stalls in this tower. Lilai was saying this when she suddenly thought of something. Oh yeah, I think you would like to know this. I bumped into Bart just now. Which Bart is this? Gilding found the name familiar, but he was pretty sure that he did not know this person. He's the newcomer who currently has the highest bounty issued by the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation, Lilith added. He made an appearance here too? Gilding's eyebrow raised slightly. He told me he wasn't the only one. Among the top 10 newcomers, 6 have arrived on this planet, including you and me. More are on their way here. He specifically told me to inform you about this. 6 are already here? Gilding frowned slightly at this news. He had a bad feeling about this. After hanging up on his conversation with Lilith on the communicator, Gilding rushed toward Neptune. I'd like to see if there are any recent news reports. Neptune ran through the information before projecting the relevant reports. The news that has the closest connection to you is this. The video of your battle with Senior has been uploaded to Skynet. It didn't take long before the military saw the video. Unsurprisingly, the bounty on your head quickly doubled from 1.6 billion star credits to 3.2 billion star credits. Your ranking on the Rising Newcomers ranking has moved up to 2nd place because of this. Is there any other news? Gilding was not too concerned about this news about him. Senior has overcome his critical period after getting beaten up by you. He has been sent back to the headquarters of the Universal Federation government for further treatment. There's also Nick. After getting seriously wounded by you, he was placed under the watchful eyes of the Federation Army to prevent any chance of escape. He would be immediately arrested and sent to the Federation prison once he fully recovers. Lilith just bumped into that guy, but his bounty has been increased from 3.8 billion star credits to 4.5 billion star credits because of several recent encounters with the army. That's not the only thing. The latest member on his crew was an independent interstellar pirate with a bounty of over 8 billion star credits placed on his head. Besides that, Many are here for the auction. 6 out of the top 10 from the rising newcomers ranking have just arrived on this planet. There are also quite a few veteran interstellar pirates here. It would be strange if the Federation Army does nothing about this. It's difficult to figure out what they're planning with them stationing only a few peacekeepers here, Neptune pointed out to Gyuding, who started to feel something was not quite right. The army gave the impression that they were not going to do anything about this auction. This was not the usual style of the Federation Army. There's another thing. There's an auction every year on the Great Divinity, but this is the first time in over 30 years that they have gone all out in regard to publicity and marketing. Not only that, the auction has yet to reveal the official list of items being auctioned, but there's a list being shared around on the Skynet for more than 1.5 months. It's updated every couple of days. The list had just been updated today, which included the Witch Tribe staff you had just handed in. There's even an accompanying remark that clearly states, weapon previously used by the Witch Tribe spirits. Someone must be disclosing confidential information of the auction on purpose to draw people to it. Chapter 126- An unexpected high bid. Gyuding and his crew spent the next 2 days wandering around, and it was soon time for the auction. Robert spent those 2 days locked indoors, holing himself in. No one knew what he was working on. He was even ignoring Neptune. He had been keeping himself extremely busy since getting the ingredients from Gyuding. In this short span of time, Neptune noticed a number of spaceships touching down at the harbor. Most of them were interstellar pirates worth high bounties. When Gyuding entered the auction with the 3 tickets provided by the little old man, he noticed they were given front row seats. Even though it could not compare to a private suite, it was still quite a luxury. Gyuding loved a lively scene, and having a seat at the first row suited him very well. This is not bad of the little old man. He gave us such great seats, Gyuding said with a big grin on his face. Biggie turned around as he looked behind him awkwardly. If he sat in that seat at the front row, he would be blocking the view of those behind him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and chose to sit cross-legged on the ground. It looks like being tall may not be such a good thing after all. He can't even sit in his chair. Lilith covered her mouth as she laughed. Support our web novel Go.com. We're lucky to have seats in the first row. If it were any other location, there wouldn't be a large enough space on the ground, Gyuding added. He had a frame that was considered skinny and small. Even though he had gotten more muscular and slightly taller after cultivating the ultimate arts, his body was still considered standard for those of the same age. Biggie gave a kiddish laugh and did not refute them. An auctioneer appeared on the auction stage, which was a semicircle. She was a woman dressed in a professional suit who looked intellectual. Her golden hair was tied up high at the back and she had exquisite features. She had on light makeup. Her lips were colored in a light shade of pink. Her frameless glasses gave her a demure appearance. The auctioneer had on a white shirt with only the top button undone, but everyone could still vaguely see down her chest. The moment Lilith set eyes on this auctioneer, she mumbled in disapproval. HMPH, you can't use your breast as a pillow anyway. Button yourself up all the way if you have the confidence. The auctioneer seemed to have heard Lilith's mumbling as she lowered her eyes to glance at her chest. She smiled slightly as she started to say something. Hello everyone. I'm the auctioneer in charge of hosting this auction. We have received a total of more than 3,000 certified auction items this time around. As there are many collector's items coming up, we will conduct an 18-hour auction system. I will be the host for 8 hours each day, during which we will conduct live auctioning. The collector's items up for auction during the day have been carefully selected by us. They are all items that are valued at 10 billion star credits and above. As for the 10 hours during the night, we will conduct the auction via booth display. Every booth will have a price increaser connected to it. All you need to do is to connect your smartwatches to it and name your desired price. The most recent bid will be displayed on the price increaser and we will record the buyer's information backstage, which will not be made public. The buyer with the highest price will have the item displayed at the respective booths after the auction is over. A seal has been added onto every item in the booths. No one will be able to remove them besides our chairman. Sellers need not be worried about anyone stealing any of the items up for sale. The female auctioneer had explained the process in a professional manner before nodding at the staff below the stage. Let us start with the first item up for auction. The first collector's item was not a huge object. It was hidden under a red cloth when the staff brought it on stage. A platform as tall as a half a person slowly ascended from the bottom of the stage and the staff placed the item on it. This is one of the items on auction which has the longest history. It dates back to about 146 billion years ago, during the medieval times, and was made by the strongest race within the witch tribe at the time. The female auctioneer paused and reached out to pull off the red cloth. A glittering, translucent crystal ball free of any imperfections appeared in front of the audience's eyes. Everyone here is aware that crystal balls are known to be extremely fragile. That was why I was surprised when I first laid eyes on this perfectly preserved crystal ball. Even though it was been around for 146 billion years, time has not laid its mark on this crystal ball. And although this item can only be used by the witch tribe and the Holy Gospel tribe, if you look at it from a collector's perspective, this is definitely a top-grade keepsake worth collecting. It has retained its flawlessness for the better part of 146 billion years and in my eyes, looks to last forever. The female auctioneer's moving words attracted the desire of many women in the auction, who would end up owning this timeless item. The floor price will begin at 10 billion star credits. Each bid increment will be no lower than 10 million star credits. You may start the bidding now. This auctioneer sure has some tricks up her sleeves. Lilith had to admit that she was tempted to make a bid after listening to the auctioneer's introduction. There were two crystal balls among the items Neptune had stolen. One is the crystal ball currently on auction, which was also the same one owned by the high priest. The other is in the treasure vault and is double the size of this one. I'm keeping it with me. If you want it, I'll give it to you when we return to the spaceship. Yes, I want it. Lilith nodded without hesitation when she heard there was another one. 14 billion and 8,000. 15 billion. All it took was a few moments and the crystal ball had doubled in price. The bidders mostly consisted of men who had a female partner. The bidding price for this item skyrocketed. It was quickly coming up to almost 21 billion star credits. 21 billion star credits. Is there a higher bidder out there? The price was within the expectations of the female auctioneer. It was an occupational disease of hers to fish for higher bids, as it would also mean a larger cut for her. When the auction turned silent, a female voice could be heard coming from a private room upstairs. 50 billion star credits. 50 billion star credits. The VIP upstairs has made a bid of 50 billion star credits. Is there a higher bidder out there? This was a bid that surprised the female auctioneer. 100 billion star credits. An elderly voice came from another private room. Even Gilding was shocked at the amount. The female auctioneer on stage thought she had misheard. She said in surprise, "Was I hearing things? Another esteemed guest has just made a bid of 100 billion star credits. Is there a higher bidder?" This price had far exceeded her expectations. A middle-aged man turned to look at the young woman by his side in the private room that had called out the bid for 50 billion. He reached out to hold her hand. "Let's continue bidding. The item looks quite enticing." "It's fine. It's just a little toy. It's not worth it." The people next to our room look like they are from the Holy Gospel tribe. I'm guessing they'll be placing huge bids to get every item belonging to the witch tribe. The young woman shook her head and chose to give it up. The crystal ball had been easily bid by the VIPs who offered up 1 billion star credits. Gilding could not help but share his shock with the rest of the group as they all sat with their jaws dropped. The auction continued with the second and third items being displayed one after the other. There was nothing that caught the eye of Gilding and his crew. The next collector's item will grab the attention of swordsmen out there. It took all the strength of two members of the staff to haul up a long sword housed within its sheath. Biggie's eyes brightened slightly. Chapter 127. The Cursed Blade. The sword sheath was entirely gilded with intricate engravings all over. The sword handle was black, while the sword was around 1.5 meters long. Gilding snuck a glance at Biggie from the side and noticed him staring intently at the sword. Gilding immediately made a decision. He would bid on this sword for Biggie. Many of you may have heard of this sword. It's called Darkness. When the female auctioneer revealed the name, there was a slightly uneasy look on her face. A funny look appeared on some of the people who were interested in the sword when they heard the name. The female auctioneer continued explaining. That's right. This is the legendary cursed sword. There may be many out there who have not heard of this sword's history. Do allow me to explain. The first master of this sword was a demigod from the ancient age. He may have had the power of a demigod, but it did not stop his life force from being absorbed by the sword, resulting in his death. Support our web novel Go.com. After that, this sword went through many masters. Each of its masters died from eventually losing their life force to the sword. It was some time before someone finally realized there was a curse on the sword. It has been passed down through the ages and we have it here in our possession. The sword's previous master was the Raving Sword Baron from the Fey Cosmic Nation. When he ultimately decided to give up the sword, he was left with less than 100 years of life force. The Raving Sword Baron was a rank 12 gene body powerhouse who was considered a national treasure in the Fey Cosmic Nation. He previously worked as a marshal within the military. Anyone who was awarded the title of Baron by the federal government was the best among rank 12 gene body powerhouses. At this point, the auctioneer's explanation had planted fear in the audience. Even Gyuding, who had planned to bid on the sword for Biggie, had completely lost interest. The legendary demigod and the Raving Sword Baron were much powerful than Biggie was. If these people were unable to overcome the curse, Biggie would not stand a chance either. However, this sword will only absorb its master's life force when it is being used. It is capable of enhancing your battle skills by 3 to 10 times while in use. There is also another irresistible detail about it. It has been said that hidden within the sword is the swordsmanship experience of its first master. There has been more than one person, among which includes the Raving Sword Baron, who has proven this to be true. Opportunity and risk share a common existence, in which case, interested buyers may start bidding. The floor price of the sword is 50 billion star credits. Each bid increment may be no less than 5 billion star credits. The female auctioneer had informed the audience of the sword's positive traits after talking about its curse. Both the auctioneer and the organizer had been reluctant to mention the curse, but in the auctioning line, it was necessary to be upfront and honest with bidders to prevent any future disputes. "Captain, can you get this sword for me?" Biggie turned to look at Gyuding. "Big guy, don't be stupid. Didn't you hear what the auctioneer said? That thing has a curse on it. Even a demigod could not escape from it. You'll probably be sucked dry within a few days of using it." Lilith tried her best to talk him out of it. When it came to dangerous items such as this, her choice would always be to stay as far away from it as possible. "Biggie, I don't think that sword suits you either. This curse of absorbing its master's life force sounds pretty serious. Not to mention the many powerhouses who died because of it." Gyuding couldn't bring himself to reject Biggie's request, but he felt that the sword was an evil item. Biggie lowered his head. By the looks of it, he was not willing to give up the sword. Neptune suddenly spoke up. "Gyuding, bid on the sword for him. At a certain level, curses are a special type of energy restriction. If I can upgrade my deciphering restriction to the highest level, I should be able to break the curse. Even if I am unable to upgrade it soon, I still have plenty of information regarding curses in my databank. I can try searching methods on breaking the curse, but before that happens, try not to let him use the sword often. It would be better if you don't let him use it at all. Neptune just told me that he will find a way to break the curse in the sword. I can bid on the sword for you, but you must promise not to use the sword often, or perhaps not at all. At least until the curse is broken." Neptune usually only makes a decision after giving it tremendous consideration. If Neptune felt it was okay to bid on the sword, there was no reason for Gyuding to think otherwise. There was only a handful of people taking part in the auction for this particular item. Every time someone made a bid, they would only bid at the minimum increment of 5 billion. The bid was only now up to 65 billion. 70 billion. Gyuding pressed on the auction button and yelled out his bid. 75 billion. Someone chimed in not long after Gyuding. Gyuding frowned and pressed the button again. 90 billion. 90 billion. Will that be the final price? Even if the sword is not usable, it would still make for a fine piece as a collector's item. The curse will not activate if the sword is not in use. There is no harm in owning it. Does anyone else have a higher bid? The female auctioneer continued to entice the crowd with her words. The bidding went higher because of the enticing of this female auctioneer. The price had immediately jumped to 100 billion. Gyuding frowned again and asked Neptune in a low voice, Do the auction rules require the buyer to make payment on the same day as the purchase? Nope. You can pay when picking up the item. After the auction has ended, a staff member will get in touch with you. You can inform them that you won't be picking up your item today. They aren't worried about you running off because they have your record as a seller. They know you can afford to pay for it. Neptune had gone through the rules and regulations of this auction and was extremely familiar with the procedure. 200 billion. Gilding decided not to waste any more time with this opponent and doubled his bidding price. The auctioneer was taken aback by the bid. She had not expected someone to want this sword so badly. She was still quick to react despite the surprise. A buyer has offered a direct bid of an additional 100 billion star credits. The current bid has been raised to 200 billion star credits. Is there anyone who wants to offer a higher bid? 200 billion star credits once. 200 billion star credits twice. There are still no higher bidders. In that case, 200 billion star credits. Sold. Biggie got excited when he heard the word sold. Reel in that excitement. We probably won't be able to get our hands on the sword today. We've only sold the crystal ball at the moment. Even if the buyers pick up the crystal ball today, we won't have more than 120 billion star credits even after adding up all the money we have on us. We need to wait till all our other items have been sold before we can pick it up, Gilding said as he patted Biggie's shoulders. Okay. Biggie nodded and did not object to it. The auction continued and the 8 hours was over before they knew it. Gilding had a total of 4 items that were successfully auctioned off, among which included the crystal ball. Every item was bought by the same buyer from the private suit, and every purchase had a generous bid on them. The 4 items had left Gilding with a grand total of 280 star credits. When the auction was over, the staff approached Gilding. Sir, all 4 of your auctioned items have been picked up by the buyer. The total amount is 280 billion star credits. After deducting our commission of 5%, the total amount in your account is 266 star credits. You have yet to collect an auctioned item. Would you want to make that collection now? Those people in the private room sure are efficient. Come on, let's go collect that sword, Gilding said with a big smile on his face. Chapter 128. Newcomers get together at the food street. The trade had been quite an efficient process at the backstage of the auction. All it needed was a quick scan of the smartwatch for the bank transaction. Once the money has been successfully transferred, the items can be collected. With the sword in hand, Biggie could not wait to pull it out of the sheath. The black-bodied sword looked eerily beautiful. Biggie gripped the handle with his right hand while his left hand gently caressed the blade. Faint whispering could be heard coming from the sword as if it was reacting to something. Biggie closed his eyes. This sword gave him a special feeling as if the outside world did not exist. It felt like reality had shifted to a point where only he and his sword were left. It was not long before a few strange memories made their way into Biggie's mind. There were memories of Darkness's previous masters. Within these memories were the many sword techniques used by them. This was the swordsmanship experience mentioned earlier. All previous masters were of gene levels that were rank 12 and above. Some of them were even demigod-level powerhouses. These memories alone had brought Biggie's understanding of swordsmanship to the next level in a matter of seconds. Biggie had a revelation and learned the source of the sword's curse. It was not a curse at all. When Darkness was first created, it had wielded a special ability, regeneration. The definition of regeneration was to absorb a person's life force and convert it into battle power. Darkness had been originally designed to absorb the opponent's life force in exchange for enhancing its user's battle power. However, Darkness's none of previous masters had been able to establish a soulful connection with the sword. They could not understand this ability and had ended under the assumption that it was a curse instead. This had resulted in Darkness absorbing life force without discrimination of friend or foe, turning it into an ominous sword. Support our web novel Go.com. Biggie placed the sword back into its sheath and opened his eyes. A strangely bright look flashed in his eyes. He hung Darkness on his waist. This 1.5-meter-long sword did not look out of place at all on his huge body. Biggie, don't go using this sword so flippantly. Let's put it into storage first. Lilith felt uneasy about it. It's fine. Darkness's ability isn't actually a curse. It has been misunderstood all this time. I'm able to control its ability. It won't affect me at all, Biggie explained. Lilith was still not fully convinced. She wanted to continue talking him out of it. but Gilding shook his head at her. Gilding had noticed the change in Biggie. As an outstandingly talented martial arts practitioner, he could sense Biggie was gaining something from the sword. That was why he had no doubts at all with what Biggie had said. Neptune, however, was slightly surprised. That's strange. Something seems different about that sword. Even something about Biggie feels off. Could it be that he hasn't lost his ability nor his knife heart? If that's the case, it would explain why he's able to understand everything about the sword in an instant, even inheriting every legacy left behind by the sword's previous masters. Neptune did not voice out these thoughts but was mumbling to itself in private. If Biggie thinks it's not a problem, then it shouldn't be a problem. He has never lied. Gilding smiled at Lilioth. Biggie nodded at the side as well. I'll be fine. If there really is a problem with it, the first thing I'll do is place it in storage. Lilioth felt slightly better about it, but she continued to turn her face to the side and pout as she said, do whatever you want. You're the one who will end up with his life force absorbed, not me. At that very moment, an auction staff approached them. How do you do, Mr. Gilding? You have 63 items that will be placed up for silent auction tonight. The appraisal for all 63 items has a total value of less than 10 billion star credits. As time is of the essence, we were unable to auction it off on stage and we do hope you understand. Tonight's silent auction will start in an hour. Please feel free to visit it if any of you are interested. The auction will be located at the first level of the fourth tower. You may have your meal at the basement restaurant or visit the food street at the north entrance of the auction. Thank you. Gilding suddenly felt a little hungry at the mention of food. He turned toward Biggie and Lilioth to say, let's have a meal. Do you want to head to the food street or the basement restaurant? The food street. Lilioth voiced her choice. Biggie smiled and said nothing. Okay, let's head to food street. Gilding had never been picky about food. Everything was the same to him. The three of them headed toward the north entrance. The food street was crowded. There seemed to be a never-ending stream of people and the sound of food sellers yelling to attract customers filled the street. The Mare sector has a rich resource of mineral veins. Some of these minerals could be digested and were added into the food process as spices. The three of them were slightly overwhelmed with all the food the street had to offer. Hey, what's that gold thing? It looks like gold bars. Can that be consumed? Gilding made a beeline for that stall. He grew incredibly excited over the pieces that looked like gold bars. This must be your first visit to the Mare sector. This gilded spice is made from Mare sector's special powder scaled from our unique gold scaling stone. The taste is sweet and refreshing, and it's a popular ingredient for desserts. Give us 3 sets for a taste. Gilding took the 3 and passed them out to Biggie and Lilioth. Lilioth gushed about it at the first bite. Let's have another 3. I don't think we'll need to have a proper meal tonight. These local street snacks are plenty for us. Agreed. Gilding gave his approval. Biggie was focused on the spice and turned toward the owner of the stall. Where can we buy this spice? Follow this road and walk to where the road ends. There is a huge spice shop there. You can take a visit there if you are interested. 80% of the spices on Mare sector can be found there. The prices at the shop are also reasonably fair. Most of the stalls on this road buy their spices there, the stall owner explained in a friendly manner. The 3 of them continued shopping around for food excitedly. They ate as they walked along. Suddenly, Gilding heard someone call him from behind. Gilding. A young man who looked to be the same age as Gilding appeared abruptly in front of Gilding. His hair was completely white, and he had on a black hat. It really is you. You are. Gilding had no clue who this person was. My name is Enluo, pleased to meet you. The young man reached out for a handshake. There was a friendly smile on his face. I'm Gilding. Gilding reached out to shake his hand. Do you know me? Of course I do. It's not possible for interstellar pirates on Dragons or Cosmic Nation to not know who you are. Enluo smiled as he nodded. You have the most potential for being this year's newcomer powerhouse. Plus, you have a formidable crew. Gilding scratched his head in embarrassment. Enluo Person is a newcomer pirate who broke out onto the scene recently in the past few months. His current bounty is set at 2.3 billion and he is placed 3rd on the newcomers ranking competition. He may seem quite lazy and has a warm demeanor, but in fact, he is a professional assassin. His current crew is made up of 2 people. One of them is named Mi Dong. He is also a professional assassin but is seldom seen in action. His current bounty is set at 80 million. Neptune quickly pulled up information on him. Enluo, You're running around again. You're terrible with directions. Aren't you afraid of getting lost? A big-built young man walked toward them and berated Luo. Run around again and I'll leave you here and drive off with your spaceship. Mi-dong, look who I've bumped into, and Luo said excitedly. This got Mi-dong's attention as he looked at Gyuding and the rest. He recognized him immediately. Gyuding? He took a look at the biggie, who came off matured and composed. Taking one step forward, he shielded half of an Luo behind himself. How do you do? You must be Mi-dong, am I right? Gyuding guessed who he was based on Neptune's introduction. That's strange. Why would Gyuding know who you are, but not me? My bounty is supposed to be higher than you. And Luo mumbled unhappily. That's because he checked our information immediately after meeting you. There was no expression on Mi-dong's face, looking warily at Gyuding and the rest. Hey, what are you doing standing in front of me? They're not the enemy. And Luo was exasperated by Mi-dong's sensitive reaction. Naive people like you without a sense of danger will end up dead sooner rather than later, Mi-dong chided. Come on, Gyuding's bounty is higher than mine. There's no reason for him to attack me. Besides, I was the one who took the initiative to say hi. He didn't even recognize me before this, and Luo retorted. Mi-dong finally relaxed a little upon hearing Luo's words. There seem to be many newcomers here. Gyuding tried to start a conversation. Yeah, I bumped into Bart at the auction and even saw Mien the magician just now, and Luo nodded. Mien is another upcoming newcomer this year. His bounty is 1.6 billion and is currently ranked at number 4 in the newcomers ranking competition. He loves playing cards and his ability is visual deception and elementary divination, Neptune explained. Mien told me that he had divined his own fortune previously. There are bad signs for him, but no signs of imminent death. That was why he chose to come here. He mentioned as well that there will be a massive event taking place on Great Divinity. The wisest choice right now is to leave early, and Luo shared what Mien told him. This ability for divination sounds interesting. Gyuding grew increasingly intrigued at the mention of Mien. Elementary divination is only able to predict good or bad outcomes, and life or death. You won't be able to see details, only the results, explained Neptune. This ability will only appear in someone with a special physical constitution. Their ancestors would need to be someone who had explored their ability for divinity at the highest level, or if their body has hidden genes from the Holy Gospel tribe or the Witch tribe. On top of that, the evolution of this ability is much more difficult than other abilities. He has a stall not far from here. It costs 10,000 star credits for each session where he'll predict good or bad outcomes. However, hardly anyone visits his stall. You can visit it if you are interested, and Luo pointed to a direction. Oh, thanks. We'll check it out. Gyuding nodded. Just as Gyuding and the others were preparing to leave, and Luo suddenly called out, wait. That thing in your hand looks delicious. Where did you buy it? Gyuding looked at the meat skewers in his hand and pointed him in the direction of the stall. Turn to your left and it's the third stall. I think the owner said this is the thigh meat of the purple magic beetle. It tastes pretty good. You glutton, chatting for such a long time with someone because of meat skewers. The voice of Mi-dong berating and Luo could still be heard as they walked farther away. Gyuding and the others finally knew the real reason why he had approached them. The three of them walked toward where Mien was. Chapter 129, An Ominous Divination Result. It was not long before Gyuding and the others saw Mien. Mien looked to be around 20 years old. He was tall and thin and had gold-framed glasses that rested on his pale face. He looked like a student who came from a non-military school rather than an interstellar pirate. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the street with a huge card placed on his chest. It wrote, "Foresee your good or ill luck, 10,000 star credits for a session." He smiled when he spotted Gyuding. Gyuding, I would never have expected to see you here. We just bumped into a Luo. He told us you were here. Is there something you need from me? Mien was surprised and quickly composed himself. Do you want me to predict your future? Support our web novel Go.com. Gyuding nodded. And Luo told me about it and it sounded interesting. Predict the future for all three of us. Mien stood up. Even though I'm really happy to have met you here, my divination doesn't come free to anyone. Even my crew members have to pay for it and I only take cash. You should be aware that there is a price to pay every time we use our ability. Under normal circumstances, those with special abilities would need to pay a price after using their abilities, Some even end up with permanent side effects. Gilding was already aware of this. Do you guys want to foresee your future together? Gilding turned to look at Biggie and Lilith. I'm not interested. You two can go ahead. Lilith folded her hands in front of her chest and shook her head. Gilding paid 20,000 star credits in cash. Let's start. Mien took out a golden metal table from his inventory and strange energy appeared from his hand. It slowly transformed into a deck of cards. Gilding and Biggie stared at it in a daze as it happened. Lilith was the only one who seemed used to this sort of thing. After cutting the deck of cards a few times, he placed them on the table with the back of the deck facing up. Then, he spread it out across the table. Pick a card. Before turning it over, think about the question you'd like to ask. Mien looked towards Gilding. Gilding reached out to pick a card. He raised his head and stared off into space. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking. After a while, he flipped the card over. There was a picture of a flood on the card. An entire village had been submerged in the flood and only the roofs of the houses could be seen. The card seems like an ominous sign. Gilding did not understand divination, but it was easy to tell that nothing good had been shown in that picture of the card. I'm guessing your question has something to do with your crew. Mien picked up the card and looked at the picture on it. A flood represents disaster. This would be a disaster that does not only involve you alone, it would involve the people around you. There are 5 submerged houses from the village in the picture. This means that you and 4 of your friends will soon be met with danger. Mien stopped here and gave Gilding a curious look. Your crew isn't made up of just 3 people, is it? Gilding smiled and did not answer his question. According to what Mien had just told him, Neptune and Robert might be entangled in whatever mess was headed their way. Of course, this is none of my business. Mien did not continue with his questioning when he saw that Gilding was not willing to answer. He continued, the danger you will face is destructive by nature, but the roof of all 5 houses are shown here. This means that you and your 4 friends may suffer a hard hit, but there is a chance of survival. In conclusion, this is an ominous card. When it came to divination, Mien would never sugarcoat anything. He candidly informed them of everything he knew. Besides that, the flood also holds the meaning that there is no escape. Even if you were to leave this planet right now, there would be no difference in the result. Lilith frowned slightly when she heard the result of the divination. Biggie, you try picking a card too. Gilding did not seem too surprised over getting such a result from the divination. He patted Biggie's arm to encourage him to go on with his portion of the divination. Biggie was a little hesitant. Gilding did not get a good divination and it made Biggie feel a little uneasy. It's fine. All you need to do is pick a card. There's no need to worry. Gilding could sense Biggie's hesitance. Biggie nodded and approached Mien. Mien cut the deck again and spread it out, allowing Biggie to pick a card. Biggie pressed on a card with his finger and pulled it out. He closed his eyes, as if in prayer. After a while, he turned the card over. There was a picture of a man holding a sword shown on the card. He was covered in blood and there was a huge, evil-looking beast with sharp claws standing in front of him. Biggie's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the card. He knew this had an ominous meaning to it as well. Mien raised his head to glance at Biggie. He sighed lightly. This picture means that you will soon face the biggest challenge of your life and it will be personal. The beast represents a strong opponent. The man in the picture is severely wounded and bleeding profusely. This means that you will be badly hurt in this battle. However, the man in the picture did not fall. This means that your opponent may put you in desperation, but there is a chance of survival. At this point, Lilith's brows tightened further in a frown. Even Gilding, who had been oddly nonchalant before, started to look serious. Gilding could take it if he was the one who got hurt, but he could not stand any of his companions being hurt. Mien explained unwillingly, judging from both cards, your crew will face a tremendous hit. Apart from the 2 of you, I conducted divinations for my crew, and Leo's crew, and even Butt's crew. I've even divined the future for 2 veteran interstellar pirates. The results were all ominous. By the looks of it, there could only be one reason for so many crews to come head-to-head with catastrophe at the same time: the Federation Army. I've had a bad feeling about what was coming even before this auction started. The opening of this new route places Mare Sector on the map as a place we are forced to pass through. The auction was used to attract us here so they could get rid of us in one go. This is the best opportunity for the Federation Army. That's why there was such huge publicity for this auction. to the point of having its list of auction items leaked with demigod status items belonging to 5-star cosmic nations appearing as well. Mien's analysis might not be entirely accurate, but he made rather good points. Of course, only Gilding and his crew knew that those demigod status items were not provided by the Federation army. I'd like a divination too. Lilith walked toward Mien with a serious look on her face. She seemed to be determined about something. Lilith, you. Gilding had always known that Lilith never liked the idea of having her future told this way. Both of you are about to be in impending danger. I'd like to know what will happen to me. Lilith stuck her tongue out at Gilding. Gilding paid Mien 10,000 star credits. The cards once again appeared in Mien's hands and Lilith picked one from it. When she turned it over, there was a picture of a grave on the card. A magnificent gold cross was on the grave. At the look of this picture, Lilith's pupils contracted. The expressions on Gilding and Biggie changed. Even Mien was speechless. Chapter 130, Preparation for Battle. Mien was hesitant. Nevertheless, he answered, the grave represents death. The golden cross means that the deceased was not an ordinary person. He took the card in his hand and looked at the details within the picture. It was then that he realized there was a little flower in front of the cross. It had a fiery hue and much like the feathers on a bird, the flower petals bloomed toward two opposite sides. He continued explaining, there is a phoenix plumeria right in front of the cross. This flower usually represents rebirth. I'm not entirely sure of its meaning. One might say that the deceased in that grave could be returning to life. It could also mean that whoever is buried in there would get a chance to be reborn in another world. It was not often that Mien would be uncertain in his analysis. Gilding turned toward Lilith and Biggie. It doesn't matter which of those predictions is true. Why don't both of you return to the gray-faced buzzard? I'll make a trip to the auction and return to the harbor later, and all of us can leave this planet. Gilding, your divination revealed a flood. The flood represents something that cannot be stopped by man. You won't be able to escape whatever is coming. Why don't you spend your time figuring out how to face the impending danger, instead of running away? Mien chimed up to remind Gilding. From what I gather, the danger you and all of us are about to face comes from the army. The army had only sent some peacekeepers and a bunch of nobodies to Great Divinity. I'm guessing they are currently hidden on the few nearby planets, waiting for the right time to make their move. If you choose to leave now, you'll only be accelerating your capture in their hands. He's right. We should stay calm and observe the situation instead of making a hasty escape. Let's take the time to prepare for the upcoming battle and minimize our losses as much as possible. Neptune thought Mien's reasoning was well worth noting. Support our web novel Go.com. Since we can't escape, let's just stay back and prepare to go into battle. Lilith looked at Gilding with a calm look in her eye. She seemed to have accepted the results of the divination. Gilding clenched his fists. He was not willing to accept this impending outcome. Fine, we'll stay back. If anyone hurts any of you, I'll make them pay a huge price. Gilding and the others were not in the mood to continue visiting the auction after getting the divination session. They returned to the gray-faced buzzard and Gilding got Neptune to give the gray-faced buzzard a full charge. He even gave the backup energy storage a full charge. Next, Gilding knocked on Robert's room door. Robert half opened the door and poked his head out. What's up, Robert? Build us the most powerful weapon you can muster up. It would be best if you could finish it within 3 days. I'll pick up any materials you need. Gilding's battle prep was in full swing. Robert raised his head to look at Gilding and nodded. He prepared a shopping list for Gilding within 2 minutes. Gilding made a copy of the list and passed it to Biggie. Once again, both of them headed toward the tower where the auction was being held. Before they left, Gilding took the time to speak to Lilith. Lilith, I'm going out with Biggie to do some shopping. Don't go out though from the next few days if you can. If there are any problems, just let us settle them. If you need to buy anything, pass us the shopping list. Lilith nodded and said nothing. She watched as they left the spaceship and returned to her room after. She locked the door behind her and sat on her single-seat sofa, curling on it. A video was projected from her smartwatch. A little girl could be seen running on a lush green field in the video. She kept looking back at a middle-aged man running after her. Her laughter rang out like a clear silver bell. Lilith, I'm about to catch you. The man had short, chestnut-colored hair. There was a steadfast look on his face, and he appeared physically strong and tall. He was slow jogging behind her with a huge grin on his face. "You can't catch me, you big stupid bear." The little girl clucked with laughter. "If I'm a big stupid bear, you would be the little stupid bear." The man laughed. "I am not," the little girl rebutted. "That's enough. You two should know it's time for some tea." A young woman walked over to them with a plate in her hands. Her golden hair was tied up in a neat bun. There was not a trace of makeup on her, but her natural beauty was enough to take one's breath away. She had on a long, green dress. It was an ordinary-looking dress, but it looked especially classy when it was on her. She smiled sweetly as she waved both of them over toward her. Lilith sat on the sofa while the tears could not stop running down from her eyes. "Mum, Dad, Lily really misses both of you." Meanwhile, in the tower where the auction was held, Gilding and Biggie took no time at all to find most of the materials on the list with directions from Neptune. However, there were a few items on the list that could not be found at the stalls set up in the tower. "Biggie, you can head back first with these materials, pass them to Robert and look after Lily. I'll figure out how to get the rest of the materials and try to get them together as fast as possible. I'll return as soon as I do." Gilding transferred all the material from the inventory to Biggie. Biggie nodded. "Okay, I'll take good care of Lily. Nothing will happen to her." Gilding headed straight for the information counter at the auction after Biggie left. The sky had darkened by now and there was no one in the auction hall. The appraisal service robot at the information counter was still present, but there was no one else. "Hello, you do provide service in the form of shopping assistance at the auction, don't you?" Gilding asked at the information counter. "Please provide us with the shopping list and we will assist you in getting everything on your list as quickly as possible. The price will be 10% higher than the usual price." Gilding did not mind the 10% increase. The situation had called for an urgent need for the materials because the battle would begin the moment the auction ends. He passed the list to the service robot and asked, "How long before I can get everything?" "Ordinary materials can be collected within 20 hours. More unique materials might require 40 hours. For material that we are unable to source, we will inform you within 20 hours so as to not waste any of your time." The service robot gave an elaborate answer. The length of 20 hours was enough for Gilding. By the looks of the auction's progress, it would go on for at least 5 more days. The army would not take action while the auction was still in process because it was organized by the Federation government. It would be equivalent to slapping their own faces if the army acted now. There was no doubt they would wait until the auction was over. Gilding had witnessed Robert's ability previously and was confident that Robert would deliver. As long as Robert had enough materials, it would take 1 day at the most for him to create a weapon of mass destruction. Besides getting ready for the battle, Gilding was planning on boosting both his and Lilith's capabilities. He had no intention of directly involving Lilith in the battle, but if Lilith could become stronger, it would help improve her ability to self-protect. Gilding quickly left the auction after handing the list over to the service robot, and he headed toward the harbor.